But here they were, being looked down upon by two frail-looking women, more interested in flirting with a boy Bjorn saw as a dandy than facing the coming enemy. Bjorn scorned them in his heart. "You two will warm my bed tonight," Dima pouted. "How hateful. Ruining our time with hubby." The next moments could only be described as poetic justice. The Carls below, who had begun jeering at the thralls who would receive punishment for their actions today, stood frozen in shock. The two sisters flashed forward, their figures weaving together like a beautiful, choreographed dance. Their gowns fluttered. When the wind caught their figures just right, the fabrics would press flush against their bodies, revealing a nosebleed-worthy sight. They two ladies weren't shy of this either. They seemed to flaunt themselves willingly, sending flirtatious winks back toward Aladar as though to say, "See how many people want us? Let's see if you keep playing coy." The two used nothing but the sharp, glistening claws that seemed to magically extend from the tips of their lovely fingers. They didn't think these Ragnar warriors were worth them bringing out their true strength. Nor were they. These warriors here were of the mere second grade. Though to the 5 beast clans, only their clan patriarchs and grand elders would reach such a standard, to the Dream Panthers this was a joke. The worst part was that many of the Ragnar warriors weren't even of the peak second grade, but were rather of the lower second grade. Compared to geniuses like the Dream Panthers, each of whom was at worst of the 4th order when entering the pseudo-Dao realm and was at worst of the 8th order when entering the celestial realm, they stood no chance. Bjorn's expression twisted. His skin reddened as bellows of steam emitted from his skin, entering his once berserk state. Unfortunately, a mere doubling of strength fell flat on its face. Maybe if they could rely on the suppression of the Ragnar universes, they would have stood a chance. But alas, there was no such thing within the gates. Or maybe it would have made a bigger difference had they not been suppressed by 10,000x gravity. But, even more unfortunately, they were led by a pig-headed commander. Daria's claw ripped a chunk of flesh out from Bjorn's neck, watching emotionlessly as his life slipped from him. The first Ragnar gate had been conquered. They're finally gone. Several guards across a decently built city wall sighed in relief. Though the wall was only about 3 meters tall, it had helped them greatly over the years. But, in recent times it had become battered and bruised, not because of the beasts it was actually meant to protect against, but rather because of the so-called higher-ups that were supposedly meant to protect them. This small city was known as Oswald City. Located near one of the furthest edges of Ragnar territory, it wasn't known for much other than its weakness. Its only true attraction was the fact for about 4 months out of the year, what the nobles called the gates would open. 2 ancient inscription-etched pillars that had stood in their large field of green for more epochs than their history books recorded vibrated awake, gathering energy and opening a swirling portal. Many of the older individuals called it a portal to Valhalla. Beyond it was a dangerous trial, and those that passed would transcend, bringing glory to their families. However, none of them ever seemed to survive. The few brave souls who dared to enter never returned. One day, just a few years ago, several powerful yellow-haired and blue-eyed people appeared to enter the gates. But, unlike those poor souls of their Oswald city that never came back, they seemed to return in great condition every year without fail. What enraged the inhabitants of Oswald City was that these bastards didn't deserve to see Valhalla. They were vile, obscene creatures who only thought of sex and alcohol. Too many families of their city had suffered under their strength. This reprieve that they experienced seemed to be the only time they could experience any form of happiness anymore. Ironically, those of Oswald City were lucky being so far from the central power of the Ragnar clan. They were ignored because they were weak. Even their city lord was only a meridian formation expert. Unfortunately for them, war began, and now the very Ragnars who had ignored them were using them without remorse. It had already been days since they left, but it was only now the guards dared to speak such words. Yet, almost as though it was a jinx, the pillars in the far distance began to vibrate. The guards snapped their heads toward the offender, deep irrational rage coloring their features. As for the offender, he lowered his head in shame, his body trembling with fear. However, just when he was expecting a beating, He suddenly heard the gasps escape the lips of his fellow guards. It wasn't until he looked up that he finally understood. This sight, it was the most beautiful he had ever seen. A goddess descended from the skies, her delicate feet landing softly on the green grass below. Her white gown fluttered, her violet hair billowing in the wind with a gentle undulation. Her breasts were towering, despite her chest being covered such that only the graceful line of her collarbone could just barely be seen. They stood too proudly, curved at a perfect ratio and bounding tenderly to the pace of her elegant gait. Soon, an army followed in behind her. If it wasn't for the prisoners of war that appeared not long after, chained together like a long line of fugitives, it would have been impossible to say that they had fought a war at all. As though following the blemishless nature of their goddess, not a speck of dust could be found on these warriors. Their backs stood as straight as javelins, their steps completely in lock. One could see from a distance the hidden passion they held for the goddess walking before them, but it was also clear that none dared to taint her image either. Across several Ragnar outer territories, similar scenes were occurring everywhere. Valerie, a Valkyrie goddess, has descended, the guards shouted in excitement. Those lecherous bastards finally got what was coming to them. They knew the gods of Valhalla wouldn't just sit to the sidelines, allowing their loyal people to be slighted in this way. Though Madeline appeared calm, inwardly she was cursing her husband and his shameless tactics. 3 days ago Dian held Madeline's naked body in his arms, his hands greedily roaming her body. He couldn't get enough of the feeling of his hands sinking into endlessly soft flesh. It baffled him how this wife of his could be so toned in some areas, but so plump and soft in others. Even though he had no need for sleep, he felt as though he could rest for an eternity by her side. Madeline smiled lightly. They lay on soft grass that was once covered by inches of snow. But the heat of their bodies had been too much for this mountain peak. "I need you to become a goddess." Dian's sudden words stunned Madeline. "Of course, you already are one." Dian smiled mischievously, mounting his wife once more. Soft moans escaped Madeline's lips as she felt a sturdy rod penetrate her. But this time, he whispered softly into her ears. "I need you to become a goddess for the common people. They need to love you, worship you. They need to believe that you'll always protect them and that one day, if they work hard enough, they too can become a god or goddess." Madeline didn't feel like listening anymore. She cupped Dian's cheeks, pulling his lips down to hers. Dian didn't want to rule his people by means of religion. He didn't have any particular opinion of the matter itself one way or another, but what he knew was that he didn't want to be worshipped like God. He wanted to foster a culture where certain people were revered, yes, but he didn't want it to feel as though they were out of reach. This was where the religion that dominated Ragnar territory presented a unique opportunity. Norse mythology, as Dian's homeland called it, was one that had gods and goddesses. But it was unique in one aspect: mortals could become gods as well. It was a bit different from the exact lore Dian knew from his youth. But in Ragnar territory, valiant warriors had a chance to enter Valhalla after their deaths. This Valhalla was known as a paradise of warriors. In this place, you earned the right to fight for and alongside the gods. Then, over time, one could become a god themselves. This concept couldn't have been more beautiful to Dian. These people of Oswald City and cities just like it across Ragnar territory worship gods, but they didn't feel that they were unreachable. They felt that if they pushed hard enough, that if they tried hard enough, they too could reach such a height one day. This sort of feeling, this sort of hope, it was in sharp contrast to the feelings that permeated amidst the thralls. Or maybe it was exactly the same. Maybe it was with thoughts of Valhalla that the thralls willingly threw their lives away. Maybe it was because of Valhalla that they forsook their wives and children, believing that one day they would join them on a higher plane. This was why the people of Oswald were so disgusted by the Ragnars. They had their own code of honor, a code they believed should dictate the lives of true warriors. Yet, the so-called warriors of Ragnar seemed to spit on those rules at every turn. Belief and conviction were powerful things, especially in the hands of humans. And when manipulated by a man as intelligent as Dian, the effects were unimaginable. The results spoke for themselves. Without a single ounce of bloodshed, without lifting a single weapon, the mortal alliance conquered its first Ragnar universe. Dian simply had too many goddesses on his side. His wives, his sisters, the Dream Panthers. He used the beauty of each and every one to his utmost advantage. Not only did he gain the universe, he gained the hearts of the people. Ragnar territory touched upon 3 beast clan universes with 5 of their own. They usually neglected these universes, believing them to be useless for anything other than their faith. Other than sending a few experts to keep the beast clans in check every year, they did little else. Right under their noses, these 5 universes were swept away. However, they were too busy with a battle from across the quadrant to even notice. Dian stood before Abraham and Dravel, both of whom seemed tired beyond belief. Over the past few months, they had tried their hardest to sweep through King Universe while also keeping their true identities under wraps, but it was definitely difficult. Trying to make sure the Pakals believed they were the Ragnars and the Ragnars believed the vice versa was taxing on their mentals. Even with Dian constantly feeding them information, it was an uphill battle. This matter would have been made much easier if Dian could simply conquer the 5 Ragnar universes attached to Beast Clan territory. Then, the Ragnars would fall from Emperor God Clan to King God Clan. But there were several problems with this. First, the upper echelon members of the Ragnars would immediately sense any attempt, just like the 5 Beast Clans had. Second, as an Emperor God Clan and controller of 29 universes, the difficulty was on another level. Dian couldn't simply speed-run universe spirits as he had against the Beast Clans. Since the gates were opened, even if Dian took control of all of the teleportation formations, it would only be a matter of the Ragnars sending all of their elites to storm a single gate before they could break through. Dian's armies weren't quite yet powerful enough to take the Ragnars head-on. And third reason was why Dian hadn't simply attacked while the gates were closed. Universe spirits underwent a fundamental change after entering the Emperor God ranks. Royal God clans had no spirits and their faith had no real substance. It was rather an aura, a feeling, rather than a legitimate being. King God clans had at least one universe spirit. This came after conquering at least one universe. Emperor God clans, however, had the ability to consolidate the power of their universe spirits. In this case, there was no such thing as a weak link like in Beast Clan territory. Even if one universe spirit was fundamentally weak, it would rely on the support of the others to survive. In that case, Dian's battle would be extended. Not only that, but he would have to face the faith of several Emperor God-level spirits with his mere King God-level spirit. For all of these reasons, Dian's approach took a shift. Though he had already conquered King Universe, he now needed to purge it of Ragnar and Pakal influence, a task that was far harder than anything he had come across until now. While his wives and Aladar swept through Ragnar territory from the front, he would do so from the back. Tell me the situation. He, Abraham and Dravel currently sat in a base built on an uninhabited planet. King Universe was essentially a battlefield from one side to the other, so rather than settlements, it dealt in bases. The universe was practically split into 2 halves. The Ragnars controlled the western cluster and the northern cluster. The Pakals controlled the eastern cluster and the southern cluster. In the end, the central cluster became a massive free-for-all where battles occurred multiple times daily. It was no wonder neither clan had time to deal with the Beast Clans or the Weta. With all of their elites concentrated here, and constantly locked in battle, it was a wonder that they had time to do anything else at all. The so-called chaos that Dian caused only became such because it gave the Beast Clans and the Weta an excuse to join. But the reality was that this quadrant had been embroiled in war long before Dian came along. As you commanded us, Dravel started. We purposely lost a few battles to Hela and the Fae. Her reputation should have shot up several levels over the past near year. Dian nodded as Abraham continued. We've lost in spots to others so as not to avoid suspicion, and even lost a few times to the Pakals as well. Overall, we've still won most of our battles. The Ragnars think of us as the Azura Legion, but the Pakals believe that we're the Valhalla Legion. Everything seems to be going well. Dian nodded. There was obviously no need to worry about the Ragnars and Pakals sharing information with each other. The problem came along with the possibility of spies or information stealing. If the Ragnars suddenly caught wind of a Valhalla legion they knew nothing about, or the Pakals did so about an Azura legion they had never heard of, it didn't take a genius to figure that something was fishy with that situation. There was a possibility they'd mistake it for code, but that could only work for so long before it stopped working at all. Of course, the volatile nature of King Universe gave them some wiggle room. There were always new squadrons and factions appearing, which was why Diane dared to do this. But it was better to be cautious. So, much of the reason why Abraham and Dravel were tired was because other than fighting battles, they spent months destroying scouting routes, information channels and bases, and teleportation stations. We've destroyed all of the teleportation stations you've noted down. Their communication channels are effectively crippled. There's little doubt that they'll have to send new formation experts in because we've already killed those responsible for maintenance. The gates are closing in about 3 more months, so they'll definitely feel a need to move quickly. It won't be difficult to slaughter some more of their experts in the meantime. Dravel finished. Diane nodded. Everything was going as planned. Hela was slowly rising up. The Ragnars were becoming more disconnected and fragmented. It was only a matter of time before the next step proceeded as expected. Who would have known that it would happen so quickly? You were right, Abraham said with a sigh. How did you know? Diane smiled. Celestial Quadrant has been embroiled in war for too long. It's likely that the Pakals and Ragnars don't enjoy this sort of stalemate. Even if one of them wins control over King Universe, think about the long road they'll face afterward. Neither of them have found where the universe spirit is, and yet both suddenly believe the other side has conquered the spirit they couldn't find. Now they're agitated, when suddenly, their means of communication was cut off. In an instant, a battlefield that had been at a stalemate for so long seemingly feels like it's tipping to one side. On the Ragnar side, they feel suppression, and they suddenly start losing battle after battle. On the Pakal side, they feel suppression, and they suddenly start losing battle after battle. Now, Dravel and Abraham's eyes shone. They're panicking. Each side believes the other has the advantage when the reality is that neither has the advantage. Diane finished. Abraham sighed, shivering inwardly. Diane's battle prowess was one thing, but it was his mind that truly frightened him. Even more frightening was his understanding of people and their psyches. When he learned of how Diane, as a mere teenage boy, already had pieces within their Weta clan for so long already, he felt as though the Reaper was holding a scythe to his neck. It felt good to be on his side instead of opposite him. As you predicted, the Pakals have secretly called for a meeting with the Ragnar upper echelon. It's unknown what their goal is, but if you're correct again like you have been up to now, it's likely they want to join hands and split this quadrant amongst the two of them. Diane sneered. The Ragnar upper echelon still didn't know the Beast clans had reneged on their treaty, while the Pakals still believed the Weta were on their side. Both likely believed that it would be possible to take swift action with neither power being any wiser, not knowing that both had already become pawns for Diane. They acted just as Diane had expected. And for Dravel and Abraham, that cold smile seemed to hold the depth of the world. In order to make this alliance of theirs work, the Pakals will need to lie. Diane became serious. The Ragnars still believe that the Pakals have control over the epistemic tower. The Pakals know that they don't, but they also don't have the ability to convince the Ragnars of otherwise. If they try to, talks will fall through. Instead, the Pakals will likely admit that they do have access to the epistemic tower, but claim that it's deep within Weta territory. This will be the carrot that lures the Ragnars. They'll come to an understanding that the only way to control the epistemic tower would be to conquer the Weta. Sweeping away the Beast clans will just be a matter of convenience, especially since the Ragnars can't access Weta territory without first conquering the Beast clan universes that attach to it. The Pakals and Ragnars will definitely decide on this pincer attack approach, trying to sweep the Weta away from both sides. But what will they think of the suppression? Abraham asked. Won't they be suspicious when they realize that neither one of them actually has control over King Universe? I don't plan on letting them get that far. When the Pakals and Ragnars meet, do you really believe it will be a normal meeting? You can't mean. That's right. I'm pushing for a decisive battle on my playing field. It's impossible that the Ragnars and Pakals will choose to meet without bringing their greatest warriors with them. I have no doubt that they will also bring their armies as well. Only then will they feel secure and lay down their weapons to have talks of peace. You want to take the Pakals and Ragnars out in a single battle? Abraham and Dravel abruptly stood, their hearts palpitating uncontrollably. I'll destroy them both at once. Dian exuded an air of control. There wasn't a shred of doubt in his heart. He understood his path forward the moment Nixie told him that King Universe held the key. There was no opportunity greater than this. All of the Pakal and Ragnar upper echelon would be gathered in one place. Dian doubted that they would choose to meet in King Universe because both thought the other had already conquered it. They would definitely meet in a place where neither had the advantage, where suppression didn't exist. That left only one option: a Dao gate. What they didn't know was that the gates were Dian's backyard. He could instantly teleport an army beyond their imagining to any gate within Celestial Quadrant. The moment they entered, they'd only more firmly attach themselves to his puppet strings. If Dian tried to conquer them one by one, it would take him decades, if not centuries. But if he took this approach, in as little as one more year, Celestial Quadrant would be his. Let's go, Dian said, exiting the meeting room with his white battle armor fluttering. There's one more thing we must do before this battle. You've battled well together today, sisters. Hela raised up a giant wooden jug of ale, her lithe, enticing figure chugging an amount that shouldn't have been impossible. Her breasts bounced within her armor, revealing ever so slight edges of pink that could make one's nose bleed. But, luckily, there was no one here but women. A loud cheering sound of delicate, soothing voices sang. This was a sight the Ragnar men would kill to be a part of or at least see, but it was unfortunate that none were allowed here. This was the Fey base of King Universe, installed in the center of Central Cluster, ready for battle at any moment. The base was dug underground and hidden within a hollowed-out moon, but the atmosphere was still quite lively, flushed with lights and beautiful white-gold decorations. It was definitely a home that could only be created with a woman's touch. Still, within this atmosphere, as the Fey chugged, a slight guilty light shone in Hela's eyes. But, when she thought of her true purpose, she pushed it down forcefully. One after another, Fey began to fall into a deep sleep. Though Dian told Hela that she could pretend to fall asleep as well, she chose to face the moment head-on. Hela! An older Fey began to look around suspiciously. It wasn't just her, but many. There were hundreds, no thousands of Fey in this massive dining hall, and suddenly so many of them fell asleep. It would take a fool to not understand what was happening, and even then it was too obvious. It was clear immediately that only the most powerful Pseudo-Dao and Dao Formation Realm Fey managed to stay awake, and even then the Pseudo-Dao experts felt incredibly sluggish. Yet Hela, as a mere celestial, seemed perfectly fine. She was very obviously the odd woman out. Teacher. Hela looked toward the middle-aged Fey with sad eyes. I can't continue to live this life. The sacrifices I've made. Odin the Sixth isn't worthy of my sweat, blood and tears. He isn't worth yours either. The older Fey blinked at Hela's words. Such blaspheming utterances. Did anyone else dare to speak them? It was then that the older Fey sensed a powerful presence. No, it was more accurate to say that this person allowed himself to be sensed. For the first time, a man entered the Fey base. You! The older Fey looked from Hela to Dian, then back to Hela. She couldn't believe that the little girl she had raised with so much care and affection could actually betray her in this way. She suddenly became angry. The words Hela said went in through one ear and out the other. If it was really just Odin the Sixth content with the state of affairs, could the Ragnar clan have been so thoroughly rotten from the inside out? One way or another, this older Fey, Fausta Ragnar, was a concubine of Odin the Sixth. She was as deeply entrenched into the horrors of their clan as one could be. The most damning part was that Fausta's train of thought had nothing to do with how wrong or right Hela's words were. Instead, she thought of all of the horrible things she had done over the years. How many innocent newborns had they sacrificed for the sake of chaining their faith seeds? How many innocent civilians had they experimented on to create clans like the Ipsum and Seeklam clans? How many horrors had they committed for the sake of raising the Ragnar clan to a new level? Dian still remembered these things oh so clearly. He remembered learning of how the Ragnar used the pure karma of newborns to chain their faith seeds into appearing as they pleased. He remembered how the Ragnars used the lives of Seeklums as mere tools to read the future, and how the Ipsum clan became bloody sacrifices to their own abilities. He even remembered how the Storm clan, a mere branch of the Ragnars, sacrificed the lives of thousands of Focus Academy students, all to open a legacy world. Fausta of course knew about all of these things, but her thoughts weren't about fixing them. She could only think one thing. If we fail now, what was the point of all of it? Fausta's spatial ring flashed, her gaze flashing with rage as her power spiked. A silver spear appeared in her hand. Being just a single meter away from Hela, she had every intention of striking her down. To use such weak poison on me? You underestimate me too much. Fausta believed Hela and her partner in crime were too ignorant. One was barely a lower celestial and the other was a mere pseudo-Dao expert. Did they not understand the point of a Dao formation expert? She would show them. Sit. A sudden voice boomed across the dining hall. Let alone Fausta, who the voice was aimed toward. Even the whole of the moon threatened to collapse in on itself. Fausta's aura was stifled and she crashed back down and into her chair so forcefully that it shattered beneath her, forcing her to the ground pitifully. Her spear, once pointed at Hela, fell from her hand and onto the ground, but the damage it had caused was done. The fact her mentor so easily pointed her spear at her caused Hela to fall into an endless grief, but it also affirmed her decision. The Ragnars no longer deserved to exist. Dian's gaze coldly swept over the Fae who survived. He didn't speak a single word. He had no will to associate with these individuals. The Pakals? The Ragnars? He would cut their rotting flesh from their bones if he had to. If nothing remained of them after he was done, that would be fine too. One after another, a few experts began to appear behind Dian. You all will impersonate them for the time being. These Dao experts were none other than the title spirits from the Valley of Geniuses. Unfortunately, since the Fae were precious to the Ragnars, they were well protected. Dian couldn't simply seal them to do his bidding as he had done in the past. It was for this same reason Dian couldn't simply enslave the true gods of the Tower Quadrants. He also couldn't kill them, or else their life jades would shatter. In the end, he had no choice but to use this method. If they were weaker, like Abraham who was an essence gatherer when Dian sealed him, it might be possible to override the faith that protected them. But they were too powerful, so Dian planned on locking them up. He easily sealed their movements with his presence. Once he too had control over Emperor God-level faith, he wouldn't have to use such roundabout methods again. Aya, you want me to be a woman? Legolas, the prince of archery, complained. He was one of the first title spirits Dian convinced to join him and was actually an heir of the current 100th ranked quadrant. Though during his first life, his quadrant had been more powerful. It was just that they betrayed his trust, so he uprooted their power structure. To this day, they had yet to recover. Dian smiled. It won't be for long. I think a kilted skirt would suit you. The female title spirits giggled, obviously not minding their task. In the end, the Fae who were uninfluenced by the sleeping concoction could only watch on coldly as Dian weaved several appearance-changing arrays. They inwardly gasped when they realized that no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't see through their disguises. Dian's reflection of them was perfect. It was finally time. Years of build-up to the mysterious conference had culminated to this day. After almost a decade of travel, those of the Tower Quadrants converged. The main characters? The Star Clan, the lofty and undisputed number one clan of the Tower Quadrants, a beacon for the foremost race of their era, the Sprites. The location? The Star Dome. It covered the largest continent of planet Star. It was a beautiful silver weather-controlled environment that pushed the limit of what was possible for architecture. Could only be described as a paradise. Even the Celestial Corners dome didn't match even a single % of its size. Within this vast dome, the temperature was perfect. A light breeze constantly kept everyone cool and comfortable. At the same time, the scenery was breathtaking. Unlike one might expect from a dome so large it could cover an entire continent within, the sounds and sights of nature were abound. Gorgeous ancient trees, beautiful exotic flowers, and well-trained beasts were frequent spectacles. However, there was nothing more eye-catching than the massive orb of light that hung at the very center of it all. No matter where you were located within Star Dome, this beautiful light was only a glance away. It bobbed with a gentle white light. It wasn't too bright, nor was it too dull. It could be described as holy, speckless, and perfect. It was this place the powerhouses of the tower quadrants gathered, each more powerful and prideful than the last, but each also seemingly bowing their heads to the Star Clan. Why was it that even the dragons acquiesced to the demands of the Star Clan? Maybe this would be the place so many would find out the truth. Within the Star Dome, the location chosen was a large parliament building. Much like the rest of the Star Clan's architecture, it was built with an open concept. It was built like a horseshoe, with its open end acting as an entrance facing toward the gentle bobbing light. As for its arching back, it rose up tall but also didn't have a roof. The legends were true. No matter where you were in the dome, the bobbing white light was a mere glance away. Other than its odd shape, the horseshoe-like parliament building was also yet another beautiful piece of architecture. Tall Roman-style pillars carved of white stone, well-decorated and cushioned seating arrangements, not to mention pristinely dressed servants, prepared to attend to every need. Usually, the Star Clan's parliament would remain closed, only gathering a few times a decade, and even then, it wouldn't be so filled as it was now. People of all shapes and sizes diligently found their seats. Those of low and high status seemed to separate themselves, the former being far more apprehensive than the latter. But this was only to be expected. Though the Star Clan had invited all of the tower quadrants, only those ranked about 50 and above had powerhouses capable of making it in time. And even then, they did so by the skin of their teeth. In truth, this was part of the reason the Star Clan chose to do things this way, to find those who were worthy. But that was still only part of the answer. Located at the highest location within the parliament, the very back end of the horseshoe, those of the greatest status gathered, looking down below as those lesser than them as though observing an ant colony. Ha ha! Kajal, why do I only see 2 beautiful wives? Where's your third empress? Not many needed to look to recognize this voice. It was none other than true god Jiasho who spoke, who surprisingly seemed far less refined than his younger brother Jiasho Ken despite being the guild leader of the Heavenly Sword Guild. Even if they didn't recognize his voice, he was the only one who dared to speak to true god Kajal Star in this fashion. Kajal was clearly in a bad mood because his youngest, and the wife he adored the most, Empress aspirant Cat Eva, had suddenly disappeared. He wanted to make a show of force, appearing with 3 supreme and flawless beauties by his side. Yet he was lacking the one he favored the most. It was obvious he would be in a bad mood about this even if his face didn't show it. To make matters worse, his 2 wives, who knew him quite well, were unhappy with him for caring so much about Kativa's disappearance. With them acting a bit distant toward him, his perfect entrance was squandered. Still, he could only bitterly smile at Jiasho Ren's words. He couldn't possibly lash out at his best friend, right? They had practically grown up together. Though he hated the latter's frivolous attitude, they were both geniuses of the sprites, both forgotten by their main clans in the outer quadrants. They were kindred spirits in a lot of ways. It was then that Cat Eva suddenly rushed in with a bowed head. Though she was just as beautiful as usual, others couldn't help but give her an odd look. Her arrival might have gone unnoticed before, but with Ren's careless words, her mistakes were put under a magnifying glance. Maybe if it was just the younger generation here, Cat Eva could play the scrutiny off. Unfortunately, the powerhouses of the most powerful 9 quadrants were all here. Even if she was Kajal's wife, escaping punishment from the Star Clan elders later would be difficult. Cat Eva furiously cursed Emithius in her mind as she walked elegantly to Kajal's side. As though nothing had happened, her slender arm wrapped around his. Seeing the pleasant smile on his face, she was at least content in the fact she could escape punishment from him. Luckily, they didn't have much time to linger on these matters. A light gong sounded. It was time. At the sound of the light gong, everyone couldn't help but turn their attention toward the Parliament's highest point. Once the signal was sent, the meandering younger generation found their place behind their elders, separated into 9 sections. In truth, not many of the younger generation attended. Aside from the Star and 5 Blade clans, there were only a few dragons. The remainder of the younger generation hadn't made the trip for obvious reasons. While the older generation could spare 10 years of travel, for youths, every second counted toward their future foundation. This was all to say that the main characters of this event were the true gods of the last generation and the pillars of the top 9 clans. The 9th-ranked Emperor Giant clan. After the recent ranking tournament on the back of Anak, they finally vaulted forward from their former 11th rank and cemented themselves within the top 9. Their leader was a massive, towering man, standing at over 6 meters tall. His bare chest rippled with a reddened vitality, his back showing off his 5 small angel wing tattoos. The 8th-ranked Golden Crow sect. In this generation, their ranking plummeted from 4th place. Due to God Goldine's death, this was only to be expected. If it wasn't for them tapping into some of their hidden strength and for the fact they had accumulated enough merits outside of the tournament, they would have lost their spot within the top 9 just like the Water Mist sect had. Their leader was a calm, golden-haired man with piercing red eyes. To his right, seemingly with the same rank, was another man with similar features but who carried an attractive smile on his face. These were the clan patriarchs of the Goldine and Crow clan respectively. The 7th-ranked Atlas clan. King Atlas, Saru's father's longtime friend, was the true god that raised their level from middling clan to a member of the top 9. Unfortunately, his son wasn't anywhere near as talented as his father. And, since this was a celestial tournament, it was inevitable that their ranking would fall from 5th to 7th. Their leader was the oldest individual here. He seemed to have a single foot in the grave already. He was the previous King Atlas who had given sire to their clan's first true god. Though his talent in his youth wasn't very good, for some unknown reason, his power had suddenly skyrocketed when he should have been past his prime. But, considering the mysteries of martial world, everyone knew there was no point in asking. The 6th-ranked enigmatic sect. Though many here didn't know, a portion of the reason they had improved from 7th to 6th was because of Dian's silent support. Thankfully, they also had a god-level character in the sect master's son, so they hadn't fallen too far. Their leader was none other than the carefree master Enigmatic. He was a handsome, middle-aged man who always seemed to wear an amiable smile. The 5th-ranked Hydra clan. They were a clan of peak transcendent beasts, but unlike the Emperor Giant clan, they had more to rely on than just their true god. True god Falker's 4 brothers were each gods themselves, giving the Hydra clan a very bright future. Their leader was a cold, blue-haired man. His sapphire-like eyes glimmered like marble, forcing those who met his gaze to be entranced. As for the new 4th-ranked clan, it was one Dian had never had any true interaction with, maybe by coincidence, or maybe by virtue of the clan's low-key nature itself. It was known as the Pegasus clan, a beast clan of middle supreme grade beasts. However, the odd thing was that they weren't Pegasi, but were rather devolved unicorns. Their leader was their true god of the last generation, King Pegasus. He was a legendary figure and the first of their clan in countless millions of years to communicate with his primordial bone. His cultivation was deep beyond belief. Even the leaders of the top 3 quadrants didn't dare to look down upon him. His hair was a pristine white and his beard almost looked like the mane of a lion. Finally, there were the top 3 quadrants whose rankings remained completely untouched. The 5 Blade clans shared a section, the 5 King God Dragon clans shared a section, and finally there was the Star clan who sat tall at the center of it all. It was the leader of the Star clan who spoke first. He was a man with gorgeous hair that seemed more like beams of white light than filaments of matter with true substance. If a commoner were to lay eyes on him, they couldn't be blamed for assuming him to be a god. By virtue of you all choosing to ignore the rude nature of my Star clan's invite, I believe that you understand the gravity of the situation we all face. I won't waste time with pleasantries. The ancient battlefield will be descending soon. But, What you all might not know is that the ancient battlefield is also the most enigmatic of the ancient games. A shocked murmur surged through the crowd. Even some of the 9 foremost clans and sects frowned. King Star had truly been serious when he said he would get right to the point. Be at ease. My Star clan has invited you all today because we have a method to circumvent the rules of the ancient games. For the second time in just as many moments, yet another bomb was dropped upon the conference. The ancient games were an enigmatic collection of 3 of the most olden forms of competition to ever be created. For as long as anyone could remember, no matter their strength or weakness, no matter their prestige or commonness, the rules of the ancient games had always been infallible. To gather them here for such a meeting, only to begin it in this way, it was almost too much. The gazes of those below were more than a little skeptical. The heavens were infallible and the ancient games were, for the most part, its creations. At the very least, the ancient battlefield was. How could it be circumvented by mere mortal plane cultivators like them? There's no need for you all to remain skeptical. King Star's eyes glittered with a knowing light. At that moment, another figure appeared. Those within the highest tier of the parliament couldn't help but be shocked belief. For those below, maybe they felt it was only natural that someone invited by the Star clan was able to evade their senses so easily. However, for those who earned the right to sit amongst the 9 most powerful, this matter was something that made them raise their guards to the highest degree. Even when they thought they couldn't be shocked any further, the appearance of the one who appeared shook them to their cores even more. It was a little boy. No, maybe it would be more accurate to describe him as a toddler. The toddler stood barely a meter tall and could only be labeled as adorable. He had large sparkling white eyes and a short head of white hair. Even his robes that seemed a little too big for him were a pristine, unblemished white. Pure and cute might as well be subscripts under this child's name. Hello, my name is Apollos. I am me. A childish voice rang out. Those below who didn't understand the significance of the sudden appearance of this child tried their best to control their tempers. If they traveled for 10 years for the sake of a prank, even if this was the Star clan, they'd fight them to the end. A heaven's child. It was as though a pail of cold water drenched their fury. Those who had been trying to withhold their anger sank into their chairs in shock. In truth, the concept of a heaven's child wasn't exactly widespread. But who here wasn't privy to their clan or sect's most secret files? They were practically known as the puppeteers of history, holding this title even above the celestial hamsters. Clans who had them by their side, whether to control or cooperate, were destined to rise to the top, while those who didn't have them or fell out of favor with them were doomed from the very beginning. Still, there hadn't been news of Heaven's children for a very long time. Many had taken the destruction the Dark Phoenixes caused in eliminating so many universes and quadrants as an opportunity to escape the chains that held them to the clans they served. In fact, maybe that was part of the reason the clans of today simply couldn't match the clans of the past in power. And maybe that was yet another reason the ancient battlefield was descending so quickly. Still, after an initial shock, the skeptical looks remained. Were the simply supposed to believe these words? For all they knew, the Star clan chose this child randomly from a batch of clever youths. It seems they are still skeptical, Sir Apollos. King Star said respectfully. There was only one way to eliminate any such questions, and the seemingly adorable kid did it without hesitation. A slow and deliberate blade streaked across his frail neck. To a mortal it may have seemed fast, but to the cultivators here, the blade might as well have been a snail gliding across a windowsill. A frail head and proportionally small fountain of blood flew into the air. There was no doubt. King Star had just killed a child before them all. But, before anyone could cry out in horror, the toddler's head flew up from the ground, reconnecting to the child's neck as though nothing had happened at all. Apollos frowned at his now blood-stained white robes. With a wave of his hand, the blood suddenly vanished without explanation. No one, not even King Star, knew how he did it. Now that that nonsense is out of the way, the childish voice continued, I hope that no one else questions me. I won't kill myself again for you. Anyone who continues to doubt can leave. Apollos sounded like a child throwing a tantrum. in sharp contrast to the happy and bright kid he had been just a moment ago. But who could blame him? He had just experienced death, all to prove a point. We heaven's children view the heavens themselves as our parents, and in a lot of ways we're chained by them. But we are also far freer as well. In the past, it was still an issue for even us to share the truths of the ancient battlefield, however. The heavens are weakening. Very soon, it's quite possible that a mortal plane will no longer exist. The Parliament grew silent. They had known it was serious, or else they would have never come. But the thought of the end of an entire plane of existence made them shiver from head to toe. Apollos swept his gaze over the crowd, seemingly finally satisfied with their response. The actions of the dark phoenixes were only a precursor to the matters of today. The path toward darkness, the rise of chaos, the inevitable downfall of our descendants. These are all things that could have been predicted long ago. No one is certain of the series of events that set it off. But one thing is for certain, the heavens don't feel that this is the way things ought to be. Hearing such words come from a child made them difficult to accept, not because they were wrong, but because of the way it sounded. Such an immature voice shouldn't be able to speak of such things in such ways. The descent of the ancient battlefield isn't a marker for the heavens' dissatisfaction. It's rather a desperate plea for help. Such a course can only be reversed when the brightest beacons of our future come together to turn the tides of fate. Apollos sighed. I'll get straight to the point. The descent of the ancient battlefield is divided into two parts: the entry of our geniuses and the true descent of the battlefield. There's a reason for this. In reality, one might think that the impact of youths is meaningless in the grand scheme of things, but you'd be wrong. It's the youths that decide the path toward the future and the trajectory of our collective faith. It's precisely because the golden era ended so prematurely that our modern era is so weak. Without a solid foundation, the future can only remain bland and meaningless. The entry of geniuses is the heavens' acknowledgement of this fact. Though the ancient battlefield is a prison, it is also a treasure trove. There are many failed clans who have been biding their time for several eras, waiting for the right moment to strike. Those very failed clans have sharpened their spears and honed their wills for countless epochs, and they smell blood. Apollos sighed once more. He felt like he was losing his train of thought. He tended to do this often, going off on tangents. That is, it was a necessary side effect of his abilities. It was what it was. Before he went any further, he explained the basics of the battlefield. He had mentioned the failed clans before even ensuring those below understood just what it meant. He explained how clans of certain stature could exchange their accumulated faith to enter the ancient battlefield, and that many powerful empires of the path had chosen to do so. Of course, there were a few prideful factions who refused until it was too late, the elves, for example, but there was a good number of those who made the right, difficult decision. After understanding these things, the grave expressions on those below worsened. Their tower quadrants. Did they even stand a chance? If they knew that Dian had had to face pseudo-Dao-level characters near the furthest outer edges of the battlefield and still hadn't dared to begin conquering deeper within, they'd understand with even deeper certainty just how necessary this meeting was. If their clans and sects didn't band together, they didn't stand a chance. I see you've all begun to understand. Apollos nodded with satisfaction. The reason you've all been called here is because even little Varun's star clan has no real certainty in defending alone. He wants to form an unprecedented alliance, one that bands the whole of the tower quadrants together against a common enemy. It took the crowd far too long to realize that the little Varun this toddler was referring to was actually King Star. And I assume you mean for us to join the banner of your star clan and follow your orders? The voice was quite gentle, but it had a powerful, imposing aura behind it, one that made even King Star stiffen slightly. When he sent a gaze over, he raised his awareness by several notches. The dragons truly should never be forgotten. They had hardly any faith of their own, but even the outer powers didn't dare to touch them. Their so-called number-second rank was nothing more than a farce. The leader of the Might Golden Dragon clan, Dragon King Orim, spoke with a slightly amused tone. He didn't actually seem to be trying to antagonize either King Star or Apollos. It was just that his imposing aura naturally stifled the aura of others. His golden hair seemed to tremble upon his shoulders as though even it was afraid of him. Your help has been very much appreciated, Sir Apollos. I will take it from here. King Star returned to his seat and Apollos seemingly vanished from thin air. He had yet to reveal any substantial information about the ancient battlefield. But King Star wasn't such a giving person that he'd hand everything away without receiving something in return. It was already enough that the weaker clans felt they had learned a great deal. He didn't expect to fully gain the loyalty of these top clans and sects. We of the Star Clan have already thought this far. Since we also need your help, we wouldn't dream of taking advantage of you all like this. We've designed a leadership structure that will revolve around our youths. Although Sir Apollos has yet to explain in any real depth for reason you likely already understand, it is enough for you to know that the youths play a very important role in turning our faith up from its current downward trend. The tower quadrants are too large, and we of the Star Clan don't have any experience in controlling such a vast number of quadrants, even if we wanted to. Instead, this task will be decided by the amount of merits the youths can provide. We will host a training program that will be supported by the resources of our Star Clan. This will be our show of good faith. I will describe our plan of action now. Should you have any objections, feel free to interject. Though some below were confused as to why the Sapientia weren't here, they buried their thoughts deeply. Since the top 9 clans and sects hadn't said a word about it, they could only remain silent. Since they had said nothing, it definitely wasn't their turn to. The first stage of the ancient battlefield's descent is barred by age. This threshold is 1,000 years, as such it will be our marker as well. Geniuses at and below 890 years old have the right to participate in the coming training program. Seeing the confused stares, King Star smiled. Sir Apollos has calculated the exact time of descent for us. Though according to astrologers the time is nigh, the truth is the battlefield won't be descending for another 110 years. If this wasn't the case, I would never allow you all to travel so far for so long. The clan heads finally nodded inwardly. Finally something that made sense. If it was such a time-sensitive issue, how could King Star allow them to waste 10 years in this way? After some delegation, our Star Clan believes that the best way to effectively use our number is to split us into quadrants near one another. You may still be wondering why it is I made you travel so far. The simple answer is that those who couldn't make it here today have no right to sit at our table. Their fates will be decided by those here. Since they don't have the ability, it's best that they are absorbed. The youths that perform well during the training program will help their clans split these territories amongst themselves. To make a long matter simple, this is our plan. The training program will reward points based on performance. These points can be used to claim territories that we of the Star Clan have allocated a certain number to. This point total is decided by the resources of the territory, its energy density, its infrastructure, and so on. The eyes of the clan leaders below constricted. Wasn't King Star essentially calling for a rearrangement of the whole of their tower quadrant territory? There were many Emperor God clans and sects here, but not all of them were created equal. If it wasn't for the no war amongst quadrants rules they had, many of them would have long been eradicated. In fact, hadn't the Star Clan themselves done such a thing when they joined their tower quadrants? I know what you are all worried about, and I know that my next words may sound easy to say from my pedestal, but please listen to my words. If you all continue to hold tight to your territories and aren't willing to make sacrifices, I guarantee that the very territories you sought to protect will be eradicated in just a century's time. A cold breath of wind whipped through the parliament. I do not plan on starting immediately. The territory claiming period will only begin during the final 30 years. This gives you all 80 years' time to use the resources of our Star Clan to raise up geniuses worthy of protecting the lands of your ancestors. In addition, each one of you here will be allocated one universe that is completely untouchable. It will not be able to be claimed by points no matter how many one might have. A collective sigh of relief was released. They knew that King Star had reason on his side, but the idea of shifting away their territories was too much. Even if they knew it would benefit them in the long run, humans were innately selfish creatures. Not many could set such things aside to think of the future. King Star nodded to himself. It seemed like things were working well. As for the matter of claiming territories, that another reason I've called you all here today. I propose that we form the Mortal Plane Federation. We will have a set of laws decided by all of us today. In addition, when the timer has run down to 30 years, and it's time to begin our territory claims, the Federation will move as one. Those who decide to oppose the rules we've set here today will feel the wrath of us all. The hearts of those below pounded. A very dangerous question crept into their heads. What if? What if they managed to birth an outstanding genius? What if they already had geniuses who were only lacking the resources they needed to shine? What if they got lucky and the whole trajectory of their clan completely changed due to this event? I will set your minds at ease even further, King Star said with a kind smile. Not only will point totals for territories be decided by the merit of the territory, but there will be one more factor. Remember your untouchable universe? This will be known as your clan or sect's core universe. When claiming a territory, the further the universe is from the borders of your current territory, the exponentially more expensive it is. I believe this is an arrangement that will put your minds at ease. Hearing these words, even the other 8 top-ranked clans and sects couldn't find a word worth rebutting. This system, it was for the best. Although it was obvious the Star Clan could take great advantage of this system to quickly expand their territory, it was also true that they could as well. Plus, since the Star Clan had the largest territory to begin with 2 whole quadrants, they would also need more time to reclaim their own lands first, ironically putting them at a disadvantage. As it always had been, it would be survival of the fittest. King Star smiled brightly. They had succeeded. He waved his hand, causing a bright board to appear in the air. It was filled with names, coordinates, and long strings of numbers following it. At the very top was a very eye-catching name indeed, Celestial Universe. And not many spots below that, there was yet another Soul Universe. The damning part? Unlike the 61 other locked universes with no point totals to their side, representing the 61 powers which had attended this day, both of those universes had clear point totals to their sides. The message was clear. Even if it was the Saturos, so long as you had enough points, the Federation would help you bring them down as well. King Star's smile only seemed to grow brighter with each passing moment. There is only one final thing I will discuss before we officially open our Federation's first parliament, and that is the special circumstance of True God Gen. What a grand list! A beautiful voice that seemed capable of making one's bones soften rang out, easily slicing through the momentum of King Star's words and causing him to inadvertently frown. I wonder how my husband would feel knowing that his territory was being sold off to the highest bidder without his consent. The sudden voice caused the atmosphere to freeze. If before, the sudden appearance of Apollos hadn't shocked the clan and sect elders below, the appearance of not one, but 3 beauties in the sky definitely did. One wore a gorgeous, fluttering red dress, her red gold hair flowing to the small of her back as her emerald eyes pierced toward King Star. She was the one who had spoken, a beauty with a voice and appearance so mesmerizing that even the heads of the leading 9 territories, men who hadn't been moved by women in hundreds of thousands of years, felt a long dead fire relight in their lower abdomens. The second had a petite, slight frame. Her silver hair fell like a waterfall of mercury and liquid aluminum, partially covered by a white lace headdress that exuded a pure aura. Though she didn't say a word, her strength blanketed the parliament, causing a cold sweat to permeate the backs of the various leaders. This woman, they were no match for her. Finally, there was the third. She was tender and immature compared to the former 2, and could match neither their demeanor nor their elegance. But she was refreshing to gaze upon, overflowing one's heart with warmth. Light pink hair and sparkling pink diamond eyes. Her face held an adorable expression that filled one with the will to protect. Though the second of the 3 women wasn't recognized by those below, the remaining 2 were most definitely. True God Sacharo's wife and little sister. True God Daisho's eyes shone so brightly when they landed upon Amphory that it almost seemed they might fall out of their sockets. What a woman! As a sword sprite, Jiashorin felt it very keenly, that sharp, hidden killing intent. The way she reeked of blood. His rod stood at attention. He cared not one bit if others would notice. True God Star knew his friend's tastes well. There was nothing he hated more than docile, weak-willed women. For someone like Lila, he wouldn't give her a second glance. This was of course not to say that Lila was weak-willed. It was very rare to find someone with stronger will than a true empath who saw nothing but the thoughts of others all day. But it was rather to say that her appearance wasn't to True God Daisho's liking. In truth, True God Star would be lying if he said he didn't have the same reaction to laying eyes on Amphrey. However, he had a duty as a man with his 3 wives by his side to not display such emotion. He owed his wives at least this modicum of respect. King Star regained his composure. Though Amphrey cut through his momentum, that was only because he hadn't been speaking with any intention of being interrupted. This little girl was still far from his match. Though, by that same token, he was no match for this petite silver-haired woman who had still yet to speak a single word. Madame Sacharo, have you come to join our federation, or declare hostilities against it? Declare hostilities? Amphrey wasn't a wordsmith like her husband, nor was she as quippy as Clara or Ree, but she wasn't a fool either. Though she preferred to battle with her fists, King Star's words were far too shameless. We've only just arrived to hear statements about your fledgling federation's plans on dividing up territory that doesn't belong to you. You say that your criteria is strength of clan, especially that of its youths. Are you suggesting that the Sacharo clan lacks talented youths, and thus doesn't deserve to be within your parliament? Though King Star's face didn't show it, he felt as though he had been pushed between a rock and a hard place. Thinking of the arrogance the Sacharo clan had displayed, he thought they wouldn't even appear today. Then, by the time they realized the growing strength of their federation, it would be too late to retaliate. But who would have known that Dian would send his wives here? Hold on a moment. Just 2 years ago, this red-haired little girl was in Sacharo clan territory. How did she make it here so fast? Did someone let her in? Unless... King Star's gaze once more fell on Luna, his evaluation of her raising several-fold. Don't tell me the Sacharo clan have more than one higher existence. King Star felt his meticulous plans were falling by the wayside. This was their chance to bring the Sprite Alliance to a level playing field with the Nephilim and the Sapientia, not to mention an opportunity to make his Star clan the 6th power of their Sprite Alliance, but they had suddenly run into a roadblock. In the end, King Star sighed and began to speak. You misunderstand. No, actually, you understand perfectly well. The Federation seeks to band the Tower Quadrants together toward a common goal. Should your Sacharo clan stand in the way of that, well, at least my Star clan, would be forced to oppose you. Towards such ends, I could only see the Sacharo clan as selfish. I do not remember saying we would not cooperate. In fact, the Sacharo clan is also willing to provide resources to the budding youths of the Tower Quadrants. I believe we have the necessary power to hold a seat. No. King Star was stunned once more. They actually cared to join? But did he dare to accept them? Thinking of Dian potential, he shivered. When last seen as a Middle Celestial, he was already capable of rebuffing lower Dao experts. Of course, he used several treasures, but it was a fact nonetheless. The problem was, even if King Star wanted to say no now, could he? The reality was that Amphrey, Luna, and Lila had been here for a while. It was just that those below weren't qualified to see through Luna's cloaking. The moment Amphrey heard of King Star's plans, she knew immediately what Dian would do. In fact, she knew that Dian would practically be doing flips in his heart right now. What was it that Dian wanted to do the most currently? Was it not uniting the whole of the Tower Quadrants? The issue was that he knew it was impossible to do so before the ancient battlefield descended, which was why he focused his mind upon the Celestial and Soul Rend quadrants. However, the Star Clan was practically laying out an opportunity before him. Claiming territories based on the exploits of their youths, it was practically a playing field created for Dian to thrive. Even if he didn't accumulate enough points to take all of the universes for himself, it would be fine as long as he could control a good portion of them. At the very least, it would make conquering in the future much easier. This wasn't even the most poignant point. Why had Dian created the Mortal Library and given everyone access to it? The important point here was that Dian didn't simply want to conquer a bunch of weak universes. If he wanted to do such a thing, he would have set his attention on the 100th ranked quadrant that everyone ignored. Dian didn't just need territory, he needed strong citizens as well, or else they wouldn't stand a single chance in the future. This federation gave him the opportunity to rear a new generation of geniuses. Even if it made conquering them in the future more difficult, it would be worth it. Dian needed to quickly raise the standards of the tower quadrants to at least be capable of marginally competing with the outer powers. If he had to conquer them all first before he could improve them, it would take too long. But now he could justifiably do so without any issues. Is there a problem? Amphrey spoke lightly. Seeing King Star remain silent for so long, Amphrey decided to press. In truth, I believe it would be to the benefit of everyone here if the Sacheros participated. After all, my husband is a planet lord and his master is a star lord. I don't believe the Star Clan is capable of competing with such resources. The hearts of the heads seized. Shockingly enough, this was especially so for those who stood at the helm of the 9 top quadrant powers. When you rose to the top of the cultivation world, only then did you truly understand how difficult it was to take even a single step forward. A Moon Lord was shocking enough, but a Planet Lord and a Star Lord, they felt their hearts beating uncontrollably. However, Amphrey didn't seem to be finished. Not only do we have such caliber of alchemist, we also have comparable formation masters, weapons masters, and runic vein masters. Amphrey lay these truths out calmly. In at most another few decades, Dian's master and the demon sage would both finish forming their bodies, giving the Sacharo clan 2 Star Lords, one of array alchemy and another of runic veins. King Star knew there wasn't much he could do internally. The resources of the Star Clan were enticing, but the thought of Star Lords and Planet Lords overshadowed this greatly. When you ask me if there's a problem, isn't it obvious? King Star replied calmly. Unlike those already here, the Sacharo clan has the most question marks. We're not even certain that you come from the celestial universe as you claim. I'm sure that none of you have forgotten. King Star continued, taking his gaze from Amphrey and looking through the crowd. It was revealed just 2 years ago now that Dian Sacharo is the husband of Alexandria Snow, Madeline Sacharo, and Clara Gallagher. What do these 3 women have in common? Each of them was placed in a position of power. 2 of them became legatees or were in position to become legatees of 2 top 9 quadrant sects, while the last became an outstanding figure within the 10th ranked quadrant. These details were only revealed under odd circumstances after Comet Lord Gallagher had a falling out with the Sapientia. In addition, there are reports of a battle that occurred within the Water Mist sect around that same time. To top this off, a war that shook the middle tier involved the Flaming Lily sect as well. If these matters weren't enough to question the motive of this mysterious Sacharo clan, please do remember that somehow, Dian Sacharo exited his corner without the fog barrier disappearing. Not only did he wear a mask to hide that fact, but it was revealed later that his Sacharo clan seemingly has a great relationship with the Epistemic Tower's spirit. King Star's gaze turned back to Amphrey. Are these matters not enough for my Star clan to be apprehensive about your Sacharo clan? What are your motives? What reason did you have to secretly spread members of your Sacharo clan about? How can we trust a clan we know next to nothing about? The murmuring of the crowd grew silent. They didn't dare to ask these questions of the Sacheros themselves, but now that King Star had done it for them, they were truly curious. No one could have imagined Amphrey's answer. These events? I don't see anything wrong with them. Amphrey seemed calm, as if it was only natural. King Star frowned. Do you take us for fools? It's easy to take simple matters and spin them as you choose to make us appear to be at fault, especially when you have hidden motives. Explaining these matters is uncomplicated. My husband is the successor of the Celestial Deer sect. Aren't his actions of caution obvious to anyone who understands what this means? Those below were stunned. Celestial Deer sect? Can you really so blatantly admit such a thing? There wasn't a single soul here who didn't understand the ramifications of such a title. Not only was it shocking, it explained everything so simply that King Star almost blushed in shame. As for how my husband exited Celestial Corner without the barrier fading, isn't that even more obvious? He simply passed off his key-wielding responsibilities to someone else. Since that someone else hadn't completed their trials yet, it's obvious that the barrier would stay up. Hearing this, King Star's ability to maintain a neutral faltered. She really was making his questions seem silly. Finally, what do you mean, close relationship? Is it anything odd for a higher existence who's touched the highest floor of the epistemic tower to be familiar with its tower spirit? Your concerns are laughable, but I do have some concerns of my own that I'd very much like to get off my chest. Without waiting for King Star to respond, Amphrey continued. The sudden appearance of your star clan has always filled me with questions. Many here might not know, but the Sicharo clan is well aware that there are 5 centers of power outside of the tower quadrants. The Devil Quadrants, the Nephilim, the Sapientia, the Transcendent Beast Alliance, and the Sprite Alliance. King Star's face darkened as those ignorant many were shocked by this news. Thousands of years ago, your clan suddenly appeared and conquered a quadrant of ours more swiftly than any of us could react. You used the guise of ignorance in order to justify your actions, claiming you believed to have found new territory and thought to make it your own. This seems fine on the surface. After all, since you weren't part of the tower quadrants, how could you know about its system and its rules? From then on, the Star Clan became a new member of our cluster, and after consolidating your gains and become a second-grade Comet Clan, you also became the perennial first-place quadrant. Well, everything would be fine if you weren't once part of the Sprite Alliance. King Star's facial expression twisted. And even that would be fine, if it wasn't for the fact the outer powers are very much aware of our existence. The only they haven't split out 100 quadrants amongst themselves is twofold. First, because that would lead to an inevitable war amongst the 5 of them, and second, because the faith available within our universes is not worth their effort. In comparison to the universes and quadrants they control, we're nothing but a single drop in a vast ocean. So now is as good a time to ask as any, just why is it that the Star Clan hid such things? What are your motives? How can we trust a clan we know next to nothing about? Hearing his words return to him, King Star's jaw tightened. It wasn't until he took a deep breath that he was able to slowly unclench. Closing his eyes, he opened them once more to reveal iris filled with a soft calm. Since the Sicharo clan has been so straightforward with their struggles, the Star Clan will be as well. Our Star Clan suffered great humiliation at the hands of the Sprite Alliance. Because we were located in a suspended quadrant, we were located quite a distance away from the outer powers, but were lucky enough to be relatively close to the tower quadrants. Back then, we sought to take advantage of the situation and eventually return the humiliation handed to us, but we never expected the tower quadrants to band together as they did. So we were forced to take a step back. It is our mistake in this matter, but the martial world has always been ruled by whomever has the largest fist. Though in the past we acted dishonorably, we hope to make amends by doing everything openly from now on. It was an interesting turn of events indeed. Of those here who had ever heard of a powerful clan admitting their fault, this event inadvertently led to many gaining a better impression of the Star Clan. In truth, even Amphrey was quite surprised. She expected to be asked to prove that they were once part of the Sprite Alliance. After all, with the 5 Blade clans as precedent for sprites existing without the Alliance, it would have been an easy argument to make. She never expected for King Star to admit things so openly. This Star Clan will be a troublesome enemy. Amphrey remained calm, but her thoughts were very different. I believe the Federation will be much closer now that we've had these talks. Amphrey said lightly. Shall we begin the first true parliament, then? Like this, the first meeting of the Mortal Plane Federation began. It seemed quite amicable, but slowly brewing conflict was obvious for anyone who looked. In a hidden void, Apollos' immature eyes narrowed. Celestial Deer Sect, deep within Ragnar territory, in their holy and most central city, a beautiful sight could be seen. Roads built of energy stones, tall power buildings, and a palace at the center of it all that took up more than half of the city. However, the place in question now was quite minimalistic in comparison to grand displays of wealth. It was designed with simple structures, but had a quiet elegance to it that breathed a scholarly air. This place was none other than the land of the Sapientia clan. In a dark office space reserved for the clan head, 2 figures sat. If those of the Ragnar upper echelon laid eyes upon the 2 of them, they would be immediately recognized. One was an older man, brimming with vitality. He had calm eyes and a full head and beard of white. A simple crown wrapped around his forehead like a headband, shining a soft metallic bronze color. The other was one Diane would be shocked to see. A long head of black hair, shining and piercing golden eyes. He wore a simple gray robe, but one sleeve seemed to be decidedly empty. It was very clear that he had lost an arm by unknown means. This man was none other than Connery Sapientia, the former clan head of the Celestial Universe Sapientia clan, and now the current head of the Ragnar Universe's Sapientia clan. As for what course of events led to these ends, it was impossible to know. As for the bronze-crowned man, he was none other than Odin VI. What do you think, Connery? Odin spoke with slow, deliberate tone. He seemed unhurried and confident without compare. Lord Odin, you know well that my Sapientia clan doesn't participate in wars or political affairs. Even if your Ragnar clan should fall to the Pakals, we will continue on as their silent and neutral vassals. Neutral vassals? Who had ever heard of anything so ridiculous? If those who understood Odin's temperament were here, they'd believe Connery to be a dead man. But, surprisingly, his brows didn't so much as twitch. The Pakals have sent a request for delegation, but why would they do so? Are they not in the leading position currently? After conquering that universe, why would they suddenly call us forward? Connery smiled silently, saying nothing. Yet Odin still continued. If, hypothetically, two warring nations of relatively equal power suddenly found out that one of them had gained an upper hand, what reason would the advantaged nation have to call for a truce? Connery blinked thoughtfully. In such a case, maybe the advantaged state isn't as advantaged as one might believe. Maybe they've paid a price for their facade, or are unwilling to pay a greater price for victory. They've won 3 steps forward, but have voluntarily decided to take 2 steps back, either as a sign of good faith, to gain a future advantage, or maybe both. I see. Without another word, Odin stood and left while Connery silently watched his receding back expressionlessly. Not long afterward, he reached for a drawer beneath the desk he sat behind. No, he seemed to reach for a drawer, but his hand missed, reaching into seemingly empty space. But magically, a drawer suddenly appeared where his hand touched, revealing a small glimmering array a small envelope currently sat upon. Calmly opening the letter, Connery read it line by line. Intelligence confirmed. The Pakals have conquered the universe spirit of Blood Universe as reported. They have sent delegation to the Ragnars in order to pressure them with this truth. With this victory, the two clans are on a more equal playing field and will likely attempt to split control of Celestial Quadrant between the two of them. Neither seem to have any idea about the quickly approaching descent of the ancient battlefield. Blood Universe. Though Diane had named it King Universe, due to the nature of the constant wars fought within it, both the Ragnars and Pakals named this territory Blood Universe in memory of the countless lives shed on its battlefield. Connery nodded to himself as read this letter. Crumpling it in his one hand, a surge of energy rippled through it, destroying it in form and substance. It seems that maybe I was too sensitive. It felt as though another hand other than our own Sapientia clan was silently manipulating Celestial Quadrant. Connery frowned. He had an itchy feeling in his heart ever since the death of that Raven clan scion. Though he too wanted a war to break out, it didn't pan out exactly as he would have hoped. With so much time still left to the battlefield's descent, there were too many chances for them to settle down beforehand. The oracles still say that the future of the mortal plane will be decided in this weak quadrant. Can't be delayed any longer. Once the war reaches its climax, I will send the order to move out. By then, this whole ordeal will finally be over and I can return home. Connery closed his eyes, the thought of home filling his mind. It wasn't long before the form of a woman appeared in his mind. She wasn't extraordinarily beautiful, but she had a gentle air to her that made one want to draw closer. A single tear fell from Connery's cheeks. In those silent moments, he was completely oblivious to the fact that in the corner of this very office, at this very instant, a nervous woman stood with her hands clenched to her chest, praying that the concealment array she stood behind didn't falter. This woman was none other than Madeline's former master, Evelyn Sapientia. The role she played in the coming events were immeasurable. The north of Celestial Quadrant suddenly gained movement no one would ever expect. The archenemies, the Pakals and Ragnars, suddenly began to move all of their elites toward one location. If the Weta and the 5 beast clans hadn't been mostly under Dian's control, they wouldn't have stood a chance once such a thing occurred. Not only would they have no idea such a double-headed attack was coming, they wouldn't be equipped to fight it off either. What these lofty clans didn't know, as they practically guaranteed themselves victory should these talks go according to plan, was that their movements would have never occurred had it not been for the actions of one small mere saint. All these years, the Ragnars and the Pakals had been on Connery's puppet strings, maintaining a delicate balance within Blood Universe. In fact, in order to ensure that this balance was maintained to perfection, Connery's actions crushed a slowly rising third part before they could mature by inciting the Weta into destroying the Gautama clan. To this day, the Weta upper echelon believed themselves to be great, when in reality they were nothing but fools. Because they killed their greatest ally, their battle power halved. The only reason they had yet to leap over the final hurdle to become an Emperor God clan was precisely because of this. Yet Connery had made a mistake. Despite being aware of Dian's existence, he didn't believe it mattered. He assumed that Dian would take too long to mature, and by then the situation of Celestial Quadrant would be irreversible. The truth was that Connery was far more powerful than what he had displayed, but he had to hide this for obvious reason. Then, the appearance of Madeline's biological parents threw any thoughts he had of killing Dian before he could grow by the wayside. In the end, he comforted himself, believing that the result would be the same regardless. But how could he have known that the information he just read, information he thought he received from a Sapientia branch clan in Pakal territory, was actually intercepted and altered by Evelyn Sapientia? A woman he thought hated Dian with every fiber of her being? How could he know that the sigh of relief he just breathed was empty? Maybe it was just a simple coincidence, but 2 adjacent quadrants were suddenly embroiled in war. On one side there was the Celestial Quadrant, and on the other the Kitsune Shruti Quadrant. Not allowing the secluded Kitsune to continue to store up their momentum, the Shruti launched a decisive attack, pressing forward with the advantage of surprise. Though their ally in the Atlas clan couldn't act directly, not wanting to break the unspoken rules of the Tower Quadrants, they acted in the background, providing everything from weapons to pills in silent support. The Shruti clan was a war machine. In fact, it was a testament to the Kitsune's status as supreme beasts that they had survived for so long. One had to remember that Saru was sent to Dian's home universe as a trial given to her by Shruti tradition. Those of noble blood within the Shruti clan were tasked with conquering a territory of their own. The size of this territory then dictated their status for the rest of their lives. If one wanted greater status, they would have to conquer more territories. This was the kind of clan the Shruti were, with beast blood running through their veins, but the genes of humans backing their talent as well. They were a unique combination rarely seen in the martial world. To now, only the Mino clan could also match this description. As for the dukes and duchesses so feared so more in Ragnar legends, they were none other than the generals of the Shruti army. The Ragnars would never imagine that the dukes and duchesses they feared so much were geniuses from the mere 30th ranked quadrant. However, just when the Shruti believed they had the upper hand, the Kitsune decisively struck back. The Shruti could hardly believe that a clan they couldn't have been more familiar with changed so drastically in just 10 years. Couldn't be said that they had suddenly become powerful. Rather, they were organized. They began to use their void tunnel creating abilities to their advantage. Suddenly, void tunnels the Shruti had never thought existed began to pop up in droves. The Shruti suffered so many pincer and surprise attacks under such tactics that they were continuously pushed onto their back foots. Territory the Shruti believed they had had a good enough claim on was ripped from their grasp. Steadily but surely, they were pushed out of Kitsune territory, beaten and bloodied. This loss alone was demoralizing enough. The mighty Shruti war machine slapped back by beasts who didn't dare to enter their true forms for fear of being coddled like puppies. But matters were destined to become worse. It was then that mysterious backers of the Kitsune suddenly appeared. They were warriors of such unbridled, unrestrained power that even the elders of the Shruti clan could only die under their hands one after another. The Shruti had no choice but to run, pushing their defensive lines as far back as they dared and using the cultivation cap of the gates to their advantage. If it wasn't for Saru's key-wielding abilities, there was no doubt the Shruti clan would have lost several universes in an instant. This matter would be mostly ignored, but it was a precursor to a lurking trouble, a hidden warning, or maybe it wasn't so hidden at all. What do you think? Amphory turned her gaze toward Lila. The first day of the Parliament gathering had come to a close. Oddly enough, despite being aware that cultivators of their level had no need for sleep or rest, King Star called for the end of the meeting, claiming the sun had set. Hearing such a ridiculous excuse, it was obvious to anyone with half a brain he wanted to talk about the matter surrounding the Satyros with his closest confidant. Currently, the three women were within living quarters arranged by the Star clan, but Amphory wasn't even remotely worried about being spied on with Luna here. Considering they were already aware of that Apollos character, this obviously included him as well. His cultivation is much higher than mine, so I can only read surface thoughts, but at the very least, he wasn't lying about suffering humiliation at the hands of the Sprite Alliance. What he didn't mention, however, was that this humiliation occurred several generations ago. The current upper echelon of the Star clan, aside from a small minority, hardly cares about this slight any longer. Their only goal is to gather up power so that they can become the sixth pillar of the Sprite Alliance. So they didn't recognize Sister Luna? No. They weren't qualified to know Big Sister Luna's face. Plus, they haven't been back to the Sprite Alliance in several generations. However, they are still doing the bidding of the Sprite Alliance. Both Luna and Amphory raised an eyebrow, seemingly very interested in this fact. The Heaven's Child, Apollos, was sent by the Sprite Alliance. It was he who reaffirmed their ties with the Star clan, and he even reached out a hand to the Five Blade clans as well. Also, Apollos was only so brazenly exposed here because the Star clan is confident in their ability to protect him. Within the Sprite Alliance, he was very carefully hidden, so he also doesn't know Big Sister Luna's face. What's their purpose? It's exactly as they've said. They're doing everything out in the open. They want to take as much control over as much territory as they can in as little time as possible. The proposal of this federation is the easiest means by which they can do this. If the Sprite Alliance takes control of the 100-plus quadrants of our tower quadrants, not only would they gain sole ownership of the epistemic towers, they'll also gain enough faith such that they won't have to fear the Sapientia and Nephilim any further. The issue is that they're also aware other outer powers are trying to dip their hands into our territory as well. In fact, it seems that all of them have, with the exception of the Nephilim, although the actions of the Devil Quadrants have been pretty well hidden. Big Brother dealing with the Sapientia so swiftly and harshly actually helped the sprites in this case. Amphory fell into her thoughts for a moment. Are you limited in seeing through Apollos' thoughts? Both yes and no. Before he disappeared into the void, reading his thoughts was very easy. It was no different than reading the thoughts of a mortal. But after he shrouded himself in that strange power and disappeared, I could no longer read his thoughts as easy. With our appearance, however, he will be more cautious. I don't think he'll appear again without protecting himself. Amphory nodded. All right. After ensuring that everything is at least all right on the surface here, we'll leave the final decision of Lord Husband. I'm sure he has some idea of what might be going on here. Hearing Amphory's words, Luna opened her small mouth, but hesitated to speak. Is there something else? I'm not sure how to describe it, but when I was reading Apollos' thoughts before he shrouded himself, his mind was incredibly difficult to interpret. It felt like reading through Old English, except incredibly layered, as though he thinking the same thoughts and different thoughts all at the same time and in several different ways. Even his own name. Usually, when I read a person's thoughts and they think of themselves, they aren't saying their own name in their heads. Instead, they project an image of themselves and subconsciously understand that this is a reflection of who they are. But Apollos refers to himself by this name, but also simultaneously thinks of himself as a godly archer, a musician, the sun, a poet, and even an oracle. Even if someone thinks themselves to be all of these things, They'll combine the images into one, but Apollos thinks them all to be separate, layered things all occurring simultaneously. He didn't seem to be doing it consciously, but it was rather something he did out of habit, or maybe involuntarily, as though he has no choice but to think that way. The women frowned. These words, they were almost certainly related to whatever odd power Apollos wielded. The issue was that they couldn't make heads or tails of what it meant. The elites of the Pakal and Ragnar clans marched through Blood Universe, their destination lying toward the most neutral of gates. It was a Dao gate, split perfectly in half by the two clans, each of whom controlled 4 key towers. However, this wasn't most shocking part. The novelty of this particular situation had already worn down. What was actually stimulating was that in 2 separate armies, filled with individuals Dian should have never met before, there were somehow several familiar faces within them both. Familiar faces he hadn't seen in a very long time. What's wrong, Chunglei? What's with that frown? A red-skinned man with an outrageously large frame wrapped his arms around Chunglei's shoulders. Chunglei elbowed the large man in the ribcage. Despite their size difference, he was sent sprawling through the depths of space, causing a small bit of chaos in their large marching formation. Oof! The man rubbed his sides. He was actually quite highly ranked within the Pakal army. But this young man never gave him any face. I guess this is what came with the territory of being a dragon. He had suddenly appeared in their territory a few years ago, reeking of killing aura, followed by 36 or so black jade dragon. He was so powerful that he immediately gained the favor of Emperor Pakal. To the Pakals, the legendary dragon race was untouchable. The greatest beasts throughout their territory were of the heaven grade. No one had seen peak supreme grade creatures like the Dayu clan ever since the celestial deer sect was destroyed. Everyone here knew how favored Chunglei was. Not even 6 months into his stay with the Pakals, the overprotective Emperor Pakal gave his most precious daughter to him, hoping to officially tie him to the Pakals. Even before that, Chunglei had already gained great esteem within the Pakal army, winning battle after battle in Blood Universe with only his Dayu clan members by his side. That was until it all changed just a year ago. Chunglei was known as the undefeated dragon. Whenever he set out to do a task, he would accomplish it. But somehow the so-called Valhalla army had escaped his grasp time and time again. Whenever he thought he had them, they would disappear. This feeling of loss, of helplessness, he thought he had forgotten it long ago. But it was creeping back into his heart. An aura of bloody rage rippled off of his deep black hair, causing the Pakals who marched around him to back up. A pressure only a higher Dao expert could exude made their hearts palpitate. If Dian was here, he'd initially be shocked. He let Chunglei leave a little more than 10 years ago. It was impossible for anyone to cultivate so fast. But then, he would come to a sudden understanding. The answer to everything lied in one place. Chaos Universe and its chaotic time chi. Even for Dian, he had to turn off his thoughts and become a beast to survive in Chaos Universe for just 53 years. Who knew how long Chunglei spent there or what volatile areas of time chi he entered? Somehow, he and 36 of his clan members came out alive, each more powerful than the last. It was unfortunate that Dian's information had this flaw in it. Although he had heard of the undefeated dragon, he could have never guessed that it referred to a real dragon, nor could he have guessed that this dragon was in fact Chunglei, the man whose grandfather he had killed. On the Ragnar's side, the familiar face was even more troubling to the point where if Dian had known about it, he would have never let King Belmont join the battle. Standing side by side with the greatest elites the Ragnars had to offer, Lionel and Evelyn Belmont. More than 30 years after being stripped of his bloodline by his father, and ostracized from his clan, Lionel had found his way here, and his story was eerily similar to Chunglei's. The difference was that while Dian's information had picked up on the story of the undefeated dragon, Dian had not heard a word about Lionel and his wife Eve. As for the reason behind this oddity, it was impossible to tell with the information on hand. It could only be said that the two held a special position amongst the Ragnar clan. This event had seemingly become important enough for this trump card to be revealed, or at the very least be on standby. Dian was already aware that the information he had gathered could never be perfect. There were still too few celestial hamsters, and they were still immature in comparison to little Yang and Yin. However, these were glaring mistakes he wouldn't be able to forgive himself for. Dian was suddenly in a situation where he was forced to face two groups of enemies who had enmity beyond words with him. On one side, there stood an arrogant dragon who had lost his grandfather to Dian's hands. On the other, there was a former prince, thrown from his clan, and a former princess who had lost her only mother figure to Dian. What should have been a battle of little emotion and a cold hard path to victory had suddenly become a volatile mess of emotions that had brewed for decades. Both Chunglei and Lionel felt an uncomfortable rage in their hearts, and each exuded auras far stronger than they should be. Their thoughts converged on the one person to have ever made them feel like this in their lives and the one person they wanted to kill more than anyone else. Dian Sicharo. The die had been cast. The Pakel and Ragnar armies stood face to face with several kilometers of flat greenery separating them. However, just when both clans were prepared to send their delegates forward, the shot heard around the world was fired. 12 elite Fae, without regard for the sensitivity of the times, launched vicious attacks forward toward the Pakals. There was no warning, no eerie suspense, just a powder keg of pent-up animosity erupting all at once. No had time to think about what just happened or why the Fae hadn't followed orders. A war of elites had begun. An eruption the likes of which the celestial quadrant hadn't seen in countless epochs burst forth. A tidal wave of chi, ferocity and blood exploded as the front lines of two armies crashed. Both Emperor Pakel and Lord Odin VI were completely enraged, the latter far more than the former. While Emperor Pakel believed this to be a ploy of the Ragnars and had lost his cool, Lord Odin couldn't believe what his elder Fae had just done. Among the 12, 3 of them were his concubines. He just couldn't wrap his head around why they would all do something so foolish simultaneously. And, even if they were going to take such actions, how could they not speak to him first? It was then Lord Odin began to understand that this had to be some sort of ploy. Were his own people betraying him? No, that didn't make sense. The 12 Elder Fae were still fighting valiantly on the side of the Ragnars. In fact, they were performing exceptionally well, slaughtering waves of Pakals with their every step. Could it be they simply believed this was the best course of action and didn't want him to object to their opinions? For the first time in his life, Lord Odin felt as though he had been played. No, this was the second time. The first was after he lost his son Loki in a fashion he could hardly understand. To this day, Lord Odin still believed Loki died after offending the entity. This was the only way he believed the Ragnars could lose connection with Loki's faith seed even after sacrificing so much to chain it with karma. In addition, there was no way Connery would tell him what really happened, because he shouldn't have been qualified to know. If he spoke of such truths, he would expose his identity as a servant of the entity, which would make his mission far more difficult. In the end, those two feelings of helplessness melded into one, forming an incomprehensible emotion that made Lord Odin's chest ache. It was then that his gaze met Emperor Pakel's enraged appearance. Emperor Pakel stood at 2.5 meters tall. His chest was bare, chains of gold hanging from his neck. His roar shook the battle, his anger clear for all to see. In that instant, his height shot up another meter and a second pair of arms sprouted from his sides. For battle axes half the size of his massive body entered his palms, savagely reaping the lives of everyone in his path. According to convention, an emperor should never fight on the front lines in this way. But it was as though Emperor Pakel had thrown all such things to the back of his mind. He wanted nothing more than to carve a path toward Lord Odin and lop that arrogant head off of his shoulders. Slaughter these bastard Ragnars. Within the Ragnar army, to Lord Odin's side, Lionel's frown set in so deeply that he didn't notice that he had gripped Eve's hand too tightly. "Lionel!" she called out in a hushed voice, her white hair fluttering. When Eve first met Dian, it was directly after she stole Delia's Constitution Awakening pill under the guise of studying it. Delia had been so naive back then that she believed this woman who was once her senior sister. Dian was so angered by this that he slapped Eve and directly shattered her jaw. He then exposed the fact that despite cultivating a technique that called for chastity, She had already lost her virginity and was thus doomed to mediocrity for the rest of her life. After those events, Eve had fallen from the status of blessed goddess to cheap whore. But one thing was made clear by these events. If she hadn't truly loved Lionel, she would have never followed him. After suffering through so much together, their bond was no less strong than the bond Diane had with his own wives. Even the Lionel who once did everything for the sake of power, even betraying his own family, couldn't bring himself to do the same to Eve. So, when Eve saw Lionel's frown, knowing her husband so well, she immediately understood what he was thinking about. "This," Lionel said, willing himself to weaken his grip on Eve's small, soft hand. "Someone is pulling us by puppet strings." Lionel's formerly one blue and one red eye had become deep black after his bloodline was stripped from him. But they were no less sharp. "But who?" Lionel's jaw set. "Logic says that it could only be the Sapientia. Their position amongst us is too dubious, and it was Connery Sapientia who said that this was a good idea in a roundabout fashion. Can't be the Pacals because this location is too stupid." But Lionel looked across the battlefield, his eyes meeting with a man whose gaze looked identical to his own. Diane. They spoke the ill-fated name simultaneously. Each of them had seen the recording of a Pacal killing the Raven clan scion. Back then, they had thought the person looked familiar, but he was simply too different. This was after Diane had awakened his Titan diamond body constitution, so everything from his eye to even his hair color had changed. In addition, they too fell for the same trick. Diane had distorted the image, making them believe that they were seeing through his secrets to his true form, causing them to ignore the similarities in the original image. It was only now they realized, only now they understood. "Diane, you coward! Come out and fight me!" Chunglei soared in his dragon form, pulling the eyes of everyone present toward a sleek black eastern dragon spanning several kilometers. No matter how enraged both sides were, this image was too stunning. Everything froze. Chunglei wasn't as narrow-minded as one might believe. Yes, it was true that he was almost the reason for Madeline losing all of her talent to Akihiko. Yes, it was true that his clan was responsible for many of the horrors Diane's mortal world suffered. Yes, it was true that his grandfather was almost the reason for Diane's death. But, in the end, had he gone to seek Diane for revenge? In his mind, there was no chance that Diane was a match for him now, yet his first action wasn't to seek him out despite the fact he could have. His first action was to go to the Pacals. No matter what, Chunglei knew that if Diane wanted him dead, he would be dead by now. It was Diane who allowed Chunglei and his Dayu clan to go. No matter what, this was a debt his pride as a dragon wouldn't allow him to forget. Chunglei had come to the Pacals because he had plans to take their territory for himself, to rule over them and become the man he was meant to be. If he didn't bow his head to Diane, why would he go to the Pacals just to do exactly that? In addition, Chunglei was born with all of the Dayu clan's expectations thrust upon his shoulders. All of his actions to now had been for the sake of his clan. If this wasn't the case, Diane would have never let him go. But Chunglei still had his own pride, and Diane had still killed his grandfather. He wouldn't go and find Diane, but since Diane had come to him, that matter was entirely different. "Come out now!" Years of pent-up rage erupted. Balls of black flames spewed from his hot breath as he swam through the air. He didn't seem to care that he had just become such a large target. He didn't believe that anyone within the Ragnar army would dare to attack him. At that moment, the enraged Emperor Pacal seemed to have understood something. His daughter, whom he had gifted to Chunglei, told him about this Diane. There weren't any great specifics, but he knew enough to know that Diane wasn't a member of the Ragnars. Could it be? Emperor Pacal's battle axes stopped their bloody grinding. His eyes fixed toward Chunglei's massive figure, his heart pounding uncontrollably. This was the first time he had seen Chunglei's true form. It was only now he realized that he couldn't see the limits of Chunglei's power. The 12 Elder Fae began to panic inwardly when they heard Diane's name being called. In fact, they were shocked. Since when had the celestial universe had dragons? According to Diane's original plan, the main army wouldn't attack until the Ragnars and Pacals had thoughts of retreat, It was only then they would have dealt the maximum amount of damage to each other, and only then they would be the most fatigued. But this sort of twist threw everything into disarray. Just when they thought it might be possible for this to be seen as a ploy by the Ragnars, resulting in them counterattacking even more fiercely, yet another figure shot into the air. "Will you not come out and face us?" Lionel's voice was much calmer than Qinglei's, but his voice still permeated the battlefield. One thing became very clear instantly, with Lionel and Qinglei both acting to call out the same person despite coming from opposing sides. There was most definitely a third party at play. "If you don't," Lionel said plainly, "we could just kill your subordinates." Lionel's sharp eyes turned toward the title spirits disguised as Elder Fae. Still, they were all dauntless warriors of their time. Even in the face of death, they stared back at Lionel with expressionless eyes. Without much hesitation, they placed their backs against one another, facing the two opposing armies together. Lionel's eyes narrowed, but he didn't say anything further. Many of the Ragnars below didn't even know who he was, as he was a well-kept secret, but it was enough to know that he had come from their side, and Lord Odin didn't seem to object. Seeing that no response had come, Lionel's hand flashed outward, a Tao array of flames appearing to his back. Those below were shocked. One had to remember that back then, Delia's father comprehension a 9th level intent was a shocking affair, even though he was a celestial. And even then, he sacrificed so much for just that. Comprehending a Tao was rare beyond belief in Celestial Quadrant, let alone having such a large Tao array spanning more than 10 meters. After reforming their bodies, the title spirits were still just lower Tao expert, with the most powerful of them being in the 3rd Tao formation stage. If Lionel's attack was released, "I see you're just as much of a coward as you've always been." The voice seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at the same time. It engulfed the battlefield so grandly that the two clan heads were shocked. Just where was this individual hiding? But soon, that question hardly matters, because seemingly out of nowhere, billions of warriors suddenly began to appear. The Ragnars and Pakals were completely surrounded. Lionel sneered. "Your words are quite ironic for someone scheming in the shadows." A familiar pain ached his chest at that moment, the very place his father struck his chest to rip his bloodline from him. It was then a familiar young man appeared in the skies, bathed in white, gold, and silver. "I think you lost the right to judge things after you almost got your own father killed," Qinglei roared. The shock wave was so devastating the gate itself quaked, as though it was threatening to collapse under its might. But in the end, he could only be shocked. He knew what he went through to gain this power. Countless tens of thousands of years he spent in those reddened lands where he saw nothing but blood and murder. If it wasn't for his dragon soul, his mind would have collapsed long ago. So why? Why was it that Dian wasn't as shaken by his might as he should be? As for Dian, he was surprised. Not only was Qinglei powerful, if you took their base battle prowess and pitted them against each other, Qinglei would win 9 out of 10 times. However, just because he was surprised, didn't mean he had any sort of obligation to show it. As for Lionel, he wasn't either one of Qinglei's or Dian's match. While Qinglei was a 9th order 7th stage Tao formation expert, Lionel was only a 3rd order 6th stage Tao formation expert. His cultivation was surprising nonetheless, but he wouldn't last more than a few exchanges with Dian. The problem was that Dian was very good at reading people. He could see that despite Lionel wasn't even the slightest bit afraid of either Qinglei or him. It made sense for him to be unafraid of Dian, considering he seemed to be a mere pseudo-Tao expert. But for him to be unafraid and even dauntless in front of Qinglei made little to no sense. It wasn't as though they were friends. They had only worked together in the past toward mutual ends. To put this matter into perspective, if a human 9th order 7th stage Tao expert faced Qinglei who had the same exact cultivation, due to the power of dragons they would lose 10 out of 10 times. This was simply the difference between races. For Lionel to be unaffected, even by Qinglei's dragon soul, made Dian inwardly cautious. Dian turned his attention toward the armies below. "My name is Dian Sacharo, successor of the Celestial Deer Sect, and current key wielder of the Epistemic Tower. As many of you have probably guessed by now, you're here due to my actions. Not only have the 5 beast clans long since fallen under my control, the Weta clan are my pawns as well. I'll give you a chance. You can either surrender now and peacefully become a part of our mortal alliance, or you can fight, lose many more lives that I'd care to count, and eventually join anyway. What choice do you make? For Emperor Pakel and Lord Odin, two men who were very much used to ruling over all things, Dian's words completely enraged them. But when they looked at the situation, they truly were at a disadvantage. On this trip, they had only brought their best elites, numbering at several tens of millions. However, though Dian's army wasn't entirely of elites, they were made up of several billion celestials and several thousand pseudo-Dao experts. No matter how you looked at it, the situation was not good. If their armies fell here, their clans were as good as finished. But if they joined the Mortal Alliance, maybe they'd have a chance to flip the table. You should consider carefully, Dian said in a calm voice. As I've said, I control the epistemic tower. This gives me special advantages. How else do you think you were surrounded so easily? The two clan heads trembled. It was only now they truly set aside their rage and considered Dian's words. Didn't he just say he was the successor of the celestial deer sect? A cold sweat permeated the backs of Emperor Pakel and Lord Odin. It seemed that things would go well, but there were some characters in life that didn't seem content with allowing others to win before them. Chenglei's laughter rumbled across the skies. You've made one mistake in your beautiful analysis. In the martial world, the winner is decided by whoever has the largest fist, not who has the greatest number of small fists. Who do you have? A mere pseudo-Dao expert like yourself dares to stand arrogantly before me? Among your army, there is only a single other Dao expert, while the remaining 11 are standing amid an encirclement of our warriors. Tell me, how do you think you can win in this situation? Chenglei's roar seemed to awaken the two clan heads. But, do you want to know what the funniest part is? Chenglei's sneer looked especially sinister plastered on his large reptilian face. Even if we were counting those with small fists, you still wouldn't be my match. A force of death chi erupted from Chenglei's massive black-scaled body. In that instant, a portal of swirling dark fog opened in the skies. It was as though the gate of hell had manifested. Countless black skeletal figures descended from the skies. First, they counted hundreds of thousands, then millions, then tens of millions, then hundreds of millions. Chenglei's uproarious laughter quaked and Dian's pupils constricted to the size of pinholes. It seemed Chenglei's wish of taking Pakel territory for himself wasn't empty. He truly had the capital to do so. These black skeletons weren't weak by any stretch of the imagination. Each and every one of them was the corpse of an infernal beast. Chenglei had awakened the death god body. Dian closed his eyes, sighing. Blackened skeletal creatures descended from the skies, their eerie roars and grinding bones irritating the ears. It felt as though the world was collapsing around him, but his heart delivered a calm, pulsing beat despite it all. Chaos Universe was a great cultivation resource, but there was a reason Dian hadn't returned since the first time. The first reason was purely because of danger. Distortions in time chi seemed like a great thing one could take advantage of, but Chaos Universe was a disease-ridden place. The reason why Age Stones read Dian's age differently than it actually was precisely because of this. Dian had spent 53 years in the wilds of Chaos Universe, but Age Stones only counted it as a little over 2 years. There was a very simple reason for this. The timeline of Chaos Universe wasn't accepted by the heavens. There were all sorts of underlying potential problems with this reality, one of which Dian had experienced himself. Back then, he had disconnected his consciousness from his body, all for the sake of surviving those effects despite having little yin and yang as his guides. The second reason Dian never went back was because he had promised himself not to leave his family just for the sake of blindly seeking power. However, Dian knew very well that there were also stable regions of Chaos Universe, namely the Demon Sage's mystical world. Though the 53 years Dian spent in the wilds weren't recognized by the heavens, the 25 years he spent under the Demon Sage's tutelage was. As a result, Dian's age around noted as being around 60 years old instead of around 110 as it should be. For Chenglei, Dian wasn't surprised by his improvement. Unlike Dian, who had to enter a bestial mind state in order to survive Chaos Universe, Xianxia was already a beast. There was a reason Chaos Universe fell under the control of the Five Beast Clan Alliance. But Lionel was harder to wrap his head around. Suddenly Diane's mind quaked, his eyes flashing open. He immediately understood something. His divine sense bloomed, instantly locking onto the aura he was trying to find. That's why. Diane's calm gaze unnerved those paying attention to his every reaction. Eve, if I recall correctly, she has the Eternity's Balance Constitution. In fact, she stole the Constitution Awakening pill that I prepared for Delia. That's what led to us becoming enemies in the first place. Diane thought back to the first time he experienced the true abilities of Eternity's Balance. He had been facing an embryonic infernal beast of the Saint grade, and he was about to lose. He was enraged inwardly because he knew that if he simply outsmarted the beast, he would win. But he had locked his consciousness away for obvious reasons. It was then that his eyes became a pure pearly white and he saw the world completely differently. For that instant of time, Diane could not only tell where he needed to attack the beast in order to win, but he could also see the time-chi distribution of Chaos Universe to absolute perfection. Thinking of how he was able to perfectly emulate Ri's elf characteristics by comprehending he primordial een, Diane suddenly understood what it was about Lionel that made him uncomfortable. If he was correct, his battle prowess and that of his wife were far higher than their cultivation might dictate. In less than a second, Diane had dissected the problem that lay before him and understood secrets. Xianxia. Lionel and Eve had never spoken to anyone. Xianxia, who had been laughing uproariously, felt that his grand display was halved in grandeur simply by virtue of Diane's lack of reaction. I'll give you one more chance. Diane's voice seemed soft, but the crackling of bones and roars of beasts couldn't seem to overshadow him no matter how hard they tried. You've both worked hard to become as powerful as you are now, so I'll give you a path to autonomy. Unfortunately, I'm not in a position to give either of you a warrior's death. After you lose today, you'll become puppets of my mortal alliance. Diane wasn't kidding around. Giving up a black jade dragon with a death god body? Or potentially 2 adept wielders of Eternity's Balance? He had no intention of doing either thing. There's no question about that. The only thing to consider is whether you want to become a puppet that can say no sometimes, or do you want to become a puppet that has no will of your own? Diane's words stunned Lionel and Xianxia. Those emotionless eyes, that condescending tone, that unbridled confidence which even to now they couldn't understand the origin of. It was the same infuriating Diane. Brothers, Xianxia roared. Lay his army to waste. As though they had been waiting for a signal, 36 black jade dragons launched themselves into the sky. The sight was magnificent. No one here had ever seen even one dragon, but there were now suddenly dozens before them. Eve silently floated up to reach Lionel's side. Somehow, their auras became far more dangerous. My mother! Eve looked toward Diane with a flicker of calm anger in her eyes. Diane's hand flashed, revealing an array prison that locked away Matriarch Niveus. In eternal hell. He finished her sentence calmly. There were no more words that needed to be spoken. He had hardly finished before they attacked. 39 Dao experts, 37 of which were legendary dragons, surged toward Diane. But what they couldn't have expected was that Diane would suddenly disappear before them. All of their attempts to lock space were completely useless. Diane appeared amid the tidal spirits, a light smile on his face. Let's get you all out of here. Do you think you can just do as you please? Emperor Pakel roared, swinging his twin battle axes toward Diane. He charged through waves of Ragnars, but this time, none of them tried to stop him. He was a man of great stature, one of the few to earn the title of Azura in the long history of the Pakals. In fact, he was a peak Dao expert. It was just unfortunate that despite being a peak Dao expert, he was of the mere second order. Before Diane, who was of the 18th, he wasn't worth much. The difference between Dao cultivation stages was large, but the difference between orders was even larger. It isn't your turn to make so much noise. Diane's presence bloomed, crashing down from the skies and into Emperor Pakel's massive body. In that instead, a lofty figure who had stood for countless years, crashed into the ground as seemingly a result of nothing. By all rights, Dian's body should have been too weak to directly affect Emperor Pakel. Yet the results spoke for themselves. Whatever evolution his presence had undergone, it was unprecedented. Why had Dian chose this battleground instead of using King Universe where he held the advantage of suppression? It was precisely because faith couldn't be accessed within the gates. Without his faith, Emperor Pakel stood not a single chance. Tapping into his connection with Little Een once more, Dian sealed the space around Emperor Pakel, piercing his shoulders and legs with pillars of silver-black spatial chi. With another fleeting thought, his senses turned toward the other half of the battlefield, facing a cold-faced Lord Odin. Unfortunately for him, though it was commendable to remain so calm in the face of Dian's power, his fate was no different. In an instant, an oppressive battlefield that should have swung heavily in the opposing side's favor had suddenly swung back. The devastation caused by not one, but two emperors falling victim to Dian's power despite the layers of protection they had around them was almost too shocking. The tidal spirits sighed a breath of relief. They thought that they might have to battle their way out, but it felt good knowing that their leader thought of their safety first. "Don't mind us," Legolas laughed, shattering his disguise to reveal a valiant 7-foot-tall slender man with whipping light green hair. "If those two are handled, we'll slaughter our way out." A magnificent bow appeared in his hand. It felt as though that one simple action had completely changed his aura. He really despised the spear he had had to pretend to wield. One after another, the tidal spirits began to show their true ability. They would feel too embarrassed if even after Dian gave them a second chance at life they had to rely on him for a third and fourth chance as well. In the end, they had their own pride as geniuses of their era, but power of titles would soon be displayed in full force. Dian surveyed the battlefield quickly, knowing he didn't have much time. He had handled the plummeting morale of his Mortal Alliance army in the most effective way, but the situation was still not good. Among Chenglei's army of skeletons, even the weakest was a peak celestial, and among them several thousand were Dao experts. There were even a few dozen peak Dao experts. As Dian's army stood now, it was impossible to face so many experts at once. And this was before he even began to count what remained of the Pakel and Ragnar army. Anyone else would have likely panicked, but Dian saw something wrong with this situation immediately. No matter how powerful Cheng-Lei had suddenly become, it was impossible for him to control so many corpse puppets at once. This was especially so after one remembered that beasts had innately weak souls except for very few exceptions like the celestial deer and the dream panthers. Even if his death god body eliminated this weakness for Cheng-Lei, Dian didn't think that even he could control so many corpse puppets at once. That left only one explanation. He wasn't directly controlling them all. If this was true, that meant the actual fighting strength of the skeleton army was far lower than it appeared to be for the same reason Dian's sentries displayed less power when he let them fight with their own power. Good. Looking through the tidal spirits, Dian quickly spoke. Legolas, you join Glory and Ice and protect the north. You two the south. You two the east and you two the west. You remaining 4, fortify the northwest, northeast, southwest, and southeast. We must maintain our advantage and sandwich them in. Don't allow them to leave this plane. But the tidal spirits looked into the sky toward the 39 Dao experts charging toward Dian's location. Dian grinned. I haven't gone all out in a long time. Dian's laughter pierced through the battlefield. His will was so strong that several weaker skeletons collapsed under the pressure. Without the protection of Cheng-Lei holding them together, they simply didn't have any will to their own. How could they defend against Dian? The tidal spirits could sense it. No, everyone could sense it. Dian was excited. Even in this godforsaken, he was excited. With a flick of his hand, perfectly controlled spatial chi sent the tidal spirits to their side of the battlefield just as he shot into the air. It was as though the god of war had appeared on the battlefield. Dian stood in the air, a halo of golden wings blooming to his back. As though that wasn't enough, his soul chi surged into his mind, causing a halo of blinding white light to appear above his head. His battle Chong Pao, embroidered with silver and gold whipped violently under his aura. "I think it's about time," Diane said softly. In the beginning, no one understood what he meant. But in the next moments, they felt a shiver of fear course down their spines. A brilliant array appeared to Diane's back. It spanned just over 100 meters, shimmering like beautiful white and black crystals. However, this array was decidedly incorporeal. It lacked any real substance and looked like more of a figment of the imagination than anything else. But that was when the world trembled. Surges of incomprehensibly large amounts of heavenly blessings descended from the skies, causing the incorporeal array to expand massively. 100 meters, 200, 300, 600, 700. Boom! The world almost collapsed. An array spanning an entire kilometer pulsed with life. If before it seemed imaginary, now couldn't be more real. Power surged into Diane's body, surging through his veins with naked abandon. Long ago, Diane realized the comprehension necessary to improve his fire intent to a Tao was within him all along. However, he hadn't done so for two reasons. Firstly, because he wanted to lay a stronger foundation, but more importantly because he didn't know how he would react to a deeper comprehension of chaos. But now he was supremely confident in his mental state. In these moments, as his soul chi swam within his mind, he felt as though the whole world was open to him. But more shocking was that he could faintly sense that one of the most mysterious of the 6 halos, one holding streaking golden lighting in the shape of a dragon, had eagerly begging him to allow it in. The sense of familiarity was unmatched. Much like his fire intent, Diane felt that this lightning too could surge to the Tao realm as he pleased. The fire and lightning that had always coated his golden wings grew more violent. Even Diane hadn't expected this. The golden lightning had remained dormant for so long that he thought he might never sense its acceptance. Who knew that, at the moment he needed it most, it would welcome him with open arms. An instant later, something that Xianxia could hardly believe happened. The once blue and bright skies had been coated by the portal to his death realm. Even now, the swirling portal of black still allowed black skeletal creatures to descend, filling the battlefield with ravings of creatures of the dark. However, all of this changed in but a moment. The skies began to rumble, the sound of thunder leaping and bounding through the air. It was then the sky became dark for a reason entirely different than Xianxia's portal to the underworld. The bane of Yin had always been lightning. Since time immemorial, this had always been the case. However, those who could control lightning were too few and the price for doing so was heavy. One only needed to look toward the Ragnar clan to understand. Their clan was created in thanks to an ancestor who was blessed with luck and received a lightning legacy. However, the survival rate of their geniuses was extremely low because of this. Thanks to their great lightning affinity, their lightning tribulations was incomprehensibly more difficult, resulting in the vast majority of them dying. In reality, much of their evil deeds could be traced back to this reason. In order for the clan to survive until now, they felt they were forced to commit these evil acts in order to mitigate their disadvantages. Though Diane understood this, he had no respect for it. But these matters were irrelevant now. What was relevant was the golden lightning descending from the skies, shattering the portal to Xianxia's death realm, and forcing him to cough up blood. A second array pulsed to life to Diane's back, raging with an intent no less than that of his fire Tao. It crackled with malice and power, radiating an irritating sound akin to millions of chirping birds. No matter how confident they had been in their power before, Lionel and Eve couldn't help but turn pale. Lionel had been so proud in his fire Tao just moments ago. But before Diane's, just what was his worth? Only Xianxia managed to keep his composure, his battle intent soaring as he roared into the skies, his massive body whipping toward Diane. Diane's hands stretched outward, a javelin of black flames wrapped in crackling golden lightning appearing in an instant. "I did warn you all, did I not?" His arm shot forward like a cannon. Circles of bursting air spun around the attack launched toward the hordes of skeletal creatures. Boom! 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 It was just a single attack, but tens of thousands of Xianxia's army was wiped out in an instant. The morale surged once more as Diane acted like the lightning god Zeus, raining bolts of vengeance downward. The irony couldn't have been more potent. It was Cheng-Lei himself that said the one with the largest number of small fists wouldn't win. And now, his words had come manifest. The Ragnar clan suddenly froze, watching Dian in the skies like a deity amongst men, wielding golden lightning as though clouds forged by the heavens were his playpen. It struck them in a deep part of their souls. In the Ragnar clan, there was no god they worshipped more than Thor. He was an ancestral figure of theirs that they had never forgotten, a man who stood above all others. Though Odin was acknowledged as the most powerful of the faith seed creators of their past, Thor was without question the most beloved. It wasn't that they fused the image of Thor with Dian in their minds. Rather, they felt a deep suppression. As though before Dian, they couldn't hope to control their lightning, even if they were Thor himself. It was only a single javelin strike of spinning black flames and crackling lightning, but the devastation was beyond compare. If it wasn't for Dian's quick action in suppressing the explosion, let alone the skeleton army, large portions of his own army would have been wiped out along with swaths of Ragnars and Pakals. But, even with his conscious suppression, the impact of Dian's lightning Dao drastically changed the battlefield once more. The Ragnar army immediately lost half of its battle prowess. Their berserk transformation ceased to work, and their Valkyries could no longer sense the essence of their special spear technique. It was as though Dian had smothered them completely. The true power of a Dao was on full display. When one reaches Dian's level, it's as though every Dao comprehended becomes a true domain of its own. Dian's body flickered around the battlefield. Wherever he appeared and his beautiful golden wings coated in flames and lightning flapped, devastation would ensue. The 39 Dao experts couldn't have been more frustrated. No matter how they tried to lock space, no matter how quickly they moved, they simply couldn't keep him with Dian. Cheng-Lei could only watch as thousands of his skeleton army, an army he suffered through countless millennia to build, fell one after another. "Fight me!" he roared in complete, unabated rage. But Dian pretended he couldn't hear him. Well, it was either that or he really couldn't. The crackling of his lightning Dao seemed to drown out everything else. As the insidious individual he was, Lionel regained his composure and immediately began to scour the battlefield for pawns they could use to force Dian to fight them head-on. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't find even a whiff of Madeline, Ree, or Clara. When he realized this, the stifled feeling he had pressed down suddenly rose back up. Why did it always feel that Dian was one step ahead? Before, it was precisely because of Dian that his betrayal was exposed. Back then, Dian even figured out his and Eve's relationship before they told a single soul. For a prince who had been raised to be the best from the very beginning, the same prince who toyed with the so-called undefeatable Weta geniuses even in his youth, Lionel couldn't stomach the constant losses he took to Dian. If Dian knew Lionel's thought now, he would erupt into a fit of laughter. Madeline, Ree, and Clara weren't sent away because Dian had planned so far ahead. Instead, they were currently conquering Ragnar territory and leading their own armies. It was purely coincidence that Lionel's plot failed. Noticing her husband's agitation, Eve gripped Lionel's hand tighter. "Lionel," she said firmly. Lionel snapped out of his rage-like state, trying to slow the beating of his heart. "This situation isn't as bad as it seems. Conserve your energy. In the end, he will have to fight us no matter what. There's no need to force the issue." Lionel's frown deepened at these words. "Think about it. There's no way Cheng-Lei can control so many undead at once. He was far too arrogant in releasing so many. He just wanted to prove a point and it ended up backfiring. Even if we told him this directly, do you believe he would listen? But if that bastard kills a large percentage of them, Cheng-Lei's control will increase exponentially, making each individual undead far stronger. In the end, he's helping us." Lionel looked to wife. He remembered a time where it was him guiding her. It was always him with the plan, always him with the solution. But after those matters, their roles had long since flipped. If it wasn't for Eve, he wouldn't even be alive today, let alone be so powerful. Lionel nodded, turning away and recomposing himself once more. In doing this action, he missed the subtle worried expression in his wife's eyes. Her eyes turned away, locking onto Diane's magnificent, flickering figure. She knew well the harm her adoptive mother, matriarch Niveus, had caused. She was even faintly aware that Diane wasn't in the wrong. But sometimes the world was more complicated than black and white, right and wrong. Not only had Diane killed the only woman she could ever call mother, he had continuously tortured her soul, even flaunting this fact before her. She couldn't forgive this. Her eyes flickered, pulsing with power. It was then that Diane suddenly stopped massacring the skeleton army. It was clear that he could continue, but he didn't. Eve immediately understood then that anything she could think of, Diane could as well. This is the perfect amount. There are enough that Chunglei still can't control them well, but too little to tilt the battle in any significant fashion. With me around, you won't even have time to think of controlling such a vast army. Diane shot forward. In an instant, he was amid the 39 Dao experts and had simultaneously threw 39 tight punches. Diane's movement was so sudden that other than Lionel, Eve and Chunglei, none of the others could react. The image of 36 dragons crashing down from the skies was too mighty. The reality that a man less than 1,000th of their size was the reason was even more mighty. You wanted to fight? Diane's blow hit Chunglei squarely in the snout. Despite the size of Diane's fist in comparison, it felt as though a scalding coal the size of a meteor had crashed into him. Though Chunglei's lustrous black scales weren't even remotely dented, his pride was as his long snaking neck snapped backward. Lionel and Eve were even more pitiful. They worked in tandem to push back Diane's strike, but it wasn't until several kilometers of skidding later that they managed to slow themselves down to a halt. Unfortunately for the three of them, this wasn't the biggest issue. Though Diane had sent them all flying in various directly, the 36 dragons plunged into the ground right below Diane, their kilometer-long bodies slaughtering tens of thousands of Ragnars and Pakals in an instant. I gave you all a chance. Diane growled, another javelin appearing in his hand. This time, however, it was many times longer, spanning hundreds of meters. It pierced through the air, tearing through space and impaling the bodies of several black jade dragons in a humiliating stack. The roars of pain and shame shook the battlefield. It felt as though despite this being a war of billions, a single man had taken center stage. You dare. I dare to do much more. Diane impaled another and another black jade dragon. The golden lightning that coursed along his obscenely large and destructive javelins coursed through their bodies, disallowing them from moving a single inch as they spasmed. Is this the best you can do? Diane roared toward Chunglei as though goading him into losing his mind. You arrogantly left my side and gained tens of thousands of years on me, and yet this is the best you have? The sight of reptilian pupils as large as several dozen meters reddening could cause even the bravest of men to quake. However, Diane faced this massive black jade dragon with nothing but disdain in his eyes. His javelins continued to fly, one after another. For those in celestial quadrants, dragons were a legend they couldn't even touch the corner of. They could only dream it in their dreams, listening to stories of mighty ancestors of their past and their encounters with this mighty race. But seeing them treated as garden snakes by a man in the form of a golden-winged deity, this was a day they'd never forget. Throw everything you have at me. I don't want to hear any excuses from you after you're forced to bend beneath my heel once more. Another black jade dragon was impaled. Your grandfather tried to kill me when I was nothing but a meridian formation expert. Diane's laughter shook the gate. Imagine that. A celestial fell beneath the sword of a meridian formation expert. What a pathetic Dayu clan. Chunglei's body shook with rage. A dragon's breath of black flames erupted from his lips, drenched in the scent of death. Bold-type chi appeared within Diane's body in an instant, mixing perfectly with his mercury-like blood and creating a shield spanning more than 100 meters. The sight of a beam of flames being stopped by a seemingly thin film of energy shook them all the more. Do you want to know why I bothered to keep you alive even after all of that? Diane's taunted continued in behind the wall black flames. Your pitiful ancestor got on his knees and begged me to save your Dayu clan. He knew damn well how useless his descendants were and decided to trust an outsider. Dwon. Qinglei's feelings couldn't be so easily described as mere rage anymore. He wanted to tear Dian limb from limb and bathe in his blood. He wanted to pick his eyes out with his fingers and rip his tongue out with his claws. In that moment, the blast of dragon's breath was perfectly reflected, bounding toward Qinglei's body and sending him flying once more. And you too. Dian's attention snapped toward Lionel and Eve, who flew toward him at blazing speeds Celestials couldn't match. His body flickered, easily dodging their strikes. A flurry of exchanges occurred, reverberating in cacophonic booms across the skies that resulted in the blooming of several concentric circles. The bastard who let his father and clan down, and the woman who spread her legs for a shell of man. Dian's palms slapped across Lionel's face as his heel descended from the skies, crashing into Eve's shoulder and sending her burying into the ground below. Your bitch of a mother is still being tortured by me to this moment. Yet you're lying pitifully in the ground. Dian's head snapped toward Lionel. And your family is prospering more than they ever have before under my rule. They never needed you, nor will they ever need you. One would think that the battlefield would fall into an eerie silence. A single man had made 39 Dao experts nothing but his toys, but that was when dozens of bestial called shot into the skies as 39 beams of red light pierced the clouds above. It was a devastating sight, more hellish than even the opening of Qinglei's death realm. There was something decidedly infernal about it. Dian's eyes narrowed. As expected, it's impossible to gain such benefits from Chaos Universe without giving back something in return, even if you're a dragon or a wielder of Eternity's balance. The roars seemed without consciousness. They weren't roaring out of rage or purpose. Instead, they were roaring simply because they couldn't control their impulses. They had given in their bodies to swaths of festering infernal chi. Their minds were no longer their own. Dian's javelins, still piercing their massive bodies into the ground, shattered into raining black embers and minor golden sparks. Qinglei's body, still hanging in the air, suddenly rapidly shrunk. In an instant, a massive several-kilometer-long dragon became a stout humanoid of 3 meters tall. His eyes were no longer a reflective yellow. Instead, they were like 2 rubies swimming with blood. His body was covered with black-red scales. To his back, a long and thick 5-meter tail whipped violently, sending a blade of wind into the ground below that split the battlefield in half. A massive chasm appeared. But, just when it seemed the black jade dragons would fall within, their bodies expanded, following the exact opposite direction of Qinglei. Their scales reddened as their snake-like forms extended from a single kilometer to nearly 5. At the same time, Lionel's body quivered from head to toe. His hair became a blazing water of red, following the hue of his eyes. His robes tore from his torso, unable to withstand the masculine bulging of his physique. Everything was fully within Dian's expectations. With his wings of blessings and cleanse, the next step was simple to him. Beat them down until they couldn't fight back, then purge the infernal chi from their bodies. By then, controlling them would be easy. But Dian could only smile bitterly. Even when his plans seemed perfect, they would go awry. No one could blame Dian. What happened next was truly too inconceivable. Even for him, predicting it was impossible. No matter how prepared he was, he could have never expected that the greatest danger wouldn't be Qinglei, or even the weaker Lionel, but rather the only one of them he had never fought before. If the words of the old man rang in his head again. Never piss of a woman. Indeed, Eve's shrill shriek shook the skies. Despite a pillar of infernal chi erupting into the skies for her as well, hers was decidedly larger. Not only was it larger, but unlike the others, her mental state wasn't affected in the least. Her white hair danced. Though its color didn't change, its length grew to obscene levels, reaching out longer than even Qinglei's tail. That said, the color of her skin did change, or rather, it seemed to. The temperature around her skyrocketed, followed by the slight reddening of her fair skin. In the next moment, her white gown burned to ashes, only to reveal a skin-tight gray battle suit. Still, what shook Dian the most were her eyes. Opaque pearls of white, There was no separation between her iris and what remained. Diane knew immediately, even without the shimmering manifestation of the blind folded lady in white to her back, the kind of world she saw now. Eve had seemingly barely changed, but in Diane's eyes, everything had changed. Somehow, Eve had managed to reach the state of a true infernal beast, using infernal chi as she pleased without losing her mind. One had to remember that the beasts within Chaos Universe weren't true infernal beasts, they were embryonic infernal beasts with hopes of one day breaking through to that next layer. The only true infernal beasts left in the cosmos were within the devil quadrants, but even they paled in comparison to the height the infernal beasts of the past once reached. In the eyes of those in these current times, the celestial beasts were still a lofty species, untouchable even after their fall to the transcendent ranks. But who then were their lifelong mortal enemies? Was it not the infernal beast? Diane didn't need to think much to understand how Eve had accomplished this. With eternity's balance, all chi in existence was bound to be in perfect equilibrium with yourself. This was the truth, the essence of eternity's balance. There was no question that her command of her constitution far outweighed Diane's comprehension of it. Despite having stacked the constitution twice over, Diane had hardly spent any time reflecting upon it. In addition, it wasn't his original constitution. His body reacted far more favorably to his Titan diamond body. For the same reasons, Lionel was no match for his wife in this regard despite having her primordial Een. Eve's gaze fell upon Diane. Her eyes were so calm that Diane's own couldn't help but narrow. This expression, it was many times more fear-inducing than the enraged Chunglei standing in the skies not far from her. Even if Diane explained he had goaded them purposely, it wouldn't help a single thing. In the end, Eve would always want him dead. TSK. Diane shook his head. Who's the idiot who ranked eternity's balance 10th among 11 god constitutions? I'd like to have a word for him. Diane's thought had hardly finished when Eve, who had just been several kilometers away, suddenly appeared before him. There was no warning, no piercing wind. Diane hadn't even seen her muscles twitch. Titan Emperor's will. First act. Third stage. Diane's body instantly went through a marvelous change as his strength multiplied 80 times over. But it hardly mattered. His body was sent careening, enlarging the crack Qinglei's tail had created. Somehow, the first person to force the battlefield into silence wasn't Diane, but Eve. Diane steadily rose from the air, wiping crimson liquid from his lips. Though his blood appeared mercury within his body, much like how one's veins appeared as a bluish-green color, he still bled red. The damage from Eve's strike was surprising. Diane could tell that there were secrets hidden within her fists related to comprehension rather than it being just pure power. Luckily, his battle Changpao's ability activated perfectly. The celestial deer sex heirloom had two main abilities. The second, Diane had yet to use, but the first just activated. This was the ability to spread any force of contact uniformly across the battle Changpao's surface area. This significantly lowered the piercing power of any given strike. Before, Diane's chi wasn't anywhere near dense enough to activate this ability, and he relied on the base defensive ability of the battle Changpao. However, now he was almost overqualified. Still, it wasn't until the second ability was used that one would understand why a mere spiritual grade treasure was chosen as the heirloom of such a mighty sect. If Eve seemed surprised by how quickly Diane shrugged off her attack, she didn't show it. Her eyes were contradictorily seething with an eerie calm. But it wasn't her that attacked next. Even if Eve could control the infernal chi within herself, the remaining 38 Dao experts had no ability to. They had already shown inhuman restraint by waiting so long to attack, a fact that became blatantly ironic after one realized it had barely been a single second since Diane triggered their transformation. Chonglei completely ignored Eve and Lionel. It was as though the only person left in the world was Diane, and the only feeling remaining was his desire to tear him limb from limb. Before the strike even landed, Diane felt a headache coming along. One might wonder why he would purposely make his enemies stronger. Why not defeat them in their infernal chi deficient state, then purge them of this chi? The issue was that Diane was aware that it was impossible for things to be so convenient. There was a 100% likelihood that their hidden strength would trigger as he was trying to subdue them. With how much they hated him, how could they allow him to win without fighting back with everything they had? Knowing this, Diane made the decision to force it out of them early. Under the influence of infernal chi, not only would one be far more savage and deranged, but pain would be a distant memory while simultaneously existing beside obscene healing factors. If Diane tired himself out defeating them first, then triggered their infernal states, he would be forced to fight this battle in a fatigued state, something that would be peak foolishness. However, despite knowing that this was the easier path, Diane couldn't help but feel irritated. The fist of a draconic humanoid and a ticked-off man collided. Chenglei's forearm snapped savagely, revealing the bone beneath, but he didn't so much as flinch. His injured arm flicked to his side, taking advantage of his quick movements to snap back into place, while his other arm launched another immediate attack. 36 dragons' breaths pummeled down from the sky. The heat was so unbearable that weaker warriors below directly burnt to a crisp. No matter how much Diane tried, it was impossible to protect himself and everyone behind him. Even now, Eve was surprised once more. A dragon's hybrid form was at least a 50 times multiplier within the celestial realm. However, in the Tao realm there was another massive leap. Depending on how deep one's comprehension of their human path reached, it wasn't impossible for it to provide anywhere from a 100 to even 500 times increase in strength, maybe even more. On top of this, infernal chi was yet another massive boost in strength. So how could Cheng-Lei so clearly lose multiple exchanges with Diane? It was inconceivable. What is going on? Eve frowned. What she didn't know was that her confusion made Diane even more certain of something. Whatever fist comprehension Eve had gained was what he truly had to pay attention to. What Eve didn't know was that while Cheng-Lei had gained close to 150 times multiplier on just his body, Diane had an 80 times multiplier on both his body and his chi. When this effect was synergized with his unique meridian pathways and their ability to perfectly fuse his vital and conventional chi, the result wasn't simply additive. In addition to this, Diane's control over his constitution had reached a new level when his halo was activated. This halo ability was the result of him flooding his brain with soul chi. Not only could he compute matters far quicker, but his control over his body was unprecedented. In every exchange with Cheng-Lei, Lionel and the Black Jade Dragons, Diane's weight was rapidly changing, plummeting to near zero before skyrocketing to billions of gene in an instant. On top of this, he swapped his chi continuously, matching his low weight with light-type chi and his high weight with bold-type chi. Every time he did so, his attacks would combine incomprehensible speed and bone-shattering weight. It felt as though every strike was being dealt by a massive body of land rather than a man. "Why are you still standing over there?" Diane roared, shattering the spine of a black jade dragon once more. He had done it so many times he had already lost count. "Don't you want to kill me? Come then." Eve didn't say anything as she shot forward, entering the fray. There was no question that her addition greatly increased the burden on her. If it was anyone else facing so many opponents at his current strength, they would collapse. Eve alone was already an enemy Diane felt deserved his full attention, let alone adding atop of that 38 more Tao experts. However, Diane was uniquely built for this. First, Diane's soul was too strong and his thinking speed was too fast. For every second, he tore through thousands of possibilities before choosing the one that placed him in the best position. Secondly, there was little Ian. No one here, not even the evolved Eve, was qualified to lock space before a celestial hamster. Though Eve had become Little Yin's mortal enemy, having not specialized in spatial chi, but rather an odd comprehension Diane still couldn't seem to see through, she was nowhere near capable of stifling Little Yin. Thirdly, Diane simply had too many treasures. Even though these 39 individuals benefited from Chaos Universe, not only did they pay a heavy price for it, their luck was still far beneath that of Diane. The moment the Aurum clan's golden dragon scale appeared, the pressure on Diane's shoulder dropped by more than half. Its grand defensive abilities, scaling to the power of Diane's body, wreaked devastating havoc. At the same time, The celestial deer sect's heirloom made its prowess known as though trumpeting the return of their long-dead sect. The image of Dian fighting back against 39 Dao experts was something that would never be forgotten. If Dian won this battle, there wouldn't be a doubt in the hearts of anyone here. Dian exchanged a flurry of knees and punches with Eve. An instant later, his soul chi rippled, creating a 5% in that perished while blocking a thrice-layered dragon breath. Dian's fists crackled with lightning, but every time it collided with Eve's knuckles, it seemed to vanish into thin air as an indescribable chi tore into his body. Dian spun around abruptly, feinting a roundhouse kick to create some distance from Eve, only to block an incoming attack from his back. His palm shot forward, erupting into a cloud of shattered bone and flesh as it slammed into Lionel's chest. Eve's eyes quivered, struggling mightily to retain their calm as she shot forward once more. She couldn't seem to understand what was happening. With her pupils, no one should have been able to pull feinting maneuvers on her. She would be able to see through them in an instant. However, she had already lost count of how many times Dian had done exactly that. Eternity pupils could directly see lines of fate, measuring out the probabilities of things occurring on a small scale. The larger scale its wielder wanted to see on, the heavier price one would have to pay. However, in simple straightforward matters such a battle, there was hardly any heavy price to pay at all. This was what was so baffling to Eve. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't predict Dian's movements. Or maybe she could, but he read and reacted to her responses so fast that it made her initial judgment useless. Despite her pupils, Eve could never match Dian in thinking speed, nor could her soul ever be a match for his. While she could see the future, he could read the present and react to it faster than she could. Let's see. Dian's sudden words startled Eve. Before she could react, a stifling presence descended from the skies, suffocating those below. A manifestation that likes of which could only present itself to Dian appeared. A might 10-winged man donning robes of black flames stood in the skies. A wheel of mystical images spun, only to allow a crown to rest at the top. The Dragon King appeared on Dian's wrist, followed quickly by a beautiful royal blue diamond half-step Dao. It was then that the second ability of the celestial deer sect's heirloom manifested itself. The battle Chongpao began to morph. As the Dragon King's band spread across Dian's body, coating him in magnificent black armor, the Chongpao perfectly fused with it, creating a battle armor of black and white, accented with pristine emblems of gold and silver. Maybe if that was all, things would still be all right. But the half-step Dao wouldn't allow itself to be forgotten. A gorgeous royal blue armor appeared to stake atop of it all, perfectly fusing its illusory form into the already majestic armor. Eve quivered, not because of Dian's sudden wardrobe change, but because his pupils suddenly looked like an exact reflection of hers. Dian also had the eternity pupils. 3 sets of 108 words flew from Dian's weapon's pagoda, circulating the air with a suppressive aura that seemed untouchable. Roars of rage shook the skies, but it hardly mattered as thousands of cuts began to appear on the mighty infernal dragons. As for Eve, her advantage against Dian took another plummeting dive. Every exchange felt like she was walking up an ever-growing mountain, as though no matter how powerful she became, Dian would outdo her personal growth 10 times over. "I'll beat it into you." Endless fists and swords descended from the skies as Dian executed a mind-numbing number of different techniques. Was it even possible for a single person to understand so many alone? "My shadow is one you'll never escape. Devour!" Dian's soul clamped onto them all with the exception of Eve. He understood immediately that his gamble had paid off. Without control of their minds, those influenced by infernal chi lost much of their finesse and experienced an exceptional drop-off in their thinking ability. The only way to stop Dian's devour, especially after it touched the one with self-realm, was to defend against it with your will. The further away from Dian you were, the less will you needed to use. For Dao experts, this should have been easy, especially considering that many of them controlled true domains, while they would at least have a pseudo-domain if not. This made the immediate space around Dao experts their own miniature world, making Dian's devour lose much of its power. However, these 38 corrupted individuals hardly had will of their own. Xianxia had long since lost all control of his skeleton army, while Lionel didn't even try to use his greatest advantage of Eve's primordial Een. At the same time, Eve could no longer fool Diane. Not only had he seen through her comprehensions, he saw that the backlash from losing her virginity while practicing a technique that required chastity still had not been healed in all these years. If it wasn't for this fact, her power would be far more devastating. Let him go. Eve's calm demeanor finally cracked. The sight of Diane butchering her husband with endless swords and sucking the life out of him was too much. She had left behind her own little sister just so that she could stay by Lionel's side. Her love for him couldn't be described in just a few words. Her strength increased explosively. Much like the demon Qilin's patented demon heart could use rage to increase battle prowess, infernal qi responded similarly. Unfortunately, it just wasn't enough. Diane's palm descended from the skies, meeting Eve's fist. However, this time, that unbridled qi was stifled by Diane and immediately reflected under the overbearing nature of his silver mirror constitution. Impossible! But the white flames that coated Diane's palm told a different story. Surrender. Diane's palm descended once more, pushing Eve back again. Lightning and black flames cracked along Diane's magnificent wings. It was as though a god was bearing down upon her, forcing her to bend her knee. Eve grit her teeth, exploding outward with more force. But the consequences were clearly seen. Her meridians couldn't handle the pressure and many veins began to burst along her body. Just moments ago, she had felt atop of the world. The man that had caused her so much pain and misery was sent flying under her own power. Yet, in just a few hours, everything had turned. It felt like instead of having enjoyed an exchange where she came out on top, she was simply an item for his observation, a curious phenomenon he wanted to inquire about before putting it out of its misery. The reality of such a matter made Eve feel as though something had broken inside her once more. The truth was that Eve was wrong. Diane had indeed been on the losing end, but it wasn't because he purposely allowed her to gain a sense of victory. Rather, he was still acclimating himself to his new strength. The Diane of just a few days ago would have been no match for Xianxia, let alone Eve. After all, he calculated his strength as being at the 6th Dao realm as measured by the power of 9th-order geniuses. Since that was the case, wasn't Xianxia a 7th-stage Dao formation realm expert? The reason for his explosive increase in strength was precisely due to his newly awakened Daos. As one of the most important aspects of cultivation, how could they not produce a great boost? Not only did they provide a suppressive effect upon fire and lightning Dao wielders, but they directly amplified his explosive power when applied to his strikes. In fact, none of this even mentioned Diane's advantage in treasures. After being stuck in Celestial Quadrant for so long, Xianxia, Lionel, and Eve didn't even have a transcendent-grade weapon, let alone Diane who could manifest as many supreme-grade weapons as he so desired. Blood flew from Eve's lips as though propelled by a jet. Her lithe figure crashed into the grounds below, leaving only Diane in the skies. Eve knew she had no choice but to burn her blood essence. No matter what, she couldn't allow herself to lose. But Diane felt this battle had gone on for long enough. That's enough. A booming voice erupted from Diane's lips as a beautiful rainbow half-step Dao array appeared before his mouth. Eve felt as though the sound had crawled into her mind, stunning her speechless and motionless. The perfect fusion of presence and music qi was too potent. Diane's hands clasped before him, erupted into a sea of white flames and golden holy type qi. Everything went black for Eve. It felt as though some foreign energy had suddenly entered her body and ripped out a core part of her. The last word she heard was, "Cleanse." It seemed Diane had underestimated the power of his technique once more. Before, he had only used cleanse with holy type qi, but ended up destroying a barrier and laws placed by Luna herself. But now he had suddenly used it in conjunction with his white flames amplification characteristic. Let alone the infernal dragons below. Even Xianxia's skeleton army was wiped from existence under a gentle light. All that remained was a deity dressed in blinding body army, gently flapping his golden wings as he stood alone in the skies. This sort of battle was the kind written into legends, but it hardly needed to be said that Dian didn't care much for it. It wasn't that he didn't know how great of an accomplishment it was, but rather that he simply wasn't satisfied. Dian relied on his mind to win this battle. Though when facing Lionel, Xianxia, and especially Eve, it was left to his battle sense and prowess. This war as a whole couldn't have been won without his schemes. Even with his current strength, he didn't know if he was capable of facing the faith of the Ragnar and Pakel clans. To make matters even more uncertain, he had no idea how powerful the slumbering ancestors of the two clans were. Though Dian had the baby skull from the Pride clan which followed the path of nihility, his death-will comprehension wasn't yet deep enough to use it. Also, considering Junior still needed much more time to grow, it would likely be a very long time before he was able to rely upon it. This was all to say that while he was being praised for his valiance by those below, only he knew that there was nothing to be proud about. He simply eliminated an enemy in their weakest state. With his level of pride and arrogance, this would never be something he would celebrate. How many more opportunities would he have to defeat enemies cut off from their faith? How many more opportunities would he have to avoid battling their most powerful ancestors? Maybe this was the last time. Still, the resolution in Dian's eyes didn't fade. Wasn't his mind one of his weapons as well? Who said the martial world had to be purely ruled by strength? Who said it couldn't be ruled by intelligence? If his own power wasn't yet enough to stand on the biggest stage, he'd make sure his mind was. Plus, Dian didn't feel that he would remain weak forever. He had grown so powerful even without using the dragon and phoenix seals left behind for him by Jade. Originally, they had the ability to help him reach the peak Dao realm as long as he broke all 33. The only reason he hadn't used them yet was because the seals were difficult to break. The dragon and phoenix seals held the immeasurable energy of Jade's higher existence self, and breaking them required battle prowess. The higher Dian's battle prowess, the more seals he could shatter, and the more energy he could absorb. There were 11 body seals, 11 soul seals, and 11 energy seals. Dian had been capable of breaking all of the soul seals long ago, but his body was too weak to handle such a powerful soul. Now, however, he was more than qualified. Then he would break the body seals. He felt that if he diligently absorbed the energy within the body seals, he might be able to reach the Diamond Silk stage, a stage 2 levels above his current Gold stage and only a single step away from the higher Fate Silk stage. Finally, there was the 11 energy seals. Before, they were qualified to bring Dian up to the peak Dao stage, but he doubted they had the ability to do so now. His energy talent had gone up too much and his meridians were far wider. However, they should still be enough to bring him to the 6th or 7th Dao stage. Dian felt that he couldn't thank Jade enough for this trump card. She left him. He didn't know how many years it would take to fully and comfortably absorb so much energy. But he did know it would be easier with Luna by his side. Once he completely absorbed all 33, he might reach a realm where he no longer had to fear higher existences even if he couldn't defeat them. If those below watching Dian in reverence knew that he only had thoughts of growing stronger, they might all have weird expressions on their faces. But this was the reality of Dian's life. He couldn't relax. To most, their goal might be to stand atop the mortal plane and maybe one day transcend. In fact, many didn't even have thoughts of becoming Dao experts and were greatly satisfied with the title of Celestial. However, Dian's enemy was among the strongest transcendents to ever exist. He simply didn't have such luxury. When Dian collected himself, he swept his unconscious enemies into his inner world. The battle had long since concluded. No one was foolish enough to continue risking their lives after it became clear the outcome would be decided by Dian and his opponents. Lord Odin and Emperor Pakel received the same treatment, being directly sent into Dian's inner world. The Ragnars and Pakals were rounded up. Their strength was sealed under Dian's prowess and their weapons and resources were taken away. Unlike his actions with the 5 beast clans, Dian couldn't afford to assimilate these characters into his army just yet. While he hadn't feared the faith of the 5 beast clan alliance, he was apprehensive about the faith of 2 emperor god clans. Until he conquered their universes, he wouldn't attempt to use them under his banner. Finally, after allowing his warriors to rest, Dian began to march toward the core of Ragnar territory. Once he subdued what remained of the Sapientia, Celestial Quadrant would be under the ownership of the Sacharo clan. Back within Star Quadrant, the Parliament gathering the Mortal Plane Federation were still going strong. It had already been several weeks of daily meetings, but there always seemed to be numerous more small details to sort. Several laws had to be put in place, loopholes had to be sealed, and viewpoints had to be configured such that everyone was on the same page. One had to remember that this federation would eventually become the board that pieced the territories of the Tower Quadrants. It was impossible for them to not be diligent. First, the point system had to be created and vetted. As the point of the federation was essentially to train up youthful geniuses, the missions had to be chosen as such. However, at the same time, there was little point in completing empty missions. There had to be a balance of safety and difficulty that cultivated better geniuses for the sake of their future. In addition, the completed missions also had to benefit the Federation as a whole. There was no surprise with the fact that the Star Clan's constructed point system had many holes shot through it. Yet, despite being the target of scrutiny, King Star simply smiled and nodded, making his own opinions clear but also accepting that of others. In the end, the Parliament decided on what they called the Golden Formula. This formula calculated the value of a universe based on its age, resources, potential for growth, and energy density. The result gained from this golden formula was then multiplied by unit distance. This distance represented the gap between a clan or sect's outer boundary and this universe in question. Of course, the shortest distance possible was taken. A universe that was directly adjacent and within the same quadrant received a value of 1. A universe that was directly adjacent but within a separate quadrant received a value of 10. Like this, every quadrant boundary represented a 10 times multiplier, while every common universe boundary was a jump of a single fold. Simply put, if the shortest distance between two universes was a path crossing 3 universes, then the value of the golden formula would be multiplied by 4. Like this, clans were forced to conquer universes closest to them before approaching other universes. This gave those of the Federation ample time to focus on protecting their own territories before thinking of expanding. Once one gets into the complexities of such things, it became very obvious why the meetings would continue for so long. In fact, the second task was even more complex. After setting the point calculation as a foundation, the laws of the Federation had to be set. What were the violations? What would happen if a clan or sect refused to give up territory bought with points by another clan or sect? In the case they needed to go to war with this clan or sect, who would send warriors? How many needed to send warriors? How would they decide who and how many? There were other considerations as well. For example, a federation was by definition a group of territories that allied themselves, but also governed under their own rules. So, how much freedom should each territory receive? Would they have overarching rules everyone needed to follow? Or would there be absolute freedom? Then came the most important aspect of the meeting. When the ancient battlefield descended, how would they work together? When others were on the verge of collapse, would they help? How would they punish those who took advantage of the Federation when it was convenient, but ignored their brotherhood after the fact? For such matters, concepts such as embassies and ambassadors were floated around. One of the main decisions made within the Parliament was to allow free exchange of information and free travel between their territories, a matter that was made extremely convenient thanks to the epistemic tower. Of course, it was very obvious to Amphory and Luna, even without Lila having to tell them, that everyone was just curious about the Sacharo clan. Just what kind of place was their territory? They remembered a few days ago that King Star had tried to introduce an amendment that would state that universes such as the 99th and 100th which were uninhabited shouldn't be privy to the distance multiplier. But that was when Amphory surprisingly rebutted and said the 99th universe was actually territory of the Sacharo clan. Of course, her explanation made sense. The strongest members here knew that the former 20th ranked universe was once Celestial Deer Sect territory. In fact, King Star was clearly aware of this as well. It was obvious he was simply testing the Sacharo clan to find out more about them. These matters only made those in attendance even more curious about the Sacharo clan. Now I believe we've combed through the most important aspects of our federation. So I think it's time I tell you all about something incredibly important. King Star suddenly said during the third week. I will be transparent with you all. Much like we are doing our best to prepare for the descent of the ancient battlefield, so too are the outer powers trying their best. I promise you all that your territories here will remain untouched by those of the outside world, but I believe it would be foolish to ignore them completely. Remember, it is also in their best interest that we grow stronger. After all, the battle against those clans is a war against our entire mortal plane. The eyes of the heads narrowed. The Sprite Alliance is willing to take in some top geniuses who perform well and provide them extra opportunities. What do you all think about this? The Parliament fell into a silence. Those below felt they were unqualified to answer this question, while those who sat by King Star's side were conflicted. Maybe the only ones who were seemingly uncaring were the Dragons and the Sicharo clan. On one hand, they felt as though they had been played with someone else's puppet strings. It was clear to everyone that the reason King Star took so long to bring up such an important point was precisely because he was aware of the tension it would bring. No one would forget that 2 of their strongest 3 quadrants were ruled by sprites. Now, King Star was mentioning that the mighty Sprite Alliance Diane's red-haired wife mentioned was involved in this as well? Maybe if Amphrey hadn't exposed the outer powers and their strength, this would have been easier to accept. But the fact she had only made the tension worse. Even if King Star swore that the Sprite Alliance wasn't after their territory, and even if it made sense that they would prefer everyone to be stronger, even if it was just for the sake of using them all as cannon fodder, was anyone here really childish enough to believe that the Sprite Alliance wouldn't find a way to take its pound of flesh? Maybe this federation itself was its way of doing exactly that. King Star sighed. I knew that this matter would raise questions, which was why I waited so long to bring it up. I won't belittle your intelligence. I'm aware of what this looks like. It was a difficult decision for my Star clan as well. As you all know, we were greatly humiliated and ostracized from this very same Sprite Alliance. Amphrey's eyes narrowed. It seemed King Star had a purpose for exposing his weakness all those weeks ago. Now, his story came off as more genuine. The decision is up to you all. If you disagree, you don't have to send your geniuses to that place. Instead, only my Star clan will participate. I just thought that as members of a united federation, I should share this opportunity with you all. What exactly is this Sprite Alliance providing that you and Sicharo clan cannot? The retired King Atlas inquired. This was indeed an important question. The Sprite clan had revealed that it had a Heaven's Child under its wing, while the Sicharo clan claimed to have a Star Lord. It was hard to imagine that the Sprite Alliance could have anything better. If they couldn't, then what was the point of even considering such a risk? King Star smiled as though this was the exact question he wanted to hear. Though we can provide resources, the Sprite Alliance provides unique opportunities. It's hard to fathom, but the Sprite Alliance controls almost 100 quadrants alone. In addition, these quadrants are far more ancient than those among our tower quadrants. They have far more abyssal cores, many enigmatic places far more stimulating than the danger zones of the epistemic tower. But, most importantly, it has geniuses far above the threshold of genius we've set here. So-called true gods are commonplace within the Sprite Alliance. This sort of experience is important for the growth of our youths. They need to experience a bigger world, where they might not always have the biggest fist. A cold breath swept through the Parliament. True gods? Commonplace? One needed to understand that the criteria for true god wasn't so lofty, at least not by Diane's considerations. Being a true god simply meant that you were qualified to enter the celestial realm as a ninth-order genius. In addition, you had a good chance of becoming a higher existence. Nothing more, nothing less. However, Diane had known long ago that the true test wasn't entering the celestial realm at the ninth order, but rather entering the Tao realm at the ninth order. Within the outer powers, only if you accomplished this would you gain a title as lofty as true god. These men and women were known as undefeated spirits and battle spirits. Diane had met the concept of an undefeated spirit long ago during his first encounter with the 5 beast clans. However, he had been unable to form one of his own for odd reasons. He simply had too much confidence in himself to have to overcome much of anything. However, the truth was that even if those geniuses of the Five Beast Clan Alliance believed themselves to have formed an undefeated spirit, it could only be said that they were foolish. The truth was that they had only taken a first step, but were very far from becoming true battle spirits. One with a battle spirit had gained control of their own faith and was capable of forming and wielding it outside the influence of their own clans and sects. These were men and women who, despite being born with silver spoons in their mouths, spit it out and forged their own. These were the true geniuses of the mortal plane. In that moment, an oppressive pressure swept over the parliament. Several eyes snapped toward a red-haired beauty so lofty that their hearts trembled at the simple sight of her expressionless gaze. An eastern red dragon soared into existence from her back, snaking through the skies to loom over the Star Clan with reptilian ruby-like eyes. Its roar shook Planet Star before it suddenly began to morph slowly. But surely, the mighty dragon became an enchanting beauty. Though her eyes were red, it was obvious to everyone that this was an incarnation of Amphory herself. King Star's fists clenched beneath his loose robes. This wasn't a manifestation. Manifestations were born from the inclination of one's soul. But this was born from the inclination of one's Tao heart. Battle spirit. Amphory's gaze swept through the parliament. The Sicharo clan accepts. Amphory had given King Star ample warning. The Sicharo clan's position was clear. In the martial world, when it came to matters of faith, the importance of a clan's image couldn't be understated. Though Dian had raised the prestige of the Sicharo clan many times in the past, in the eyes of the heavens, the Sicharo clan didn't exist. It wasn't until Dian conquered his first universe in the truest sense that the Sicharo clan was finally acknowledged. The faith of a clan wasn't just decided by how strong the universes it had under its wing were. Though it could be considered a shortcut, it wasn't self-sustaining. If a weak clan, by fluke, took control of a powerful clan's land, within just a couple generations, this strong universe would fall from its previous grace. This is exactly what happened to Soul Universe. Though it had once been mighty, it had fallen greatly. To now, its suppression was still quite large in comparison to some other universes, but it was tiny in comparison to what it once was. Amphory's role wasn't simply to find out what the Star Clan was planning. This was the first time where the martial world's view of the Sicharo clan truly mattered. The trajectory set now would put that Sicharo clan on a rise toward prosperity. With that acceptance of the Sicharo clan, the remainder of the heads made their opinions known. Some refused, some accepted, but many more took a wait-and-see approach. If they could benefit from the Sprite Alliance, why not? But if it was dangerous, they would pull out. Finally, the first round of Parliament meetings came to a close with King Star divulging some more information surrounding the ancient battlefield. But these were things the Sicharo clan had long been aware of. After all, their clan head could access the battlefield whenever he so chose. King Star emphasized the importance of bodily strength. He mentioned that wills were more difficult wielded in the ancient battlefield, and he finally spoke of various suppressions one might face similar to what one might experience entering a territory that wasn't their own. Finally, he informed them all that their various geniuses could make their way here to enter their training program in just a few months. Like this, the meeting ended. The Star Clan will not force you to travel for so long twice. King Star said amiably. You may all feel free to stay and sightsee, or you can return to your clans via our epistemic tower teleportation arrays. The choice is yours. Aside from our holy lands, everywhere within our Star Clan's territory is open to you all. Amphory wanted to leave directly, worried about how the war might be faring without her and Luna there, but she knew it would be rude to do so. She had been very arrogant these past few weeks in order to fight for a strong position among the clans here, especially since regardless of Dian's status, their quadrants were technically ranked 58th and 99th respectively. Because of this, her actions were necessary so she wasn't forced to reveal more about the Sicharo clan's power than necessary. However, a constantly hard approach was ill-advised. The clan that had likely accumulated the most faith in their tower quadrants were the Sapientia, but they were well known as neutral pacifists. So, Amphory, despite her not liking it very much, stayed and exchanged a few pleasantries, mostly relying on little Lila to fill in her lack of social skills. True God Dyasho looked upon Amphory with fiery eyes. hardly able to control himself. Anyone with half a thought could see the vulgar expression hidden within his eyes. Could only be said that he was very lucky Diane wasn't present. Mistress Sacharo, who represents the younger generation of the Sacharo clan? To be honest, we are very curious about your clan's depth of power. The one who spoke was a female elder of the elemental Chilan clan, Grand Elder Nativus. Maybe only Chilans and dragons would ask such a sensitive question outright without hiding traps within their words. Currently, many powerful figures in the surroundings, amiably chatting. My husband isn't the only genius of our Sacharo clan, though he does happen to be the best, Amphrey replied lightly. Luna had seemingly vanished, but Lila was by her side, linking her arms with her elder sister with an adorable smile on her face. Though she was the least qualified to stand here, it was undeniable that her presence made others feel comfortable. Is that so? I've always speculated that the Sacharo clan was quite small. How many will you be bringing? Not many, Amphrey replied frankly. Honestly speaking, the Star clan has little to offer us. We will make an appearance in solidarity of their efforts, but not much more. That said, when the Sprite Alliance becomes involved, it won't be difficult for us to provide a few hundred. The pupils of the elders constricted into pinholes. It was already decided that the lowest threshold for acceptance by the Sprite Alliance was to enter the Tao realm at the First Order. Did the Sacharo clan really have such depth? This wasn't the most poignant point. The age threshold for the ancient battlefield was 1,000 years old. If it was just a few hundred First Order Tao experts, it would be surprising but not obscenely so. There were a few clans here who could match such an ask. But, if the criteria was being 890 years old or younger, the clan heads looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Amphrey's words weren't a lie. Diane and she were certain that it would only be a few more decades before the demon generals began to break into the Tao realm one after another. Each of them were geniuses worthy of entering the Tao realm at the Ninth Order. The only reason why the vast majority of them had failed to become even Ninth Order Celestials was because of how difficult cultivating Inner World Sanctuary was. That said, the Vice Commanders were all currently of the 10th Order at a minimum. About half of them had already attacked and succeeded in entering the 11th Order. As for the rest of the Demon Generals, Diane had plans on helping them out as well. If he had Luna's help and gave his Demon Generals the talent of his people, would they still struggle in cultivating Inner World Sanctuary? By then, other clans could only weep at the talent under the Sacharo clan's wings. In truth, this wasn't the only surprise Diane had in store for the Demon Generals, but this would have to wait for the official establishing of the Mortal Empire. What will Madame Amphrey do in the meantime? Is the Sacharo clan undertaking any big endeavors? The question seemed benign, but Amphrey, who had tried to put on her least aggressive expression, couldn't help but frown deeply. There was a very different connotation behind calling her Madame Amphrey instead of Mistress or Madame Sacharo. It was clear that whoever it was wanted to separate Amphrey from the Sacharo clan in a subtle fashion. Considering this truth, maybe it wasn't so surprising that it was True God Yusho who had spoken. True God Star, seeing his friend acting so blatantly in such a situation, couldn't help but rub his face in exasperation. Empress Aspirant Cat Eva had suddenly disappeared again, and now Dyusho Ren was stirring up trouble. These days had truly been too stressful. What will I be doing? Amphrey replied somewhat coldly. Well, with True God Sacharo being away. Dyusho Ren cleared his throat, as though finally realizing there was something wrong with his words. What I mean to say is that your clan likely has plans outside of this, right? I was only wondering if my Dyusho clan might lend a hand. Amphrey truly didn't feel like answering. If it was up to her, she'd rip Ren's eyes from their sockets and chop off that vulgar tent pitched in his pants. Luckily, it seemed she wouldn't have to, as a light giggling cut through the silent atmosphere. Ren frowned, turning his gaze to Lila the culprit. There's little else women like less than to have their age questioned, you know? Even if you weren't already foolish enough trying to gain my big brother's wife's favor, you would definitely be foolish for assuming her age. Ren's eyes widened, hardly knowing how to respond to this. Slow-witted too. Lila shook her pretty little head. My big sister-in-law isn't even 200 years old yet, What do you mean, what will she be doing? She'll be going to Sprite Alliance territory just like you will. If Diane was here, he'd likely be laughing up a storm. His little Lila truly hadn't let him down, defending her big brother's honor even with him being so far away. Little sisters really did have the sharpest tongues. He couldn't have said it better himself. Jiashou Ren really was too foolish. His question obviously implied Amphory was over the 890-year age limit and would thus be older than 1,000 years old by the time the battlefield descended and the first phase opened. But he didn't even realize that the woman he was trying to strike up a conversation with was less than a quarter the age he assumed her to be. Even if Amphory wasn't the kind of woman to care about such things, Jiashou Ren really was too stupid. Jiashou Ren rubbed the back of his head. In truth, he was more than a little bit enraged by this weak little girl. But if he showed it, he would only embarrass himself further. He couldn't fathom what Diane had done to deserve such a woman. He was certain that the marriage between Amphory and Diane was forced through without her consent. How else could a celestial marry such a genius Tao expert? Remembering how doting that higher existence Sichara woman was toward Diane, he was even more certain. That was the kind of clan elder who would do anything to get their heir the best spouses. The more he thought about it, the more infuriated he became. He saw Amphory as a pitiful trapped bird who couldn't escape her marriage even if she wanted to. In his delusion, he clenched his fists, swearing in his heart that he would grow strong enough to free her. Then they could live a happy, fulfilling life together. Reading his thoughts, Lila fell into another fit of giggles. She could hardly control herself, but this only made Jiashou Ren angrier. You're lucky my big brother isn't here. He wouldn't take too kindly to your actions, Lila said through laughs. Jiashou Ren snorted, finally putting away his embarrassed look. True God Sicharo will never be my match. A valiant, sharp aura soared from within him. Many elders couldn't help but nod. The leader of the Heavenly Sword Guild truly wasn't just empty boasts. MHM. Lila waved her hands, pulling Amphory away. Try not to lose your head. It would be a shame if my big brother decided there should be one less genius among us all. He's not very good at restraining himself, especially when it comes to his wives. You should ask the Sicharo clan about that. Though she said these words, many took it as a little sister believing a bit too much in her elder brother. True God Sicharo was a great talent, but they all believed the ancient battlefield was descending too soon for him. This stage would be fought on by those who had already entered the Tao realm. Those still within the celestial realm would be nothing but cannon fodder. It was only after Amphory and Lila had disappeared that the elders finally grasped the gravity of Lila's words. From their senses, they knew that Amphory was on the verge of breaching the 6th Tao stage. How could that be done in less than 200 years? Give it back to me now. Empress aspirant Cat-Eva reached her hand out, glaring toward Emithius. Through the whole of the parliament gathering, Emithius had remained extremely low-key. He knew that his place wouldn't be high among those here, and he most definitely wasn't qualified to speak, so he kept quiet. That said, the longer the meeting went on, the more difficult he found controlling his excitement. This federation, it would accelerate his plans 1,000-fold even. To think that he was gained such an opportunity, the gods were truly smiling down at him. His Olympus clan would rise again. He was in such a good mood that he couldn't be bothered to tease Cat-Eva any longer. He directly tossed over an array plate that Cat-Eva shattered without hesitation. Finally able to sigh a breath of relief, Cat-Eva's eyes narrowed. Who are you really? What do you mean by all of this? Emithius shrugged. I'm just a man fighting for the right to love the woman he loves. Is that such a bad thing? Cat-Eva silently scanned Emithius' visage. He couldn't tell whether what he said was true or not. Was he really doing all of this for a woman? She didn't know if she believed that. Something about Emithius seemed off. He couldn't have appeared more normal. He wasn't extraordinarily handsome, nor extraordinarily tall, nor was his aura extraordinarily valiant, but there was something about the words he spoke that opened a door to his soul. Maybe his personality was the only thing he couldn't completely conceal. I shouldn't hold a married woman up for so long. Emithius said with a sly grin. I'm sure your husband is looking for you. Goodbye. Without another word, Emithius disappeared into the epistemic tower. His back view made Cat Eva feel uncomfortable in her heart, as though the tides of fate were changing. Every generation would have figures rise to the top who had no business being there. Their backgrounds were pitiful, their talent was lacking, and the odds were forever against them. Yet these individuals beat those odds, often for reasons as trivial as chasing a woman. Those wild cards owned pockets of history. Some were flashes in a bottle, but others created a legacy far beyond that. Cat Eva couldn't help but wonder if Emithius was for the former or the latter. Within Celestial Quadrant, Dian had no idea about Emithius' happiness, nor did he know about true God Diasho's foolishness. Usually, it might be apropos to say he didn't care about such things, but the truth was he really would care about the latter issue. Even if he didn't storm into the Star Clan to teach Jashorin a lesson, he would definitely keep it to the back of his mind to pay him the favor back later. That said, the Dian of now couldn't afford to be thinking about such things. Though the battle for Celestial Quadrant seemed already won, there was one more worry weighing on his mind: the Sapientia. He would be a fool if he didn't know there was something odd about their presence in this quadrant, and even more foolish if he didn't take their threat seriously. With the Pakel and Ragnar elites taken care of, it was only a matter of time before their territories were swept clean by Dian. However, the matter of the Sapientia were completely different. To now, he still didn't know how strong the connection between the Sapientia of this quadrant and the main Sapientia outer power was. As such, he had to be cautious. As he moved toward the core of Ragnar territory, he swiftly took hold of all Sapientia strongholds, controlling them tightly and ensuring there were no loopholes left behind. He needed to make certain that Connery couldn't find out about his movements ahead of time. Not only did this impact his path toward success, but it also involved the life and death of Madeline's former master. Though Dian didn't care much Evelyn Sapientia, since he had promised his wife to give her a family, he would do so. In the end, Ragnar territory was far more robust than Five Clan Beast Alliance territory. It took Dian a full month before he managed to make his way to their core universe. During that time, he had been forced to fight many faith wielders, an experience that painted a grim image for the future. Despite being so much weaker than him, and even without being the elites of the Ragnar clan, these individuals still managed to survive a few exchanges before Dian subdued them. This reality was only made worse after one realized that since these warriors weren't elites, they only had access to a small portion of the Ragnar clan's faith. Still, there was hope. Dian hadn't used his own faith and none were able to make him use his full power. Finally, Odin City stood proudly before them all, a fierce formation of crackling lightning covering it completely. Those who had remained to defend Odin City looked out with solemn expressions, unable to understand just where this massive army that surrounded their planet had come from. There was only one person who recognized the valiant leader at their vanguard all too well: Dian Sacharo. Connery's eyes narrowed. The Federation heads weren't the only ones who believed it was too soon for Dian. Unfortunately for them, he had arrived right on time. Connery almost couldn't believe his eyes. How long had it been since he last saw this young man? 40? 50 years, maybe? Was that enough time for such a drastic change? When he sensed Dian's cultivation, he trembled even fiercer. Pseudo-Dao realm from the Meridian Formation realm in less than half a century? He most definitely entered the epistemic tower. Could he have also completed his trials in that time? Impossible! Connery, with his intel, was well aware of the existence of Lionel and Eve, but their cultivation was explained by Chaos Universe. One could smell the scent of infernal chi wafting from them. But Dian had no such chi, which meant that his power couldn't be explained by Chaos Universe. This wasn't even the most poignant point. How could he build such an army in such a short time? Even if he was willing to accept everything to this point, how had he made it Odin City? No matter how he racked his brain, Connery could have never imagined that the meeting of the Ragnar and Pakel clans had been orchestrated by Dian himself. Nor could he imagine that Dian had set the seeds for this event almost half a century ago. Looking up at Connery, even with the Celestial Quadrant so close to falling into his hands, Dian couldn't help but feel complex. He obviously had no feelings of goodwill toward Connery. Since the moment they first met, they could only stand on opposite sides of the aisle. Diane still remembered when he first heard of the Sapientia. He was a boy no older than 13 years old. He still remembered the joking nature of Libro, the Focus Academy librarian. Still, even back then, Diane had found it ridiculous. The concept that a single clan controlled all of the martial world's information. How had people not found this to be a problem? How had people not stopped them? Libro, Madeline's foster uncle, was likely in this city as well, considering Diane sent them all away. Diane wondered if he too remembered their first meeting as well as he did. Washing the thought from his mind, Diane's gaze didn't move from Connery. I'd really like to see, if you dare to still remain neutral. Those of Odin City. Not only has your Lord Odin been captured by me, this planet is all that remains of your Ragnar territory. So, I will give you all a choice. You can either willingly lay your weapons down and allow us to enter the city, or you can raise them high and face the consequences. The pitiful figure of the once lofty Lord Odin appeared kneeling before the city. It wasn't just him, but the 11 elder Fae, this time their true selves, and numerous elder champions were forced to kneel as well. The impact of seeing their mightiest warriors captured like pigs couldn't be understated. Whatever morale Odin City had, maybe hoping they could hold out until the meeting of the Pakals and Ragnars ended, crumbled. Before Diane played this card, they had many options before them. They could rely on their ancestral formation to protect them for at least a few weeks. Then, when they no longer had a choice, they could awaken their ancestors. Odin City obviously wasn't left completely defenseless, so there were still champions and Fae within the city with the right to call upon their slumbering ancestors. With the help of their faith, these measures would be more than enough to stall for maybe even a few months. By then, the negotiations with the Pakals should be over, and then these bastards would get what was coming to them. But how could any of them have guessed that their deepest hope would be shattered before they could even set their resolve? Of course, you could think of escaping, but I think many of you would soon realize that none of your teleportation formations will work as you hope. Plus, there's really no point to teleporting to another place that also happens to be under my control, right? Connery felt as though he was being pushed to the cliff's edge. If he knew that there were people in this very Odin City that Diane would prefer to keep alive, his next actions would be obvious. But to Connery, Diane hated all Sapientia. How could he know that Diane had thoughts of protecting Madeline's master and her foster family? All that Connery knew was that Diane wasn't a friend of the Sapientia. His neutrality might work against other army commanders, but would it work against Diane? He couldn't fight in hopes of keeping the Sapientia clan status, but he also couldn't allow Diane to win, or else his ending wouldn't be good either. Would all the diligent planning of the Sapientia really fall like this? No. Even if it's early and won't be as easy as originally intended, I can still push it forward. His ring flashed as he quickly sent a message. Attack now. Drown Celestial Quadrant in blood. He thought he had accomplished his goal. Even if the Celestial Quadrant burnt down now, it had nothing to do with him, but his expression changed soon after. He had used this very ring many times before, but something was different this time. Suddenly, Connery remembered Diane's words. You would soon realize that none of your teleportation formation will work as you hope. What if it wasn't just teleportation arrays? In the very next moment, Connery's expression paled as a very familiar voice was projected outward. The whole of Odin City seemed to turn its gaze toward Connery. Drown Celestial Quadrant in blood. Diane touched his head in a slightly embarrassed fashion. Even in his wildest dreams, he had expected for his plan to work out so perfectly. This Connery Sapientia was too anxious. Of course, Diane had the ability to lay suppression arrays. As a planet lord, there wasn't an array the Ragnars could create that he couldn't stymie. As for the Sapientia, thanks to Evelyn, he was already well aware of their limits here. Though he wasn't certain of their strength in the outer powers, Diane knew a few important things. First, the Sapientia were the main backer of the ban on array alchemy. It was impossible for anyone else to be the culprit. Unfortunately for them, this became their double-edged sword. Even if one of their formation Star Lords personally created every one of their arrays, he or she wouldn't be a match for Dian even if he was still a planet lord. Secondly, Dian didn't need to prepare even for this worst-case scenario. The Sapientia had misgivings of their own, or else they wouldn't take such care to separate their main power for their branch powers in the tower quadrants. As a result, the Sapientia of Celestial Quadrant only had access to moon-grade formations at best. Though this was far better than what the other clans had because the Sapientia took care to hide this truth, it was no match for Dian. Just now, Connery's message had been easily blocked and intercepted by Dian. So, on a whim, Dian decided he was curious of what would happen if suddenly everyone was aware of the Sapientia clan's plots. It wasn't perfect, mostly because only someone who already partially understood the situation could see the schemes within Connery's words. But for the elites of Odin City, it was more than enough. A few things became obvious to them in an instant. Connery had some sort of master plan, and whatever that master plan was being threatened by this massive army that had seemingly come out of nowhere. Connery didn't even have time to cover up his embarrassed expression before countless pairs of eyes had landed on him. Even without visuals, too many in Odin City were aware of the Sapientia clan head's voice. He was often the head of many philanthropic ventures and had attended more than a few balls. The neutral clan head had never been heard saying anything controversial during his entire stay in Odin City. To suddenly hear his voice say something so vulgar and warmongering, it was more than just a small shocking affair. Connery sighed, looking up into the skies. How many years had he sacrificed? Several thousand by now, right? No, more than that. He had had too many identities over the years. Each time he would have to come back as a new man and forget his true self even more. He had long since forgotten who the true Connery, no Ashire Sapientia, was. He was simply playing a role. He thought that he would soon be able to return home, his years of service finally rewarded. But what a joke that was. If she's not there, what home is there to return to anyway? The world should just burn. Dian's eyes suddenly sharpened. Retreat. Now. Even if these troops were rather green and still couldn't execute exactly as Dian wanted them to, there was one thing Dian had drilled into them that they would never forget. The words of their commander, even if they couldn't execute it perfectly, had to be executed to their utmost ability. Therefore, the moment Dian's roar planet Ragnar, those that had surrounded the planet simultaneously shot backward. Dian immediately activated the 8th floor of the Sage Tower, activating its second function, deconstruction cannon. Having long since scouted Ragnar territory, how could he not be aware of their ancestral formation? This lightning formation had protected them for countless thousands of years, and they had planned to use it once more to protect against Dian. Unfortunately for them, Dian had already seen through the essence of the formation long before he began this war. The roads paved with energy stones were the very paths that constructed this array. Others might just think the Ragnar clan was overly extravagant, but Dian knew the truth. A mighty blast seemed to erupt from Dian's body. No one could imagine that its true source was a small tower shrunk to the size of a single atom. Ashire didn't have much of a reaction to Dian's quick response. Though it was impressive, and the blast being even more so, was it that much more impressive than what Dian had already accomplished? To now, Dian had already been elevated to its greatest height in his mind. Even if he found out Dian was somehow his own father, it wouldn't rise any further. He watched as the massive lightning formation collapsed. There was no overwhelming destruction. Rather, it was as though the formation was disintegrating before their eyes, as though it was never there to begin with. Immediately afterward, Dian tore through the skies, rushing toward Ashire as though everything depended on it. "I'm not very powerful," Connery said blandly. "If I was, I wouldn't have to use such roundabout methods. Methods that seem to have failed in the end. You made a mistake coming to face me here. In your home universe, due to the actions of his lordship, access to the heavens and faith is stifled, so I could only remain low-key. But here, do you know why the Sapientia trusted such an important mission to someone as weak as I am?" Finally, Dian sensed Ashire's true cultivation. He was a higher celestial. "It's because I'm a prince." Faith the likes of which Dian had never felt before crashed down from the skies. It felt as though the world was collapsing. Nothing about Xianxia had changed. He was still a middle-aged man, cleanly shaven with long black hair and deep golden eyes, hidden behind crystal-framed glasses shimmering with a slight green. However, somehow everything had changed. The skies opened up. Clouds of thin gold descended, radiating with dignity. Soon, one figure after another began to appear. Even with his divine sense, Dian couldn't count them all in a short time. They seemed to extend to infinity, a bloodline so deep and so prestigious that Dian's body refused to stop trembling. Dian had planned for so many things. He thought of a possibility where Connery had hidden his power. He thought of what might happen if he managed to contact the main Sapientia clan, and accounted for such. He diligently laid the groundwork before even daring to come here. Yet, he could have never expected such a result. Connery didn't hide his power at all. He had always displayed his true cultivation. There were no hidden channels here, because there didn't need to be. The reality that a mere higher celestial, an existence Dian had long been able to pinch to death with little to no effort, could casually stand before him without a hint of fear was more frustrating than Dian could put into words. Maybe it was only now he understood that it wasn't just information wasn't the only thing that made it impossible to build an Emperor-God clan in a single generation. This faith, this was what became the roadblock for so many young, ambitious talents. At this moment, the Mortal Alliance army had already retreated, using Dian's timely warning to hover a distance away from planet Ragnar. But, even with this distance, a cold sweat matted their backs. This power, it was too much. The citizens of Odin City looked up in shock. They understood better than anyone what this phenomenon was. They had seen many displays of faith before, but never like this. Looking toward Dian's trembling body, Xianxia didn't have much of a reaction. One would expect to see a gloating expression, or maybe a hint of pride at the very least. But there was no such light in Xianxia's gaze. He no longer had to pretend to be the ambitious tyrant that was Connery. For the first time in too long, he could be himself. And Xianxia wasn't that kind of man. Though it's a bit shameless. I'm too weak and untalented to use any other means. I can only say that though I am sorry, I cannot move from the path I've chosen for myself. It's already much too late for that. What I can do for you is give you an opportunity. Young Madeline's Sapientia blood is nobler than you know. And you should be aware of the fact we of the Sapientia clan do not hinder marriages with those from weak clans. As long as you are a genius, we prefer those with weaker backgrounds. Through young Madeline, there's no issue at all with you gaining the favor of the Sapientia clan. You're more than qualified. As a weak prince, such bureaucratic matters are about all I can guarantee you. How you fare the rest of the way will depend on yourself. If you reject, there's nothing more I can do for you. Dian's palms opened and closed as though he was trying to stretch his ligaments. His body still involuntarily trembled. Nothing he did seemed to stop it. It was as though he was immortal in chilly weather except for the fact he felt uncomfortably hot. The feeling was odd. "What's your real name?" Dian asked, doing his best to keep his voice steady, but failing. "It's unimportant, but I'm sure you'd find out soon enough." Looking toward Dian with a bland expression, he responded, his voice smooth, unhurried and emotionless. "My name is Xianxia. Xianxia Sapientia." Dian shook his head. "No, it's very important. Names define us. If your ancestors didn't carry the name Sapientia, and mine didn't carry the name Sicharo, would either of us be in this situation? Another unimportant truth. What is, and what has been is long gone. There's no such thing as what could have been. What could have been simply isn't. Nothing more, nothing less." Dian shook his head once more. Humans are a constant reflection of their past. To assume it to be meaningless only leads to an uncontrollable cycle. Your fate will never be your own if you think like this. Also, humans can be thankful of their past too. Dian looked deeply into Xianxia's eyes. Even if the choice was presented before me, even knowing what would happen here today, I would never give up the Sicharo name to become a Sapientia. Xianxia sighed, feeling as though Dian had made his answer clear. You cannot fathom the strength of faith of a planet-grade empire. We are not like those alliances. Their path requires a splitting of their faith. The result is a lesser amount than the sum of their parts. However, the Sapientia clan is as one. Even if I do not wield the greatest faith of my Sapientia clan, I am still a direct descendant of our strongest bloodline. Do you really want to die here? Dian stopped flexing his palms, an unbridled confidence wafting from his arrogant figure standing in the skies. Suddenly, his body seemed to have stopped trembling entirely. He became as steady as a looming mountain. In that moment, a new world projected out from Dian. The image of planet Ragnar shattered, leaving nothing but an endless grassy plain with several shimmering arrays hanging from the skies. Still, the eyes of everyone was attracted to a singular manifestation, staring down arrogantly from the skies. To one side of its back sat 5 white wings, to the other sat 5 black wings. A step further, there were 6 black gold halos, hovering with enigmatic images throbbing with power. All around this humanoid manifestation, 6 primordial eans circled around its feet. I have no intention of dying. Prince or not, planet-grade empire or not, your head will bow to the Sicharo clan. Countless eyes of the Mortal Alliance watched as their leader faced an unprecedented threat. Honestly, when they learned that Dian would show them the entire process of their first conquering, they felt a welling of pride. Many believed that since Dian dared to do this, the entire process would be easy and swift. But, to now, they had already seen face impossible odds. They would be lying to themselves if they said they knew Dian would succeed in his battle against those 39 Dao experts. That experience alone was jarring for so many, with some more cynical individuals believing that the broadcast would cut out before they witnessed a pitiful loss of their supposed ruler. However, the broadcast remained. They watched with bright eyes as Dian seemed to grow stronger through adversity. Even with his plot to wear down the Ragnar and Pakal armies failing, he still boldly stood at the vanguard, holding the weight of an entire nation's hope on his shoulders. And now, he was doing it again. Even if those watching weren't absolutely certain, there were few in the martial world who didn't understand the concept of faith. Though faith was effectively cut off in Dian's home universe, this wasn't the case for other places. Hearing the term planet-grade empire, those watching felt a cold breeze sweep through the depths of their souls. Every large barrier of faith grade not only provided novel abilities, but most importantly resulted in a qualitative change in strength should one pass it. A god clan could never dream of matching a royal god clan, as a royal god clan could never dream of matching a king god clan. However, even then, within those lower limits, the differences weren't as exaggerated as within the higher tiers. Conquering one planet made you a royal god clan. Conquering one universe made you a king god clan. Conquering 25 universes made you an emperor god clan. Conquering one quadrant made you a comet-grade empire. Conquering 25 quadrants made you a moon-grade empire. And conquering a 100 quadrants made you a planet-grade empire. Between Dian's current status and that of Ashire's, there were a total of 4 large barriers, each thicker and more grandiose than the last. Under the protection of a planet-grade empire, even an infant of the royal line wouldn't have to fear much at all. The difference between Dian and Ashire couldn't be explained in simple divisions and multiplications. It could only be described as insurmountable. These matters were only made worse when one realized the Sapientia Empire was a planet-grade empire 3 times over because they controlled over 300 universes. Those who understood these truths, then turned to see Dian's shivering body, finally felt that the dreamlike state they had been in for the past year was coming crumbling down. A single man accomplished so much in so little time. It was almost unfair. No, it really was unjust. Can I go play with Daddy now? Little Aluna sat adorably at a kneeling table, her cute lavender dress matted with blue and red paint. She liked to paint every day, but she refused to use a brush. It was a rare sight for her chubby little fingers to be completely clean. Even when she diligently washed her hands and arms, she'd always forget small specks here and there that Dian would tease her for. At the moment, she was being watched by Delia, who despite her strength had taken on the role of babysitter. All around, Mia, Bella, Aiden and Junior were doing their own work, giggling and laughing amongst each other. Truthfully, Delia wanted to fight as well. But, thinking of her husband's feelings, she chose not to. She knew how Eli felt about being so physically weak despite the fact he could arguably be the greatest contributor to the Mortal Alliance. In recent times, Delia had always had a smile on beautiful heart-shaped face. Her olive skin was constantly glowing. But today she had a rare somber expression. Hearing Alana's question, her heart tightened. Though everyone else could watch the war, how could children be allowed to see such blood and gore? Delia patted her little head. Not for now, little Aluna. Daddy's busy. Aluna pouted. But Daddy said he would finish really fast today. He promised to take me to a new place I've never seen before. Overall, Aluna could be described as a docile little girl who was quite obedient. But she turned quite spoiled when it came to matters relating to her father. After all, she was still a toddler of 2 to 3 years old. This was why Diane made sure the teleportation array in his inner world was always connected to Soul Universe so his little girl could come see him whenever she wanted. Delia sighed. Things have changed. Your daddy will be back as soon as he can, he promises. Hearing this, Aluna stopped pouted, her large hazel-green eyes slightly watering. Is Daddy in danger? Delia was taken aback. Though the war wasn't exactly a secret and Diane had even taken Aluna to the initial teleportation, the details were kept hidden from her. The little girl shouldn't have any idea about the large-scale war being fought. Seeing Delia's expression, Aluna fought to hold back her tears, sniffing in through her little nose as hard as she could. It's okay. I'll wait for Daddy. He'll definitely win. For a moment, the little girl's conviction was no less than that of her father. Diane felt that he had too much to fight for, too much weight on his shoulders to fall here. In the past, projecting his inner world was an affair he could only sustain for a few brief moments. But now, with him being infinitesimally close to the Tao formation realm, the burden on his body had significantly lessened. Though there was still a pressured weight pressing down upon him, it was significantly more comfortable in comparison to the past. Without much more thought, Diane released everything he had. His manifestation, his soul chi halo, his dragon king armor, his wings. He even released Titan Emperor's will to the third stage, pushing himself to the absolute limit. Though Xianxia would be lying if he said he wasn't surprised by Diane's sudden stability, especially in comparison to his trembling self just moments ago, just this much wasn't enough. With solemn expressions, Madeline, Ree and Clara watched on from above planet Ragnar. Though just moments ago, they could feel the overwhelming presence of a planet-grade empire, Diane's true domain instantly shielded them all. Watching his back from a distance, it felt like, once again, he was carrying the weight for them all. Diane shot forward, his gaze expressionless, his actions calm and filled with purpose. Xianxia didn't seem to have to move a single muscle. Thousands of gazes of disdain landed upon Diane. The will of countless million years of sapientia heritage bore down on him, forming a thin golden barrier his fists smashed against. Diane felt his bones quake as micro-tears spread, but his second fist flashed forward nonetheless. Diane bombarded the shield with everything he had, unleashing technique after technique. Across space, two expressionless gazes met. One motionless man with a single arm, and a second raging man with blood flying from his fists. Despite one being seemingly far more injured than the other, the difference was too stark. Even with his true domain released, Diane's inner world still had to rely on the heavens to exist. As a result, he didn't have the ability to seal the faith of others from reaching this place. The barrier hardly bulged. It vibrated silently, as though it was being tickled. Ha! An exclamation left Diane's lips as he finally had no choice but to release his faith. A calm silvery light enveloped him as his incarnation appeared in the skies behind his looming manifestation. The sight of thousands of aged men and women standing in the skies to one side adorned in golden robes, contrasted with the sight of a single man, standing alone amid a torrent of disdainful gazes, shook those watching to the core. Maybe only this matter truly put things into perspective. Diane was alone. Diane's strike finally did more than vibrate the barrier. A loud boom reverberated through Ragnar universe. There was no doubt that had it not been for Diane's true domain containing everything, planet Ragnar would have shattered just by virtue of the reverberations, and yet the barrier still didn't fall. Fiery flames of black coated his fists as a torrential rain of attacks blasted toward the barrier. Madeline clenched a silver necklace hanging from her neck, her heart aching. It felt as though something within her chest was collapsing. The sight of Diane giving everything he had, yet not being able to take even a single step forward, hit her like the weight of the world. Could only be described as heart-wrenching. Xianxia watched as Diane released his everything onto the golden barrier. No matter how hard he searched, he couldn't find any despair or reluctance in this young man's gaze. All he saw was an unbridled confidence. It didn't matter what great his empire was. It didn't matter how strong he was. It didn't matter how high the mountain before Diane was. Even right now, he had never doubted his victory. Diane's golden eyes, marked with strings of green, shone brightly. To him, this was it. This right here was the true beginning of his legend. Win and he'd build a glorious empire with the Xianxia clan as his sacrificial lamb. Lose, and everything he had come to know and love would be gone. The 6 black gold rings of Diane's manifestation rotated, turning his weapon's pagoda to the very top. In that instant, countless weapons flew into Diane's hands, each of them with the strength of the supreme grade. Sabers with vicious curves, spears with unrelenting piercing power, halberds of menacing killing intent. They distorted and forced the barrier to crack. Diane released another weapon, descending upon the barrier with descending palm, black flames and lightning coating his hands. Vanishing fists, gears of gold spun in Diane's eyes, applying shrink several times over and concentrating the already violent black hole force of vanishing fists into an even tighter window. It felt as though the world had collapsed. A ferocious tearing noise sounded as Diane's one with self, vanishing fists, finally crumbled the barrier. Diane shot forward once more, not having any idea the level of despair his wives and people were currently facing. Diane was completely unaffected, but this wasn't the case for others. Why? Because this entire sequence had taken 12 hours, and before he could even reach Xianxia, another one barrier appeared, then a second, and a third. Xianxia's actions might have seemed like he was playing with the emotions of those watching, but the reality was that he was curious. No, more so intrigued. Even after half a day of pouring his everything into shattering just a single barrier, even with his efforts only being rewarded by a challenge threefold that of the one he began with, the glint in Diane's eyes never changed. The prisoners of the Ragnar and Pakel clan which Diane had tied up before Odin City, including Xianxia, Eve and Lionel, felt their hearts shudder. The 3 never felt that their resolve was lacking. They always felt that the work they had put in over thousands of years was more than anyone else would ever be capable of suffering through. Yet, this scene before them struck a deep part of their souls. Diane didn't even hesitate when 3 new barriers appeared. In fact, he was also well aware that these barriers were many times thicker than the one he started with. But, without an ounce of emotion, his fists and weapons began to plow through the first. Tears fell uncontrollably from the eyes of his wives. In truth, it wasn't just them. A swelling of emotion seemed to have overtaken the mortal alliance. The image of a single man throwing countless punches far surpassing the speed of sound for just as many hours should have been boring. It should have been enough for them to turn away, for them to sleep, for them to go about their days, but their eyes couldn't leave his image, no matter how hard they tried. Days trickled by, barrier after barrier fell, but Xianxia didn't move a single step. Diane was just a new clan head of a king-god clan. How could his faith possibly last so long? It had already been a week since that silvery light gave out, fading away. It was completely oppressed by the swaths of golden robes Xianxia ancestors in the sky, unable to do anything but fizzle out. Madeline wanted to put a stop to it all, to call out and say that she'd obediently return to the Xianxia clan as long as it meant Diane would be safe. However, she couldn't bring herself to do it. What did it mean to be husband and wife? Maybe that was a question she wouldn't have known the answer to earlier in her life. Truthfully, she had set her heart on Diane very early on. She simply didn't feel that she could ever love another man in her life. Such a possibility was impossible for her. However, as time went on, she came to understand more and more about what such labels meant. The same way Diane was willing to set aside his own thoughts for the sake of fulfilling her wish for a family, it was her role to support him how she could. Her saying such words would be more devastating than anything Xianxia could ever do to him. If she were ever to say such a thing, it would be the same as admitting that she no longer believed in him. Madeline held on to Clara and Ree's soft hands tightly. She knew they were all thinking the same thing. No matter what, even if Diane died here, it was their duty as the wives of Diane Sacharo to witness the fiery embers of his life to its end. In the distance, Amphory and Luna, who had returned at their fastest possible speed, stood frozen. Luna had long since wanted to intervene, but it was Amphory who stopped her. "This is his battle," she said softly. "This is the kind of man my husband is." Hearing the words "my husband" from Amphory, Luna felt an inexplicable pang in her heart. She realized then that Clara, Ree, Madeline, and Amphory had reasons beyond weakness for not intervening. Over a year ago, she had decided to witness just what kind of man Diane was. It was back then she realized that she really didn't understand much about the father of her child. And now she understood what truly separated herself from Diane's true wives. Her opal eyes focused on Diane. Even with his near-endless reserves of stamina, it was impossible for him to not be tired. The resolution in his eyes hadn't faded a single step, but his heavy breathing and paling skin told a completely different story. If she ignored Amphory's words and pushed forward anyway, could she even do anything? As the ruler of a fifth of Sprite Alliance territory, she too had access to faith, moon-grade faith at that. However, the Sprite Alliance was exactly that, an alliance. Even if they also had planet-grade faith, it would pale in comparison to the Sapientia, who were a cohesive whole. Of course, there was the fact she could simulate the strength of a higher existence with her ability. But Heaven's children weren't invincible. If they were, none of them would have ever been caught. Yet, there was a history of Heaven's children being enslaved by empires and leading them to prosperity. What limited Heaven's children the most? It was will. They were suddenly restricted by a great force and their bodies were sapped of strength. Monet couldn't control human path beasts. Fox couldn't duplicate living objects. Ariel could control all forms of water unless it possessed strong will. Brizo can deconstruct and understanding anything unless it had a will of its own. The list was endless. Likewise, Luna's ability to control energy was severely hindered by faith, which embodied the will of a clan's people and its ancestors. If her opponent had similarly moon-grade faith, she could still display the strength of a higher existence. But before planet-grade faith, Luna bit her lip so harshly that a line of blood dripped down her chin. Xianxia watched Diane's actions with an increasingly solemn gaze. How can a man like this not have an undefeatable spirit? Diane roared into the skies, his body expanding rapidly to over 3 meters in height. His muscles tore and his bones quaked as he forcefully activated the second act of Titan Emperor's will. Though his body and chi strength was now multiplied by 160. What was the price? Diane felt as though his entire body was being shredded from head to toe. But the calm light in his eyes never faded even as a brilliant rainbow array appeared before his mouth as he roared. Titan Emperor's will had always had 9 stages, each obviously scaling up in difficulty to achieve, and requiring a deeper understanding of Titan will every step along the way. Diane hadn't had time to comprehend Titan will, nor did he truly have a method of doing so. The truth was that he was lucky to realize that every step forward he took in his constitution, another stage of Titan Emperor's will would open up to him. He couldn't reach the second stage until he reached the Silver Silk Realm, and only recently managed to enter the third stage after entering the Gold Silk Realm. Both of these improvements led to a deeper understanding of what it truly meant to be a Titan. This time, however, Diane hadn't deepened his comprehension. In fact, he was very far from being able to use the fourth stage in its truest form. Yet, he had forcibly circulated the technique without any regard for himself. If nothing else made it so clear, if somehow his calm gaze had fooled you, Dian was well aware of the corner he had been pushed into, and he was fighting with everything he had. Dian's vicious strikes grew more ferocious. The same barrier that once took hours to fall fell in minutes, but the sight only grew more pitiful. Before, Dian had at least remained relatively uninjured, but the current Dian was bursting apart at the seams. Even without Ashire lifting a single finger, his body rained with blood and torn flesh. The atmosphere was solemn. No matter the humiliation they had faced at Dian's hands, Lord Odin and Emperor Pakal couldn't stop the trembling in their hearts. The former led an empire that worshipped the warriors of Valhalla. The latter led an empire that worshipped the gods of Azura. It was impossible for them to divorce the image of Dian from those deities. Not once did his attacks falter. Not once did his expression change. Not once did he even think to give up. There was no doubt in their minds that even if it meant his death, he would never stop. As for Ashire, he didn't know how to feel. What started as a casual interest in seeing how far Dian could go turned into an abrasive itch in his heart. He didn't know why, but he felt irritated beyond belief. Images of his past flashed through his mind as though a reaper was digging through the graves of his memories, taking lost souls it was owed. He might have been a prince, a direct descendant, but he was nothing more than a useless cog amongst hundreds. To be born without talent in such a large clan sealed your fate of mediocrity. Amongst countless geniuses of shocking intelligence, his intellect was lacking. Amongst countless warriors of impossible battle prowess, his fists were too weak. Within the will of a clan large beyond his imagination, his opinions meant nothing. He had long accepted his life. He didn't have grand aspirations, nor had anyone had expectations for him. Wasn't it enough that he was born into such a clan? What need was there for him to expect much more? But, of course, his weak heart had to love. She should have been a woman just as normal as he. Lacking ambition, without talent, of merely adequate intelligence. He just liked her smile. There was nothing else particularly special. She wasn't exceptionally beautiful, nor was she the object of affection for many more than himself. That was it, a simple man for a simple woman. So why did she have to die? A simple woman. A simple disease. Maybe to someone else it would have been incurable. But he remembered then that he was a prince, a direct descendant, no doubt. He hadn't ever asked them for anything in his entire life. He remained silent and stayed out of their way. So why was it that they couldn't give him a simple herb? An herb that was meaningless to them, a single speck of sand within a long beach of resources. They dangled it before his eyes, the very herb that could save a simple woman's life, then sneered as they took it away. So he gave up. He was too weak. Maybe it was his fate to sit by her gravestone for the rest of his life. A simple man. A simple woman. A simple end. Who knows, maybe he was sick of the simple, maybe he wasn't as accepting of it as he once thought. Whatever the reason, he volunteered to come this quadrant. Something he thought would help him escape such monotonous simplicity. But wasn't he already tired of it? He came here, but nothing changed. This boring quadrant, with its boring universes and its simple clans and simple people even compared to him, the simple man. How was this any different? Nothing he did would change who he was. He was a simple man who would tear his arm from his shoulder to take responsibility for a matter that wasn't his fault to begin with and appease the entity. Wasn't it your seal that failed, allowing him to be birthed? Wasn't it your subordinates that failed to kill a meridian formation expert despite being celestials themselves? What the hell did it have to do with me? Ashire's mind spun. The more he watched Dian, the more infuriated he became. Even if it's unfair, there are just some things you have to accept. His voice trembled with anger, a deep-seated resentment of countless thousands of years bubbling upward. Accept it, he roared, reaching outward with his finger. A beam of light pierced forward toward Dian's massive figure, slicing through his chest with ease. The beam cut through Dian's diamond-plated skin as though no protection ever existed. It became clear in an instant that Ashire never meant to kill him. His words alone spoke volumes. He wanted Dian to accept that his tenacity would never be enough. Accept it. Accept it. Accept it. Beams of golden light cut through the air, seemingly using Dian's body as target practice. His shoulders, his knees, his arms and legs, each was punctured one after another. Blood flew from Dian's lips as he coughed violently, his lungs filling up with crimson fluid. Ironically, Dian's body looked no worse than it had just moments ago. Though the piercing, searing pain was new, his body had already been being torn from the inside out. He wiped the blood from his lips with a forearm. But, because his arm had already been drenched with blood, he drew a gruesome image. Instead of lessening the blood across his mouth and chin, he actually ended up with more. A sneer coated his features as he charged forward once more, only to be met by more beams. Ashire's face twisted. He lifted a second hand, numerous streaks of light now suddenly approaching from two sides. The ferocity of his attacks increased. If before he avoided Dian's vitals to teach him a lesson, now he didn't care. Lasers of golden light tore through Dian's heart, even taking a chunk of his head away, revealing the brain matter within. The gruesome injuries only seemed to grow more ghastly. Saint-grade holy-type chi surged into Dian's body, but it was simply impossible to keep up with Ashire's attacks. To make matters worse, the improvements in his body had already surpassed the limits of what this grade of holy-type chi could quickly heal. Dian stood, his body dangling from the skies as though there was an invisible rope hanging from his neck. If it wasn't for his undead body, his life force would have long since been ripped from him. Still, he laughed. His eyes maintained the same piercing light, unfettered and arrogant without restraint. Even with the state of his body, he seemed to look down upon the world, his singular manifestation looking down on Ashire and the 1,000+ ancestors to his back. With his wives standing in the dark skies above his true domain, he couldn't possibly show them anything less than a manly image, right? Tears they had tried to hold back had long since come flooding outward. Their delicate cheeks were flooded with the salty liquid while their small, shapely noses turned red. Even while gripping each other's hands tightly, they couldn't seem to find enough comfort. "Is that all you have, Ashire Sapientia?" Dian's voice held a disgusting gurgling deep within it. It would only take a sharp individual a moment to realize that this was because his throat had been flooded with his own blood. "If you want to kill me, you'll have to try harder than that." Ashire's figure trembled with rage. Dian spoke as though the name Sapientia was a derogatory term, an insult that Ashire should be trying to pay him back for uttering. "You weren't lucky enough to be born into a clan like mine. I wasn't lucky enough to be born with talent like yours. You have no right, none whatsoever, to stand before me with that expression. You have no right to say those words to me." Ashire's eyes reddened, his jaw clenching so tightly that veins burst along his face, dotting his visage with gross splotches of red still spreading beneath his skin. Dian didn't even bother to respond. He had already propelled himself forward, activating 1 inch, 1 mile to its greatest upper limit. No matter how hard he tried, even with little Een, his spatial chi was sealed, so he had no choice but to rely on himself. In Ashire's agitation, Dian entered the closest radius he had since their battle began, his pasted-on sneer never leaving his lips. Dian had never landed a more satisfying punch in his life. Vanishing fists. Boom! Dian's hands were already 3 times the size of Ashire's head. Its impact was akin to a large hammer smashing against a boiled egg. He poured his everything into this attack, activating Shrink to its utmost limits. He held nothing back. Ashire's frail body was blasted downward. Concentrated pulses of air shot out all around him as he tore through the skies and into the green grasslands below. Though Dian was completely unaware, the tension burst within Mortal Alliance territory. The sound of cheering resonated through the 21 universes. It was as though Dian's success had become their own. Dian didn't bother to follow through. He knew well that faith would protect Ashire even if he didn't consciously activate it himself. But this was a blow he needed to land no matter what. He wasn't superhuman. Even for him, the past weeks had been a test unlike anything he had ever faced before. He needed to remind himself that he was still Dian Sicharo, that there was no obstacle that stopped him, that no matter what challenge he faced, he would overcome it. Ashire had weaknesses. Diane knew it. Even with faith, his battle sense and reaction time were still that of a celestial. On top of this, even when powered by faith, his energy was still celestial chi, meaning Diane's undead body would continue to work as it would not be suppressed by enigmatic chi. He would find a way to win. Diane's primordial yang began to rotate violently. Hidden within, 30 seals remained untouched. However, before he could execute his hidden thoughts, a violent pillar of golden light erupted as Ashire roared into the skies. Suddenly, everything changed. Diane didn't know how, but 2 of Ashire's 3 weaknesses vanished in an instant. Ashire shot into the hair, his body radiating golden light. If Diane's true domain wasn't so sturdy, he felt it would have completely shattered. In fact, had they still been on planet Ragnar, maybe the entire solar system would no longer exist. His eyes no longer had pupils. Instead, they were replaced by orbs of gold, making it seem as though he had poured the molten metal over his eye sockets. At the same time, a radiating aura shot from his body, more oppressive than Diane's own golden wings and halo. "Diane, you need to be careful." Little Yang's voice reverberated in Diane's ears. This entire time, he had been agitated beyond belief. Before, it hadn't mattered that his little sister had awakened her battle bloodline, while he hadn't because Diane only seemed to need little Ian. But now, they were suddenly thrust in a situation where she alone was useless. Faith of different grades have different abilities, each greater than the last. After entering the moon grade, descendants of clans and sects gain the ability Incarnate. Depending on how deep their lineage and how direct their bloodlines are to their ancestors, they can become the vessel for the will of these very ancestors. Those with the closest ties can even incarnate the founder of their sect or clan. Diane's jaw set at these words. Suddenly, he understood why he felt that Ashire had completely changed. Before, his 2 massive weaknesses were that his battle sense and reaction times were that of a celestial. As a result, it was still possible for Diane to take advantage of him, just like he had just now. But now, everything was different. Ashire's body had been completely taken over by the will of one of his ancestors. The only advantage Diane still maintained was that the ancestor was limited by Ashire's body and could thus only use celestial chi. But this hardly mattered. At best, Diane was facing the experience of a peak Dao expert. At worst, he was facing a higher existence. The ancestor looked around as though he was curious. He didn't seem to be in a hurry to move. Diane's true domain was the most unique he had ever seen. It really did look like a world unto itself. Finally, his gaze landed on Diane. In that moment, it felt as though the weight of all of existence had crashed down upon him. The depth of his eyes, the strength of his will. Even standing with his hands clasped behind his back, Diane couldn't see any holes to exploit. Diane's fear of so long ago had suddenly come to bear fruit. What would happen if his divine sense could no longer make up for his lack of battle experience and prowess? How would he fight the entity? Diane realized he had been too arrogant. The entity wasn't the only existence that could supersede his divine sense. Not by a long shot. The sound was so abrupt and sudden that Diane froze. He grasped at his throat, unable to breathe, unable to believe that a bloody hole had suddenly appeared where there was none before. The ancestor hadn't even moved. The only change was the clear disdain on his face. It was only after several moments Diane realized what happened. That attack, it hadn't come from the outside, it had come from within him. Shock took hold of his body, a cold shiver slicing up his spine. Controlling chi outside of one's body was an ability Celestials gained, but it was well known that it was impossible to control chi within another sphere of influence. This was especially so when concerning the inside of another cultivator's body. However, the disparity between Diane and this ancestor was so large that even the chi within himself was no longer his own to control. Ha! A raspy laugh left Diane's lips, blood continuously leaking from his hands, as he tried to stop the flow from his throat. Whatever cheering there had been just moments ago came to an abrupt end. The sight of Diane's resolute gaze finally faltering hit those of the Mortal Alliance in ways they couldn't have imagined. Watching Diane's will die was like watching a family member pass away. It was a tragedy that tore at their hearts and ripped their souls apart. For weeks he had fought with a back as straight as a javelin. Never had he thought of running. Never had he taken a single step back. Never had he weakened in his resolve. But everyone had their limits. Diane's skull suddenly exploded. The wound before had only torn the bone away, revealing his brain matter. But this time, there was a sudden chi explosion within his mind. The entire right side of his face shattered. His jaw slackened, his eyeball shattered, and gooey mess of gray, white and red streamed down what remained of his head. Then his chest exploded. A cavity of incinerated organs and chipped bone was revealed. It was as though Diane was a corpse ravaged by wild beasts. Chunks of his flesh flew, raining down below his feet without a care that he needed them to survive. Ashire's resonating laughter sounded. It was impossible to tell where it was coming from. But did it matter? Accept it. Accept it. Accept it. The emotions of Madeline, Clara, Amphrey and Luna couldn't be described in simple terms any longer. Expressions of grief, outpourings of tears, tightly gripping fists, endless rage, none seemed adequate. It just felt as though the world had lost its color. What should have been a vibrant, sunny image before their eyes, held together by Diane's true domain, became nothing more than a vivid painting of their pain. Crimson tears pooled along their eyes, dripping down slowly. Even Diane had his limits. The light in his eyes faded. The more despair Diane felt, the greater Ashire's laughter became. Even he didn't realize that his body, even while being taken over by his ancestor, was crying as well. Even as he laughed, an uncontrollable stream fell from his cheeks. I think that's enough, right? Diane thought to himself. He could no longer breathe normally. Fortunately, or maybe unfortunately to his changed mind state, he didn't need to breathe to survive at his cultivation level. Blood spluttered from the gaping holes in his body. Maybe if it wasn't for the strength of his soul, his awareness would have already given way. I've been at this for almost 4 weeks already, right? No one would blame me if I just took a little rest. The ancestor continued to observe Diane's true domain. As far as he was concerned, Diane was a dead man. It was just that his senses had already noticed that his opponent seemed to have an undead body. Knowing how difficult such a thing was to deal with while he was restricted to celestial chi, he took his time. This boy would give way eventually. As for the tears streaming down his face, he hardly cared. He knew these weren't his own reactions. Though this descendant of his was pathetic, especially compared to the genius before him, he was still his descendant. Diane's runic flame, flickering with a fierce silver with only the smallest hints of gold, kept his heart pumping. But the sad truth was that this only made matters worse. His blood continued to spurt outward at faster and faster speeds. I wonder if I'll see Mom and Dad again. Diane had a fleeting thought. He still remembered the day he gave up on ever seeing his parents again. That day, in the catacombs of the Belmont clan, he learned that it was impossible to ever have thoughts of resurrecting them because they were born without souls. Ha! Does that mean even if I die, I won't see them again? Even if Diane cried, no one would be able to tell. Half of his face was gone, and the other half was a mangled mess of torn meat and blood. So, just for a moment, he relieved himself of the duties of a ruler. He held back tears when Mia and Bella died, knowing that he was no longer allowed to display such emotion. But would anyone blame him now? I'm sorry, Mia, Bella. You'll never see this world again because I was too worthless. Diane had avoided the 2 little girls since he found them. In fact, he had only ever had superficial interactions with them. To him, the real Mia and Bella had already died. Everything that made Mia and Bella them was already gone. If I wasn't so stupid, maybe I would have realized what I needed to do earlier. No, maybe if I wasn't so selfish, I would have. Diane's thoughts drifted aimlessly as though he was waiting for the final wisp of his life to give way. The faces of his wives flashed by one after another. He thought of Madeline's soft heart, of Rhee's determined self, of Clara's fierce will, of Amphrey's valiant spirit. He even thought of Jade and Luna, Luna, you birthed me the most beautiful little girl in the world. Jade, I owe you too much. I don't know if I can ever repay you. Dian coughed violently, pieces of his lungs and heart flying from the gaping side of his mouth. Little Aluna is probably still waiting for me to take her to get cherry ice cream. She always loved it the most. She'll think her dad can't keep his promises. Your dad promised that he would never resign himself to death again. Didn't he? Are you really going to make your little girl curse you as a liar before your grave? Dian still remembered that day in Luna's hidden mystical world. He released Cleanse, accidentally benefiting his enemies. He thought his life was over back then. So he prepared to send little Aluna to Soul Universe through his inner world and leave the rest to Junior. For Dian, who was born in a mortal world, having already experienced more than 100 years of life, he felt he had lived long enough. But that was when Luna appeared, saving him from a pitiful end. I can't accept that, can I? Everyone else can hate me, scorn me, but I can't let my little girl think less of her father. How did my parents die? I don't know. Probably at the hands of that scumbag general, but I'm sure their heads were held high. I'm sure they didn't give up. Even to the final moment, Dian felt a burning in his chest that was finally something beyond pain. Even if I have to die, I'll die with my head held high, as only a Sacharo should. Dian's primordial yang began to spin once more. In an instant, 3 more dragon phoenix seals shattered. It was impossible for Dian to rely on his chi. Without entering the Tao realm, there was no way to vastly improve his energy cultivation in a short time. Likewise, it was impossible for him to rely on his body. This wasn't because he couldn't vastly increase its strength, because he could. Rather, it was because he didn't see a path to victory that could be reached by relying on his body. However, there was one path that remained, the very path that supported him even when his body cultivation talent was non-existent. Even when he didn't have a set of meridians of his own, his soul. The shattering of the dragon phoenix seals relied on battle prowess. Essentially, the stronger you were relative to your cultivation, the more seals you could shatter. Under these circumstances, Dian had been capable of shattering all 11 soul seals the moment he awoke from his forgotten night of passion with Jade's elder self. However, it was very obvious why he couldn't do so. His body simply wouldn't be able to handle it. However, for the first time, Dian's soul, chi, and body were almost perfectly in line. His chi had reached the pseudo-Tao realm, his body had entered the Tao realm, and his soul was still sitting at the very beginning of the Tao realm, having been forcibly suppressed by Dian for so long. For a man who was so used to his soul vastly outpacing his other 2 paths, even to the point where there was a time his soul had entered the celestial realm while his chi was still of the essence-gathering realm, this was a novel situation for Dian. But this was no longer his limit. It hadn't been for a very long time. Soul chi poured into Dian like a raging torrent. Due to his true domain being active, what once was a hidden event was laid bare for all to see. Numerous dragon phoenix seals were slowly pushed out from Dian's spinning primordial yang that hung just below the feet of his manifestation. They began to shatter one after another. What once was 3 seals became 4, then 5, then 6. If anyone familiar with the dragon phoenix seals saw this scene, they'd be reeling in shock. Why was battle prowess the marker for shattering them? It was of course because the heavens would never allow such easy cultivation to occur without a price given in exchange. However, this wasn't the main point. One was supposed to slowly whittle the seal's integrity away. You were meant to battle with the seal itself. In practice, it should have been impossible to shatter so matter seals in quick succession. The ancestor frowned, unsure of what was going on. Even with his lineage, how could he have ever seen an ancestral grade technique before? He had never seen such auspicious signs or anything close to it, for that matter. His curiosity got the best of him. First this true domain, then these odd symbols of dragons and phoenixes. Just what secrets did this boy hold? The ancestor believed that this presented a unique opportunity. If this boy carried secrets even he couldn't see through, that meant that they would be treasures even to his Sapientia clan. If he was the reason these secrets were forced out then monopolized by them, he'd gain a great boon of karma that would most definitely help him in the cycle of reincarnation. Thinking to this point, the ancestor watched on, not believing there was anything Dian could do to him in the short term. Though he didn't understand the phenomena occurring around him, what he did understand was that Dian was trying to cultivate a truth he found more funny than anything else. What great change could cultivating now bring you? What a joke. In that moment, the 11th and final soul seal shattered, followed by Dian's skyrocketing soul strength. His divine sense boomed outward. What once was a stretch of 500,000 kilometers doubled once, then twice, then thrice. In an instant, Dian's soul stage smashed through the 11th soul stage and entered the 12th. The chi swirled so forcefully that multicolored planets began to appear around him, flickering time and time again as they collapsed and reformed, only to collapse once more. They began to spin, shining brighter and brighter. Brilliant yellows, greens, blues and reds shone downward. What once was a gentle glow became an overbearing shine that seemed to cover the whole of universe. These planets, no, these stars shone brighter than even real ones themselves. The ancestor's pupils constricted into pinholes. He knew exactly what this was. Star Lord. His expression changed for the first time. No one knew the significance of a Star Lord more than clans as big as theirs. The truth was that just cultivating to the 12th stage didn't mean you could wield star chi. There were plenty of Tao realm existences who had reached the 12th soul stage but hadn't even comprehended comet chi, let alone star chi. It seemed that one would simply immediately comprehend this new chi the moment you entered a new realm, but the reality was that this was only the case for Dian. The only time Dian ever struggled with comprehending a new chi was with moon chi, but that was directly after the events of awakening his chaos flames. Back then, his heart had been in an erratic state. As such, it took reclaiming his love of array alchemy once more to sense moon chi. But now, Dian didn't let anything faze him. His talent shone through in the truest sense, comprehending the highest mortal realm soul chi in an instant. Dian's soul chi flooded what remained of his brain, creating a halo of light so obscenely large that it matched the stars Dian had formed in brightness. Sorry. It seems I have too much to live for. I'll have to thank my lovely wife for this. Violet revival flame. Dian's bloodied body was suddenly bathed in a rain of violet flames. The sight was beautiful beyond compare. Even his golden wings were suddenly blessed by these beautiful flames, causing it to radiate a stronger, purer light. The laughter suddenly stopped as the whole world seemed to focus on one man. Madeline's breath hitched, not believing what she had just heard. She didn't even think to wipe the tears of blood from her eyes. Her whole being was focused the image before her. Even the ancestor had no idea what kind of mistake he just made. Under normal circumstances, cultivating at the last minute was a foolish endeavor. This was especially so if the target of your cultivation was the soul, the path that lent itself to the least battle prowess among the three paths. However, Dian wasn't normal. Not only was Dian's soul talent far beyond that of anyone on the mortal plane, for every increase in his soul strength, the benefits were likewise far vaster. The instant Dian's soul strength increased, his soul chi halo grew exponentially. Suddenly, matters that had confused him before couldn't have been more clear. All those years ago, he believed that the benefits of the 9-cloud yang aphrodisiac jade gave him were finished, but he couldn't have been more wrong. The greatest effect of the 9-cloud phenomenon was in the changes to one's primordial yang. Before, Dian couldn't have understood this. He had only barely begun to see the benefits of primordial yins and yangs after comprehending a portion of Ri's. But now, an all-new world had opened up to him. The primordial yang, an orb Dian had found next to useless before, suddenly became a weapon beyond anything he could have ever imagined. Dian was lucky enough to be blessed with the greatest auspicious sign possible after eating the 9-cloud yang aphrodisiac. As a result, his primordial yang had undergone a rebirth under those 9 looming clouds. It was now Dian understood. He didn't need to comprehend the primordial yin of his wives. As their husband, their comprehensions were his own, and his comprehensions were their own. This was precisely why the primordial yin of powerful women couldn't leave their bodies unless they consented to it, And this was also why many men who gained the love of powerful women, despite being weak themselves, died after gaining a primordial in they had no business controlling. But if this was all, though it would be a great thing, it still wouldn't help Dian out of this situation. After all, though his wives were powerful, that was only within their generation. They had no ability to help Dian in this situation. However, it wasn't just the primordial een of his wives that Dian had, right? Though his manifestation had chained and sealed the primordial een and Jade and Luna, knowing Dian had no ability to use them, the primordial een of both Kukin and Amethyst were right before him. Why was it that Luna and Jade's primordial een were sealed, but Kukin and Amethyst's weren't? Dian had come to understand the truth behind this as well. After being primed to be inherited, the primordial een of Kukin and Amethyst had undergone a fundamental change. They were no longer as powerful as they once were when they were alive. It was the duty of the inheritor to slowly undo the seals on them and deepen their understanding of the legacies left behind. Essentially, their primordial een were connected to their faith seeds. An obvious truth, or else Dian would have never gotten them. Madeline had delved deep enough into Amethyst's faith seed to unseal Violet Revival Flame. As such, Dian gained the whole of Amethyst's comprehension. This was where the benefit of his primordial yang came in. Even though Madeline could not exhibit that technique's full strength, Dian could precisely because his medium of communication was far sturdier than Madeline's. And the result? Dian's handsome figure reappeared once more. His clothes and armor were in tatters, but he radiated the very same confidence he always had. He ripped the destroyed celestial deer sex heirloom from his body, replacing it with a comfortable pair of black sweats and revealing a toned torso of perfect proportions and symmetry. That isn't going to work anymore. You should stop trying, Dian said calmly, clearly sensing that the ancestor had once more attempted to explode the chi within his body. Unfortunately for this ancestor, after comprehending star chi, everything within his divine senses range was his own domain. And how large was that domain? Over 10 million kilometers. Suddenly, Dian's humanoid manifestation began to change. At first, it seemed that everything would stop at a sixth and final pair of wings being formed. But this couldn't have been further from the truth. What was once 6 black and 6 white wings began to slowly change. The black was completely overpowered, radiating out and becoming a blemishless white. In the next instant, pure white fur began to spring from its body. Shockingly enough, the changes began to occur on Dian's true form as well. His golden hair became a blinding white, growing out to the small of his back. His torso, with the exception of a middle segment, became covered in white fur that matched. And finally, his eyes changed color, morphing from a bright gold with flecks of emerald to become a pure, bright white. However, this time, Dian hadn't activated his eternity pupils. Boom! Dian's aura began to surge, his chi growing thicker and thicker by the second. "What are you doing?" Ashire shouted in a panic. "Do you want to kill us all?" His words fell on deaf ears. But a moment later, the sound of a shattering barrier resounded, as a blessing larger than anything any one of them had ever witnessed descended from the skies, falling onto Dian's shimmering body. Without waiting another moment, the skies below Dian's feet shattered as he flashed forward. "Why are you so nervous?" Dian sneered, his eyes blazing with fighting intent. "Celestial beasts don't have to deal with tribulations." Dian tore through the air at speeds he could have never imagined before. But still, he turned his head back, pointed his finger toward the distance and winked. At first, his wives were stunned at his blatant disregard for the dangerous situation. But seeing his dashing smile and his willingness to care about their feelings even at this moment, an overwhelming warmth flooded their hearts. Tears fell from their eyes, washing away the blood, but this time they were tears of happiness. When Dian's fists collided with Ashire's, the reverberating shockwave pushed the earth below their feet outwards, forcibly making the ground react as though it was an ocean's wave. The ancestor was stunned. Dian's strength, it had actually grown so much. Dian's true domain expanded, quickly reaching the size of a small planet. Suddenly, the suppression effect of his inner world multiplied several times over. However, the boost this gave was easily matched by his entering the Tao realm. Before, the imbalance of Dian's qi and body cultivation affected his ability to fuse his blood and qi as one. But now, that problem no longer existed. The fusion multiplied Dian's strength several times over. It was to the point where it wasn't even necessary for him to use Titan Emperor's will to match the ancestor. Even without it, an 8th-stage Tao realm expert could only fall before him. Ashire's face twisted. But this was clearly the reaction of the ancestor rather than himself. How could the situation change so abruptly? The truth was that Dian could have never predicted this. He wasn't a masochist. He had no reason to put himself through such suffering. However, how could he know that his soul would allow him to comprehend so many things? How long ago had he consumed the 9-cloud yang aphrodisiac? Back then, he hadn't even completed his inner world yet. How long ago had he gained Amethyst's primordial yin? He was only 17 years old back when he first took Madeline to visit the mortal world. How long ago had he catalyzed his master's blood essence into a humanoid manifestation using the Florence ancient clans technique? He had been 15 years old. Now, he had already experienced over 100 years of life, yet it didn't bear fruit until now. Dian had long since learned the benefit of not bowing your head in defeat. To always seek a path to victory no matter the odds. In the end, he had almost forgotten this truth. Compared to the reckless teenage Dian who faced a celestial in the Meridian Formation realm, his older self really was too pathetic. If 17-year-old him heard he almost lost to a celestial despite having Tao formation level strength, he'd probably laugh his pride into oblivion. Come. Dian's eyes seemed to hold the light of stars within them. He and Ashire streaked across the skies, their battle growing more and more ferocious with each passing moment. Little Yang watched on with a complicated look in his small white eyes. For a moment, he really believed it was all over. No, with his connection to Dian, he knew that he too had given up. However, for some reason, Dian decided to push himself again. Little Yang knew more than anyone that Dian didn't believe his actions would bear fruit. His only thoughts were of taking one more step, of launching one more attack, of fighting once last time. Suddenly, the cynical little Yang smiled. It was quite an adorable look for the little hamster. His cheeks bulged happily, and his whiskers twitched like a dog's wagging tail. Dian felt little Yang's change immediately. It seems the heavens are finally on my side for once. Dian grinned. Dian's body flashed, disappearing in an instant to appear to Ashire's back. His fist flew forward, shattering the barrier of gold in a single strike and sending him flying. But before he could come to a stop, Dian flashed once more, appearing before Ashire to send his elbow across his jaw, sending him streaking across the skies once more. Big brother, you did it. Little Ian jumped up and down on Dian's shoulders excitedly. Humph, of course I did. Little Yang said proudly, puffing out his little chubby body. Dian's attacks and movements became so quick that a sphere of convulsing air appeared in the skies, its edges defined with every strike that landed upon Ashire's body. It was as though the pitiful Sapientia's body was attacked to a bungee cord, violently pulling up every which way. How long are you going to allow this to go on? Dian's heel smashed across the top of Ashire's head, sending him careening downward. Show me the true strength of a planet-grade empire. A javelin of coursing black flames and crackling golden lightning appeared in Dian's hands. However, this time their strength couldn't be compared to before. As Dian's soul skyrocketed, his comprehension of his manifestation followed. In an instant, his flame and lightning Tao seemed to cover the entire planet, looming in the skies at several dozen kilometers across. This was the power of fourth-level Taos. Dian's arm shot forward, his javelin tearing through space itself to appear before Ashire. That's enough. A voice filled with rage shook Dian's true domain, threatening to force it to collapse. However, it wasn't Ashire's voice. The ancestor who had said a single word until now finally erupted. Incarnate came in two forms. In the first, the strength of the original body would be taken into consideration. In this case, the ancestor would control his or her strength such that once the battle concluded, their descendant wouldn't lose their life. However, the second form was used when this wasn't enough. Though Incarnate became available at the moon grade, its second form didn't become available until the planet grade. Ashire's ancestor, with his acknowledgement, did away with thoughts of preserving his life. He would push his strength to its absolute limit. If Ashire survived this, it would likely be a miracle. Without hesitation, Dian entered the third stage of Titan Emperor's will, his body glimmering like a shining gem as his palm struck downward to meet Ashire's. However, even with the second form activated, Ashire's limits still existed even if he was being held together by faith. If the ancestor pushed it too far, Ashire would erupt into a mist of his own blood and guts. The ancestor laughed. "A splendid young talent indeed. Come to my Sapientia clan. I'm certain that even the highest-ranked princess would be yours if only you asked." Even before this, the ancestor had already acknowledged Dian as a talent simply too unfortunate in challenging one of his descendants. But now, his evaluation was even higher. As a dead man, all he cared about was merits and karma. Bringing a genius of Dian's caliber to the Sapientia would most definitely fulfill such needs of his. "Sorry. I'm not very fond of your Sapientia clan." The ancestor didn't seem fazed as he continued to laugh. "In that case, I will still gain merits for killing a genius who can become such a great threat. Don't blame me for you not taking the path to life. I guess you're a pretty decent sparring partner," was Dian's only response. Many watching felt that it wasn't until now the true battle began. No longer having to worry about Ashire's weakness, the ancestor began to use his own Tao comprehensions. Maybe at his peak they were far stronger. But, for now, he could bring them out to a first Tao level. However, his complex uses of them opened Dian's eyes to a whole new world. The first thing that caught Dian's attention was his beautiful use of wind will. The Tao spanning several hundred meters emitted a gentle pale green light. He didn't seem worried at all that Dian's Taos were so much larger. Instead, he seamlessly incorporated it with his body. Suddenly, even with little Yang and Yin's support, Dian found it hard to keep up with his speed. The ancestor's second and final Tao, though, was far more intriguing. It had the form of an array as well, but it shone a royal golden light. Unlike any Tao Dian had ever seen before, it had moving parts. Every motion the ancestor made, the gears of the Tao would shift, as though it was calculating something. "What Tao is that?" Dian expression grew serious while the ancestor's expression grew calmer. "This Tao. It had to be a legacy Tao of the Sapientia. But Dian hadn't run into anyone who could use it before. He had no idea what it was, and it seemed the ancestor had no intent to explain. However, did Dian need him to with little Yang and Yin by his side? "Big brother Dian, you need to remain focused and mind your actions. This Tao is an abstract will similar to big sister Mei Ying's feng shui compass and that Eve's fist technique." Dian's eyes narrowed. Eve's fist technique had forced him to fight seriously during that battle just a month ago. The Niveus sect which Eve was raised in was known for its principles of yin and yang. In fact, the very technique matriarch Niveus used to destroy Dian's home revolved around a ball of white and black energy. Eve had comprehended a Tao of counter-force that incorporated her understand of balance to use gentle force to battle strong forces. In fact, thanks to her constitution, she reached a deep enough understanding to incorporate the Tao into her body so Dian hadn't even seen a visual representation. The ancestor clearly reached this level as well. However, he didn't incorporate his Taos into himself because Ashire's body was already at its limits. The Tao is known as Abacus Tao. Similar to your eternity pupils, it calculates the future and outputs percentage likelihoods. Except, the difference here is that the Abacus Tao is dependent on one's knowledge rather than reading karma. Not only knowledge prior to battle but knowledge of the battle as well. It's essential a Tao capable of reading cause and effect. The more information that can be input into the Tao, the more accurate the readings. Sapientia with the greatest comprehension of this technique can read thousands of exchanges into a battle with near 100% accuracy. Dian sucked in a cold breath. He knew that the Sapientia weren't simply glorified librarians, But even in his wildest dreams, he never could have guessed that they wielded their knowledge in this way. It was no wonder they were so interested in controlling researcher Tun. His Big Bang formula was very similar to their staple Tao, using excessive loads of data to accurately predict the trajectory of a universe. In the end, Diane smiled. I changed my mind. You're more than just a pretty decent sparring partner. The battle that erupted between Diane and the ancestor raged on for months. Two figures stood in the skies, bloodied and beaten. On one side, there was a young man with a handsome face hidden behind a curtain of streaking crimson liquid. His wounds were a mixture of small and large, no doubt inflicted by a worthy opponent. To the other side, there was a middle-aged man equally as bloodied. But any medical expert could tell you that it was impossible for his wounds to be inflicted by another. A large majority of his wounds were self-inflicted. The middle-aged man coughed. It's a shame, he muttered to himself. This body is too weak. The young man smiled, a confident light still shimmering in his eyes. Despite being well aware he only won because his opponent was a higher celestial, a fiery warmth thrummed in his chest as though he could still face the world. You've improved a lot, the middle-aged man mumbled. Of the 7 wounds you've inflicted upon me, 2 of which were fatal, 4 of them came in the last week. Diane shrugged. I did say you were better than a decent training partner, didn't I? You held back. Diane thought for a moment. He felt he needed to increase his battle sense, so he stopped using his soul altogether in the last 4 months. If not, the battle would have likely pushed Ashire's body over its limit within a week. You shouldn't take that as a slight. After all, you weren't battling in your own body. The ancestor coughed, chuckling bitterly. How sad. I was meant to use this opportunity to gather more karma for my reincarnation. But who knew I would just make an enemy of my Sapientia clan stronger? The ancestor's voice faded away. With him, the thousands of Sapientia ancestors in the skies became like wisps on smoke in the wind. Ashire stumbled in the skies, slowly crashing down to the grounds below. His body was completely spent. Maybe he wouldn't live much longer than just a few seconds. Diane watched with a calm gaze as he fell. In the last 4 months, Ashire had been completely silent. But Diane knew that this wasn't because the ancestor had suppressed him. That wasn't how faith worked. He had remained silent simply because he had nothing to say. After watching Diane dig himself back out from an abyss of despair, Ashire felt that life simply wasn't worth living anymore. He didn't allow the second form of incarnate to activate because he wanted to kill Diane. He allowed it to activate because he was too cowardly to take his own life. There would be no grand redemption for Ashire. Even to the end, his thoughts remained as pathetic as they were from the start. Too cowardly to take your own life? Since when was committing suicide an act of courage? Diane had never seen it that way. Well, at least in his youth, he didn't. It was why he hoped Madeline wouldn't take her life all those years ago, even if it meant marrying Chunglei. However, to the more mature Diane, he saw things a bit different. Not everything was in black and white. Not every suicide was cowardly, and not every decision to live was brave. Still, even believing there might be subtle nuance to certain situations, Diane would always respect those who chose to live and fight. Even now, Ashire simply believed that Diane was too great, that he himself was just too pathetic, that this entire battle was just another proof that he was a simple man not meant for this world. But was this true? Diane would never claim that he started at the bottom in talent. Though his chi and body realm talent didn't become whole until recently, his soul talent had always been overwhelming. This fact alone had helped pull him through many troubles. Even today was another example. But did Ashire start at the bottom either? Didn't he come from one of the greatest clans in current existence? Even if he didn't get the best resources from his clan, was he as helpless as others in this regard? Just look at his faith. He had been in the Tower Quadrants for so long, a place where the greatest faith available was of the comet grade, yet he could find a way to improve himself here? Who could match him but a select few? Even Clara became a celestial in just a few decades when her cultivation talent was pitiful. Who would you be trying to fool if you said Ashire couldn't become a Tao expert with thousands of years? Devour! Though Diane didn't want to do it, Ashire's memories had too much useful information. The person Diane felt the most sorry for wasn't Ashire at all, but the woman he claimed to love. She cared for you so much, yet you didn't even dare to fight. Ashire's life force faded away slowly. Everything should just burn. Everything will burn. Those were his final words before what remained of his soul was sealed away and preserved by Diane. He wouldn't be tortured like Matriarch Niveus, but Diane couldn't allow him to die completely just yet. If the Sapientia's main clan realized he had died, there would be endless troubles. The Sapientia are still keeping tabs on the 99 universes. Interesting. Diane looked up and into the skies, his blood-matted white fur slowly retracting into his skin. But the moment this happened, a rumbling of golden clouds began to circulate above. Diane sighed. Why can't I have nice things? Diane looked up and into the skies and sighed again. It would have been smarter of him to heal before he released his celestial beast transformation, but there were two problems with that. First, he had fallen victim to wishful thinking. He thought that maybe he wouldn't have to face his Tao tribulation at all after skipping it, so such a thought wasn't even on his mind. Second, even if he had thought this far, after maintaining the transformation for 4 months, even he was quickly approaching his limit. Maintaining his celestial beast form through his manifestation wasn't that taxing on his soul. Diane wondered if there was anything besides the treasures of the 33 heavens that could test his soul stamina at all at this point. The issue was his body. His Titan diamond body didn't like relying on his celestial beast body at all. Titans were created for the purpose of humans climbing over beasts and wresting away from their rule. By relying on a beast to survive, Diane was essentially slapping the face of his own constitution. The push and pull effect had been one of the greatest stresses on his body in the last few months, even beyond the battle with the Sapientia ancestor itself. Such a reality made Diane sigh. He had been looking forward to what benefits his demon Chilan transformation might bring him, but who knew he'd hit such a roadblock? It wasn't all completely useless considering Diane could still last 4 months in the transformation, but this truth made it certain that he would be unable to bring out the manifestation's full potential. Well, come then. Diane's 12 wings spread, hovering while attached to the halo a small distance from his back. It gave him a majestic look despite his beaten and bloodied appearance. It seemed the heavens really wouldn't ever allow him the chance to take on his tribulations while fully healthy. What a sick game it liked to play. The skies opened up, churning with killing intent. Of the war god tribulations, Diane had faced 2. The first was the war god avatar tribulation and the second was the war god heart tribulation. Of them, the second was what resulted in the war god's death for various reasons Little Yang explained to Madeline back in the Golden Flame mystical realm. Of course, these 9 tribulations don't count the heavenly step tribulations needed to become higher existences. But this trial is special for reasons you'll all learn in the future. Due to comprehending the weapon's master will, Diane had a chance of facing a war god tribulation every time he crossed a large barrier. So, he couldn't help but wonder what would appear this time. A crack of thunder tore across the skies. Not long after, the beating of a drum filled the ears of those spectating. The loud, reverberating booms seemed to dictate the beating of billions of hearts, pulling the strings of their emotions as it saw fit. Diane's eyes sharpened. Amid the splitting clouds, countless descending feet could be seen. Each was clad in beautiful ethereal royal blue armor. The more of their figures that appeared, the stronger the beating of the drums became. Blood rushed through the veins of the spectators. They couldn't decide if they wanted to run for their lives, or if they wanted to run through a brick wall. The mixture of youthful vigor and killing intent balanced a harsh dichotomy that grated on their nerves. Soon, the endless swarm of warriors appeared in full view. They could only be described as an army of discipline, power, and intimidation. They stood in perfect symmetrical rows, divided by 9 weapons types Diane recognized immediately: the battle axe, the dagger, the spear, the rod, the halberd, the bow, the saber, the glaive, and the sword. Over the past few months, though they worried about Diane's safety still, Diane's wives had been relatively relaxed. They were confident in Diane's ability to win. Though they were still confident now as Diane had never lost before, Their worry couldn't help but intensify. After all, Dian had just left a grueling battle, only to be thrust into a situation where he was forced to face countless millions of warriors alone. The worst part was that tribulations always scaled to one's talent. Didn't that mean that Dian's tribulation might be the hardest to ever appear? All of this said, Dian couldn't have been more relaxed. It wasn't because he looked down on this tribulation, but rather because he realized something very important. Where did most of Dian's strength come from? There were three main factors: his soul, his presence, and his chi's fusion with his vital chi, or the energy of his blood. What did all three of these things have in common? None of them were directly related to his chi talent. In an instant, thousands of beautiful white flowers over 3 meters tall appeared in the skies. A moment later, they opened up to reveal countless men completely identical to Dian. Dian's weapon pagoda opened in a flash, equipping each and every one with weapons and armor of the supreme grade. After resting for so long, Dian's soul strength was ready to unleash. Dian calmly watched as his clones demolished the blue armored army. For an army made up entirely of lower Dao formation avatars, there was nothing difficult about the task. The Mortal Alliance watched in awe. Was a Dao tribulation meant to be so easy? Maybe the heavens were enraged, but by the time the second tribulation descended, it was almost easier than the first. Dian's chi was sealed, and his body's movements were locked in place. Not long afterward, yet another army descended, but the difference this time was that Dian was given an army of his own as well. It didn't take a genius to understand that this was yet another war god tribulation, except this time, Dian was tasked with taking on the role of commander. Unable to use your own prowess, the tribulation was without a doubt meant to be quite difficult. In fact, the war god himself struggled with this trial very much as a man who believed in his own strength first and foremost. But the heavens made one mistake. While his chi was sealed and his body was restricted from movement, there were no such measures taken on his soul at all. Commanding his troops, Dian systematically dismantled the opposing army. His attacks and counterattacks were so precise and ferocious that Emperor Pakal could only lower his head in respect. Both he and Lord Odin had already been unwilling to fight back any longer after the first 4 weeks of Dian's battle with Ashire, but now they found it hard to raise their heads. Much like the first 2 war god trials Dian faced, these 2 came with rewards of their own. The war god avatar trial taught Dian true weapon wills, a path many sought for all of their lives but could never find. Yet, Dian had grasped the start of not just 1, but 9 of them. The War God Heart trial laid the very foundation Dian used to form his Dao heart. It may have seemed that the Pride clan was the sole reason, but the truth was that Dian had been slowly laying the groundwork for his breakthrough for a long time. In truth, even now, he was still doing exactly that. The secrets of his Dao heart were a mystery even to him. Maybe it was quite apropos that Dian's Dao heart was just as arrogant as himself. This aside, this time around, Dian gained some interesting benefits as well. His first Dao trial, the War God Army trial, gained him an interesting new energy he didn't exactly know how to classify. It was kind of like presence but also like a domain at the same time. It was only after slaughtering half of the army that Dian came to realize exactly what it was. It was War God Martial Intent. When Dian saw this, he immediately stopped going through the motions of his trial, activating his soul chi halo and basking in the feeling. It would be too late to regret it if he didn't comprehend as much as he could before the tribulation ended. Like he expected, Dian wasn't disappointed. War God Martial Intent, it was a martial intent that stole the will of others by killing them. Essentially, the more enemies one faced, the more one killed, the stronger you would grow through battle. It was like exchanging the life of your enemies for strength. When outside of battle, the intent would fade away, slowly bringing you back to your original strength. But despite this, Dian was very intrigued. He often fell into unlucky situations where he was forced to face many enemies at once. Who knew that such disadvantageous situations could bring him benefits? Dian's second Dao trial, however, made him realize that he had comprehended only a portion of the true War God Martial Intent. Being able to strengthen yourself was one aspect, but the strengthening of your subordinates was the second aspect. The War God Commander trial showed Dian exactly this. Not only could he now gain strength from the kills of the warriors he commanded, his warriors could gain strength from the kills he gained as well. This was why he felt that the new energy was both like presence and a domain. It was like presence in that its first form could only benefit him, but it became like a domain when its second form was fused with the first. Now, anyone within the martial intent's range of influence would gain the same benefits. Dian suddenly became very happy that he didn't actually skip over these tribulations. If he had, who knows if he would have ever comprehended such a useful martial intent. He hadn't even known martial intents could be used in this way. At this point, Dian couldn't help but wonder what other rewards there were for clearing the War God trials. Unfortunately, he wouldn't face any other tribulations until he became a higher existence, and he didn't even know if War God tribulations would appear then. Could this martial intent have more pieces? He had no way of knowing. As though to disappoint him, Dian's final Tao trial gathered tribulation lightning clouds. Those below trembled, their mouths twitching when they saw Dian's disappointed face. Why are you feeling disappointed? Those are 6-color tribulation clouds. Usually only higher existences would face such a thing. But the result made them lament they ever said something. Forget it, the difference between him and us is too much. We'll kill ourselves if we think about it anymore. Dian raised a beautiful silver-gold mask to the skies, standing patiently as it absorbed the tribulation lightning to its heart's content. Finally, the lightning willow mask was complete, becoming a 12th stage supreme grade treasure, a mighty pseudo-treasure of the 33 heavens. Dian looked down at the mask in his hands, feeling that it was very much alive. In fact, he could feel its spirit although he couldn't directly see it with his eyes. This came right on time. The lightning legacy, hidden within, will be of great help to me. Dian felt that he was missing something when it came to his lightning Tao. It should have been far more powerful than it was, but for some reason it could only exhibit a portion of its true strength. One had to remember that Dian's lightning Tao was birthed from tribulation lightning. This wasn't just any tribulation lightning either. It was the tribulation lightning that descended after Amphrey exhibited the first instance of music will to ever appear on the mortal plane. There was another matter to take into account as well. Faith was sealed when one took their tribulations, making tribulation lightning a unique enemy to faith. Yet, Dian hadn't felt any unique reaction when his lightning Tao battled Oshire. There was definitely something missing. Dian still felt that his lightning Tao was more powerful than most, but he still didn't feel that it was as powerful as it should be. Finally, Dian put the mask into his spatial ring and closed his eyes, his true domain slowly shimmering out of reality. There was silence for a long time. It felt as though almost the whole celestial quadrant bowed their heads in respect to one man. For so long, Dian wondered just how he would bring those of the celestial quadrant together as one. He felt that he needed to conquer them all with speed before slowly assimilating them over many decades. But who would have known that his own near-death experience would practically wash away that need for hard work completely? It was then the silence erupted. A blaze of fiery passion overflowed. The sound of cheering citizens could be heard all across all 101 universes. Dian's closed eyes opened as he looked toward his army in the skies, a light smile on his face. These past few months had been hard on them. Forced to hover above planet Ragnar, many of them had long since run out of energy and had to rely on the support of others. After all, space didn't have energy. Objectively, Dian's appearance was pretty ghastly. He wore torn black sweatpants matted in blood. His toned torso was covered in dried and flaking chips of red. It truly wasn't the appearance a ruler should have, but such a thing only made the cheering grow louder. Dian thought of using Violet Revival Flame, but by his calculations he could only use it once a week. It wasn't very smart to use it when it wasn't absolutely necessary. So in the end, he maintained his imperfect appearance. 3 shadows streaking across the skies suddenly caught Dian's attention. Before he could react, they had already crashed into him. Oof! Dian winced, but the grin on his face never faded. What are you 3 crying for? Don't tell me you doubted me. Shut up. Clara furiously kicked Dian's shin without regard for condition. Even Ree used far more strength than she usually did to flick his forehead. Okay, I give. Diane laughed, embracing Madeline, Ree and Clara. In the distance, Amphory and Luna smiled. Amphory, who had remained cold for so long, finally released the tension in her body. Unwittingly, tears she had been holding back fell, but they were quickly evaporated by her chi. Suddenly thinking of someone, Diane's chi whipped around his body, shattering the dried blood around him. Right afterward, he used a raise to conceal the cuts and bruises on his body and replaced his pants with a clean pair. Knowing his reactions, Delia was already ready. Daddy! Little Aluna appeared in Diane's inner world. She spun around, looking for Diane every which way, calling out to him. The excited look on her face both broke Diane's heart and filled it with warmth. He had really left her for too long. It was only a second later Diane brought her out from his inner world. Gasping, little Aluna looked around at the billions of people surrounding her father, even seeing her 3 mamas. But it wasn't until she saw Diane that her eyes lit up like adorable lanterns. Realizing she was in Diane's arms, she wiggled her little body to wrap her short arms around his neck. She wanted to call out her father's name again, but she found her voice didn't work anymore. The little girl began to cry uncontrollably, her little body trembling under her father's embrace. She tried to stifle her tears, but no matter how hard she tried, it didn't work. Madeline, Ree and Clara found their eyes pooling. They could only imagine how this little girl felt during the past months. It's okay, little precious. Diane's eyes reddened. What did Dad say? Didn't I say you can still be strong and cry? Diane's words were like the final drop of water needed to shatter the dam. The whole world fell silent once more as a little girl cried in her father's arms. Daddy, I missed you so much. Diane held on tightly, never wanting to let go. Look at you. Diane smiled brightly, holding up his puffy-eyed daughter to the skies. You've gotten so big. You're growing up too fast. Dad can barely hold you up. Little Aluna wiped her cheeks, giggling. Knowing that his daughter's 3rd birthday was quickly approaching, Diane sighed. He already felt that she was getting too old too quickly. Was this how all parents felt? Want to follow me around today? Her head bobbed up and down eagerly, causing a wave of warm laughter to fill planet Ragnar before it quickly became somber once more. After all these months had passed, it seemed the citizens of Odin City had forgotten that this young man had come to conquer their lands. They almost felt that he was one of their own now, so they were filled with inexplicable feelings. Little Aluna, though, completely oblivious to their complicated feelings, happily staying in her father's arms. Mama! Aluna called out, seeing Amphory and Luna descending from the skies to stand by Diane's side. Though she hadn't seen Diane in almost half a year, Luna visited her quite often. After all, even if she was worried about Diane's battle, she couldn't possibly leave little Aluna parentless for so long. This was why her daughter's yearning for Diane was so much stronger. Seeing 5 beauties surrounding Diane, the warriors of the Mortal Alliance could only smile bitterly. Even Emperor Pakel and Lord Odin, who could have the pick of any woman of their empires they wanted, paled in comparison. Even if they could pick any woman, just where would they find even one of such caliber, let alone 5? Diane was still before the gates of Odin City and his prisoners were still kneeling to the ground. The only difference was that the magnificent lightning formation was gone and the hostility of the guards that stood on the tall walls had deflated. Before Diane could say another word, the city gates slowly opened, resulting in a deep sigh from Lord Odin. Diane hadn't forgotten about all of the horrible things the Ragnar clan had done. Even if he had already subdued him with his power, his conscience wouldn't allow them off the hook so easily. Odin City easily fell under Diane's control. The upper echelon of the Ragnar clan was soon collected, and little Lila was brought forward. Diane began to systematically question the nobles of the Ragnar clan about the deeds they had committed in their lives, leaving not a single stone unturned. He didn't hide these proceedings from the eyes of the common people either. Even if it meant losing much of the fighting strength the Ragnar clan had to offer, Diane refused to have vile weeds within his kingdom. With more than 100 years still left to the descent of the ancient battlefield, Dian believed that with his resources and the guidance of Chancellor Lin's education system, the Mortal Alliance would be overflowing with talents soon enough. In fact, it might be better this way. Those who had already entered the celestial realm practically had their futures already set in stone. No amount of resources and guidance could change much. It was better if Dian focused on the younger generation, anyway. If they didn't have to enter the tower, most geniuses would be able to enter the celestial realm within 30 years, with only the very best being able to enter within 20. Those who succeeded within 30 years would need at least 100 years more to become Dao experts, but those who succeeded within 20 likely would only need about half that time. Of course, these were under normal circumstances. These calculations were done with the top 20 quadrants in mind. However, did these top quadrants have a star lord like Dian at their back? In the outer powers, absolute geniuses reached the celestial realm while they were still teenagers between 13 and 16 years old. Fringe geniuses succeeded within 20 years. Lilith herself was a prime example of this. If it hadn't been because she was waiting to buy a sovereign spark, she would have entered the celestial realm long before she met Dian. And one had to remember that she was only 16 years old when she met Dian for the first time. These very geniuses would obviously reach the Dao realm far quicker. Those like Lilith would clear the celestial realm within 10 to 15 years, becoming Dao experts at about 25 to 30 years old. Those on the lesser end would reach the Dao realm at about 50 years old. If these calculations were used, Dian would be able to rebuild the lost strength of Celestial Quadrant in due time. In fact, he would be able to make them stronger than they ever had been before. Although the universes of Celestial Quadrant couldn't hope to match the outer powers in chi density, thus making cultivation slower here, Dian planned to supplement them all with the support of a Star Lord. If they still lagged behind, it could only be said that they weren't meant for cultivation. Like this, Dian placed the nobles of the Ragnar clan on trial. Soon, the 3 grades of severity became the hammer of justice to these very nobles. At the Zeroth grade, the crimes were benign enough that they could be pardoned through the changing of the rulership. However, the true punishment reared its head when the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd grade of severity appeared. At the 1st degree of severity, the noble was convicted of being a detriment to society. Their conduct was unbefitting of a noble role, and their title was stripped from them. Losing their family name, these nobles became commoners. However, knowing Dian, this punishment wasn't all it seemed on the surface. He wasn't the kind of man to separate nobles and commoners in such a fashion, nor did the Mortal Alliance had such classist biases. The most poignant point here was that their family name was stripped from them. Essentially, they lost the right to be among the official clans of the Mortal Alliance, and thus couldn't benefit from such status. One had to remember that the order-ranked clans of the Mortal Alliance had many special privileges, namely the appointment of officials to the Mortal Meeting. Without being able to appoint officials, a clan would lose much of their power. The more people a clan lost, the more difficult it became to accumulate merit. And the more difficult it became to accumulate merit, the harder it would be for a clan to become an official first-tier clan, let alone climbing and reaching above that. People could only watch as more and more nobles were ejected from the Ragnar clan and stripped of their names. Those who understood the purpose of this spectacle couldn't help but feel a cold shiver take hold of their spines. Remembering Dian's performance during the War God Commander trial, they confirmed that this ruler was much more than his brawn. In addition to the Ragnars, there were other noble clans of Odin City which were weeded out and crippled. Though not as prosperous as the Ragnars, they too had their own power, but could only watch it slowly whittle away. However, this was just the beginning. Though the punishment for the 1st grade was severe, it could still be recovered from. With enough merits, those stripped of their names could reclaim them or even form clans of their own by various means. Dian refused to allow these clans to use wealth to take their titles back. So many merits such as donations were barred from counting toward their redemption. Instead, they had to provide benefits militarily, socially, and culturally. But redemption from the higher grades was next to impossible, if not completely impossible. The 2nd grade of severity followed the very same punishments at the 1st with a few key additions. These were nobles found to be a detriment to society, both as nobles and as people. They were scourges of society who sought their own benefits, even at the price of the life of others. These people were near irredeemable. Not only were they stripped of their titles, but they were degraded to the role of army mules. The mules of the Mortal Alliance army were introduced during the first mortal meeting. The existence of such a thing functions as one of the most severe punishments available to Dian. These individuals acted as the vanguard of the army, and they weren't allowed to leave this role until they accumulated enough military merits to do so. Unfortunately, the vast majority would die before they gained the right to cleanse themselves of this status. Maybe if it was just this, the punishment would be all right and still manageable. But to Dian, those he graded so severely were individuals he looked down upon from the depths of his soul. The only reason he didn't directly kill them was because there were still wars against the Weta and Pakal to fight. He couldn't put his people at risk while these scum got easy deaths. If by some miracle they survived until they gathered enough mule merit, with the status of mule every action counts for a quarter of what it usually would. Thus the moniker mule merit. They would become commoners, unable to ever join official clans or sects. In addition, these individuals would be unable to join the business empire system either. Currently, the Mortal Alliance had many individuals who couldn't form clans of their own, instead attempt to create business empires. In fact, Eve's little sister was one such woman. In the future, business empires wouldn't be any weaker than official clans, especially in matters of wealth, so how could Dian leave them a path to prosperity? They didn't deserve it. However, Dian didn't completely cut off their hope, or else would they fight properly as mules. He allowed them the possibility to become first lieutenants, leaders of 1,000 men. With this, they'd have enough wealth to be satisfied, but wouldn't gain enough power to harm others again. Of course, this was another clever ploy by Dian. By making their only path hidden within the military, they'd be forced to serve until they could retire if they wanted decent lives for themselves. It was only natural that hearing such punishments, the nobles could only grow more and more nervous. If any had rejections toward the first-grade punishments, they could only swallow their anger at the second. What if their attitude made Dian grade them more harshly? And if the second grade was so bad, what of the third? As expected, Dian's punishment for third-grade severity made their skin crawl. Those who earned the third grade of severity were known as the irredeemables. These were individuals who caused so much sorrow and pain that no benefits could justify Dian allowing them to live any longer. Using orphans as experiments, using virgins as sacrifices for fiendish techniques, treating the lives of the common people as the resources of the Ragnar clan. Dian's jaw clenched. Sacrificing millions of newborns to tie the karmic fate of 3 faith seeds. Lord Odin kneeled before Dian, his blonde graying hair hanging over his body in a pitiful manner. Third grade of severity. A cold wind whipped through Odin City. Lord Odin's death seemed swift, but watching his soul being forcefully extracted by Dian and imprisoned, those watching understood that it was anything but. One would think that those earning the third grade would be rare, but over half of the Ragnar clan fell under this category. Though this percentage lessened if the trials Dian held before coming to their core universe was counted, it was still over 20%. The Ragnars had committed too many atrocities in the name of strengthening their clan. But this purpose became completely empty when the number of horrible deeds outside that purpose were exposed. They had no moral high ground to stand on and could only be executed one after another, their souls trapped for all eternity. It wasn't that they didn't want to fight back. But how could they? Even the arrogant Lord Odin lowered his head in defeat. It destroyed all thoughts of resistance. The number of champions fell to less than 10% of their original number. All of the Elder Fae were slaughtered as well. By then end, only a little over half of the Fae remained. The Ragnar Empire was completely decimated in just a week, but no one dared to raise a word of complaint. Thinking of Dian's valiant figure, fighting with his life on the line against a planet-grade empire, he had earned the respect of even those he killed. His presence was undeniable. I keep my promises. You've played a great role in the success of my Mortal Alliance, so you are now an official citizen of outstanding merit. You can use these merits as you please and transfer them as you please. Madeline's former master stood across from him in a hall that was once the Ragnar's throne room, a complicated expression on her face. She remembered when she scoffed when Madeline said that Diane would become a saint in just 30 years and beat her. Not only had he shattered such a prediction, he stood so high above her head now that she couldn't hope to see his limits. The worst mistake she had ever made in her life was doubting this young man. Maybe the relationship they could have had would never be seen now. She knew well that Diane only gave her this opportunity out of consideration for his wife's feelings. It had nothing to do with the thought of forgiving her, nor would there ever be a chance for her to gain his forgiveness. When something crossed Diane's bottom line, there was no going back. She had tried to kill Ree, no matter what reasons she had, no matter how she tried to justify it. Diane would never forgive her. She could stand here today in thanks to her relationship with Madeline and Ree's Uncle Acacia. Nothing more, nothing less. Her eyes lost focus. She remembered the day she first met Diane. He had stormed in and saved Madeline from a fate that even she couldn't, stopping her from having to marry Akihiko. Somehow, that day, he saw through her disguise as an elderly lady and called out to her, subtly finding a way to add a layer of protection to both himself and Madeline. Her first impressions of Diane were great due to this reason, but she allowed various matters to cloud her judgment. She simply didn't believe that even a talented person could make it so far on their own. Back then, she had sensed the unwillingness in Diane's eyes when he handed Madeline over to her. She had sensed his rage, but she thought nothing of it. No amount of passion in the world could surmount the accumulation of powerful clans. Yet this very day proved her thoughts wrong. Not only did Diane destroy the Ragnar clan, whose mere branch clan threw their universe into chaos, but he subdued an enemy far beyond her imagination. "Daddy, who is she?" Aluna asked curiously, sitting on Diane's lap as he sat on the throne. "Her name is Evelyn. She did your dad a very big favor. We owe her a lot," Diane said with a light smile. "Oh," Alana's large eyes blinked. She didn't believe her dad would lie to her. But why did it seem like the lady was very sad, and that her father did like her very much? "Thank you for helping my daddy," Aluna said innocently, unable to understand the complex emotions in the room. Evelyn snapped out of her thoughts, bowing slightly. "I appreciate your kind words, Princess. This Evelyn will keep them in her heart." With those final words, Evelyn bowed to Diane once more, then turned to leave. Certain actions of the past were unforgivable, but at least Diane gave her a path to live. Still, she was very surprised to find that Madeline had appeared before her, just as she closed the large double doors. Madeline smiled lightly. "Teacher." Hearing this address, Evelyn felt that something had torn at her heart. There was a subtle difference between the title of master and teacher, but it was a striking one nonetheless. A master was a loving parent, a nurturer for life. But a teacher was fleeting, a person who could have a small or large impact on a person's life for a limited time. By calling her teacher, Madeline had drawn a clear line between her and Evelyn. But she hadn't been too distant either. It left the bitter taste in Evelyn's mouth feeling even more sour. "Madeline, I hope you've been well." Evelyn squeezed out a smile, tempering down the discomfort in her heart. Madeline's smile brightened. "I've been very well, teacher. It's been hard on you. I didn't know my husband gave you such a difficult mission until recently. I hope it wasn't too difficult." Evelyn waved her hand. "It was nothing compared to what he had to go through. In fact, it was only difficult because my own foolishness made it so. If I trusted Leader Sacharo's array plates more, I wouldn't have been so nervous. Much of the trouble was controlling my own emotions." How could Evelyn know that Diane's arrays wouldn't be easily seen through even by a Tao expert? Let alone Ashire, who was a mere higher celestial. For her, it was still difficult to get used to this new Diane. Her biases had been so deeply ingrained that if it hadn't been for the chance to see her beloved again, maybe she would have ignored Diane's asks altogether. Even to now, she didn't know if he could ever forgive her. After all, she had attempted to kill his niece. That wasn't something that could be easily forgotten, especially since Uncle Acacia had raised Ree like his own daughter in the absence of her parents. But she could only try. Maybe this was the first good decision Evelyn had ever made in her life. "That's good to know," Madeline said softly, seemingly oblivious to the fact the care in her voice made Evelyn tremble, her eyes slightly watering. "Can you take me to see my foster family, teacher? I haven't seen them in a very long time." Feeling the discomfort in her heart wiped away, Evelyn smiled her first genuine smile, taking Madeline's arm in hers. "Come with me. Teacher will bring you to where you want to go." From the other side of the throne room doors, Diane felt the crease in his brows soften. The difficulty he felt in giving Evelyn this path to live lessened considerably, sensing Madeline's happiness. No matter what, Evelyn was a woman who threw away her status as elder of a god clan to spend years watching over Madeline disguised as an elderly cleaning lady. Though her actions were detestable, her willingness to sacrifice for his wife was undeniable. Even if he didn't forgive her, he didn't need to act hostile either. Sometimes, those of differing perspectives would always stand on opposite sides of the aisle. But this didn't mean they couldn't understand each other. How many nieces had Diane killed? Let alone nieces, what about daughters, sons, mothers, and fathers? By now, the number was countless. And what was their crime? In some cases, it was well-deserved. These people were scum that didn't deserve to live. But there were other cases where these individuals simply stood in his way. Their crime was nothing more than not being his ally. Diane took a deep breath, his heart settling down. He felt that he had understood something quite profound, and the pulsing light of his Tao heart instead became a steady glow, slowly growing in strength. The weight on the heart of a commander at war was heavy beyond imagining. Pretending that this weight didn't exist would be nothing more than naivete. In the worst cases, it was inhuman. This was the simple truth that the war god didn't understand. But it was one that Diane had only just begun to grasp. A cycle of life, a cycle of creation, a cycle of destruction. "Daddy, can we go get cherry ice cream now?" Little Aluna, who had waited more patiently than any toddler could possibly expect to finally couldn't handle it anymore. Diane smiled, rubbing his little girl's head. "Of course. Dad will bring you to eat the best ice cream in the world." The little girl cheered, wetting her lips to plant a big kiss on her father's cheek. In the next months, Diane swept through Pakal territory, dealing with their nobles in the same way. Though their sins were relatively lesser, they still lost 10% of their mightiest experts. Unfortunately, Emperor Pakal didn't survive either, falling victim to the same fate Lord Odin did. It was then that Diane did something shocking. For the Ragnars, he named Thor as the head of their clan. And for the Pakals, he named Kedlam their leader. The Pakals and Ragnars could have never imagined that their Thor and Azura faith seeds would have been in the hands of Diane this whole time. This final move squashed any hostility that might have remained. Like this, over 75% of Celestial Quadrant fell under Diane's control. The only stronghold that remained was the Weta. However, curiously, Diane didn't personal action in this final war. Instead, his right hand, Alatar Gautama, controlled the operation from start to end. The operation came to be known as Gautama's Revenge. However, the Weta only knew it as their nightmare. The Weta stronghold wasn't as lavish as the core lands of the Ragnars, but it was a magnificent view in its own unique way. While Odin City was lit with countless energy stones, Ethereal City shimmered a beautiful dark gold to bronze. Its cityscape was filled with short, robust buildings that gave the atmosphere an earthen vibe, while its architecture was reminiscent of West Asian culture from Diane's home world. In contrast to the sharp edges of Ragnar architecture, the Weta preferred beautifully rounded and arched structures that gave off a wholesome feel. Still, this once calming city had become a nightmare for many. Just 1 month ago, the Pakals suddenly flooded their eastern border with a level of attack force the Weta had never faced before. The sudden change was so abrupt that the Weta were completely caught on their back foot. One might wonder how such a large empire could make such a blunder, but the answer was actually quite simple. When the attack was initiated, the gates should have been closed down for maintenance. Even to this moment, the Weta had no idea how the Pakal circumvented these rules. The Weta completely lost initiative. Their only saving grace was the fact that their warriors were still fresh. For some reason, the Pakals hadn't attacked them during the last campaign. Initially, They believed that this was being they were far too occupied with the Ragnars and sighed a breath of relief. But who would have known they were just gathering their striking force for a fatal blow? The Weda completely lost control of their border gates and were forced to retreat and regroup. But they had no way of knowing that this was just the beginning. Just as they were regrouping to counter the Pakals, a sudden attack came from their northwest. The 5 beast clans and the Ragnars flooded their territory from the top, catching them off guard once more. Just what was going on? First the Pakals, but now the Ragnars and 5 beast clan alliance was capable of attacking while the gates were closed? Despair cloaked Weda territory. By now, they understood the kind of trouble they were in. There was no coincidence. Their 3 rivals had allied to deal with them swiftly. No, that shouldn't be it. In all likelihood, the 5 beast clans had likely already been split amongst the 2 powerhouses. There was no way they were qualified to be in an alliance with the Pakals and Ragnars. King Weda's already short fuse became shorter. There was no lack of unlucky servants that lost their lives during this time. He couldn't believe what was happening. Just a few days ago, the Weda were on the greatest trajectory they had ever been on in their history. They had so many talents and were only a single universe away from becoming an Emperor God clan. How could this happen now? That was when King Weda received news that caused him to faint from anger. The army that was trampling across his territory as he sat there in a rage was led by a youth whose name should have been crossed from the history book, Aladar Guatemala. Almost 50 years ago now, he had finally rid himself of a thorn at his side. After receiving help from a mysterious group of individuals, he eradicated the Guatemala and solidified the rule of his Weda clan. Initially, the benefits were instantaneous. Without splitting their faith through an alliance system, the faith of the Weda skyrocketed, allowing them to stave off the Pakals for so many years. He knew back then that 2 had escaped, but he hadn't lost any sleep over it. Everyone knew how difficult it was to raise one's clan up. What could 2 orphans do? How could he had ever guessed that the very 2 orphans he didn't care for would be leading the army of his demise? He didn't know what to think. He had too many questions, as anyone would. Just how could this have happened? King Weda had no choice but to leave the task up to his 2 sons. He had yet to decide who would inherit his throne, so he could only test them in this way, sending Dravel to the northwest and sending Abraham to the east. But all he received in return was news of a series of defeats. Whether it was Dravel or Abraham, they couldn't stop the momentum of the armies. To make matters worse, it wasn't just them either. None of the sons or daughters could seem to win even a single battle. In fact, the only one who managed to do so was the former first celestial daughter, and Dravel's current fiancée, Nora. By the time King Weda came to realize that all of his brightest children had betrayed him, the armies were already upon Ethereal City. Aladar held his little sister's hand as they stood above the city, looking toward the beaten and bloodied King Weda. Of course, neither of them had the strength to do this just yet, so they relied on Glorianice. "Mother, Father, we've come to avenge your deaths," Aladar whispered softly. King Weda wiped the blood from his lips, looking up toward Aladar and Kyera with a vicious light in his eyes. He had tried to call his ancestors to assist him long ago, but for some reason the connection had been cut. To make matters worse, even his faith was useless before his opponent. Beasts like the dream panthers and dragons weren't completely helpless before faith. If they were, they likely wouldn't have survived so long. Dragons had their dragon souls and humanoid transformations. Unfortunately for Chang'Lei, his dragon bloodline only birthed him a bronze dragon soul. In addition, as he was in the celestial quadrant this whole time, he had no opportunity to hunt other dragons to improve his dragon soul. As a result, his dragon soul was useless before dying. As for dream panthers, they could weaken their opponents' will by forcing them to enter their dream domains. This gave opponents the illusion that their faith was weakened, when the reality was that they were foolishly accessing only a small part of it. Glorianice had tried to use her dream domain against Diane while they were signing the soul contract between them. Unfortunately for her, Diane had the seal protecting his mind. Before Glorianice, a mere king god clan, even if it was the king in question, it was all useless. Aladar and his sister looked down upon King Weda. Though Aladar had to maintain his dignity as the commander Diane entrusted with this operation, Kyera could no longer hold back her tears. They gushed forward like a flood. Though revenge was sweet, she realized that even after they completed this goal they had dreamt of all their lives. Their parents, their friends, their family would never come back to them. I see that you don't regret what you did. Even now, Aladar said emotionlessly. King Wida sneered. The world of cultivation is a place where the strong rule the weak. This time I am the weak one. Nothing more, nothing less. Kill me and be done with it. Aladar shook his head. It seems you still don't understand. Your words seem to imply that you were ever the strong one, when the truth was that you were always weak. King Wida's temper seemed to flare, but he calmed it in an instant, knowing that his anger was useless. If he was going to die, he would keep his dignity as a king. In the afterworld, he would apologize to his ancestors for his incompetence. Almost 50 years ago, you slaughtered a clan of innocent individuals. Innocent. King Wida spat to the ground below, a swath of blood following suit. There is no such thing in the martial world. The Gautama has blood on their hands. You just aren't aware because you were a child. Is that so? Then I guess this was your justification for murdering a clan of people you once called family? How many of your concubines once carried the name Gautama? How many of your clansmen carry Gautama blood even if they do not carry our name? Did my grandfather not call you son? Did my father not call you brother? Did I not call you uncle? Aladar's voice boomed, a swirling tempest of ethereal permeation washing over the city below. King Wida flinched at Aladar's sudden outburst. He had known Aladar since his youth. He had always been a child of few words and even fewer emotions. The fact he lost control of himself in this instant spoke volumes. Still, what was even more shocking was the depth of his cultivation. In the Wida clan, their staple will was ethereal permeation. They had special blood that allowed them to comprehend this will a bit better than others. However, even still, their best clansmen only reached the 6th or 7th will level. Even King Wida himself was only at the 7th will level. Despite this, because ethereal permeation was a supreme law, its strength was undeniable. Even at such a low level, it had a multiplicative effect on all of your techniques and gave your strikes a persistent damage effect. Yet, somehow, this youth, who was only a fraction of his age, was at the 9th in 10th level. You can try to justify it how you like, but you yourself know how much of a coward you are. You speak of strength, but was it your strength that destroyed my Gautama clan? Or was it your underhanded schemes and outside help that did? Aladar sneered, knowing by King Wida's reaction that he was perfectly correct. That's the kind of strength the mighty King Wida hangs his hat on, huh? Aladar's piercing gaze met the king's. Do you want to know why your children betrayed you? You spent all of that effort scheming like a little rat to kill my loved ones that you began to fear being backstabbed yourself. Hm? So what did your minor intellect conclude? Something like, if I place my flesh and blood at the best and highest positions, I'll never be betrayed. Is that right? King Wida trembled fiercely, his eyes reddening. Whatever so-called calm exterior he had vanished. But how could someone of such pitiful intelligence realize that the harder you pushed your so-called flesh and blood, the more you expected from them, the more competition you created amongst them, the less and less they would see you as a father? Aladar's sneer deepened as King Wida's world seemed to collapse. You can go off to the next world now. I wonder how your Wida ancestors will react knowing you spit in the face of the brotherhood of two clans they built with their blood and tears, only to lose it all in a single lifetime. You're truly quite strong. Those were the final words King Wida heard before his head was severed from his neck. His bodiless head spun in the air. A clear look of despair etched into his face. Like this, the celestial quadrant became the domain of the mortal alliance. To many cultivators, just creating a king-god clan in their lifetime would be a momentous feat. In fact, for many throughout history, this was the absolute peak that could be accomplished in a single lifetime. Only the demon sage and a few others managed to become infinitesimally close, only to fail at the final step. However, Dian had succeeded. In fact, he hadn't conquered just 25 universes, but a total of 101. Soon, he began to sweep through the universe spirits one after another. In just 3 months, he had conquered 98 universes and the faith of the Sacharo clan surged. At this point, Dian ran into a bit of a dilemma. The only remaining universes in this quadrant were Chaos Universe, Soul Universe, and his home universe. Unfortunately, each of these universes came with problems of their own problems. Chaos Universe's changes couldn't be mapped by researcher Tun's Big Bang formula. After going through a catastrophic change, the universe had deviated too much from its initial path of growth. In order to map its lands, a new equation would have to be computed. The issue was that it was simply too difficult a task to accomplish. Chaos Universe was filled with pockets of time chi of varying wavelengths and densities. Essentially, even by taking a single step, you could enter a completely new environment with a completely different timeline. Trying to account for all of these changes, especially when they weren't static, was near impossible. Without an appropriate formula, it would be impossible to generate a map. Without the ability to generate a map, it would be impossible to find its universe spirit in a short time. Clans sometimes spent hundreds to thousands of years, even more, carefully mapping out universes before using complex astrological computations to find the location of universe spirits. Researcher Tun had cut all of this work out for Dian, allowing him to instantly find their locations. However, now they were facing a roadblock. Soul Universe was another issue. At this point, Dian still wasn't absolutely confident in taking control of it. He knew it would be a tough battle. In reality, this wasn't the biggest issue. Though he wasn't 100% confident, he was still 90%. If Soul Universe was the 100th universe on his docket, he wouldn't even hesitate for a single moment. Unfortunately, it wasn't his 100th. If he conquered it now, it would be his 99th. What was the reason the Weta never went all out to conquer Dian's home universe? Of course, the Pakals were one reason, but if one had power waiting for them on a platter, would you let something like that stop you? It would be worth it to take a hit from the Pakals if it meant becoming an Emperor God clan. The most poignant reason is that every milestone of faith provided a unique opportunity. The stronger the universe used as a milestone, the greater boon there would be. The Weta were reluctant to have Dian's home universe as their 25th because it was simply far too weak. If they entered the Emperor God clan ranks with it, it might be better if they had just remained a King God clan. This was how important it was. For similar reasons, Dian wanted Soul Universe to be his comet-grade empire milestone. He wanted the day he conquered it to be the founding day of his mortal empire as well. Also, Soul Universe held a symbolic meaning to him. This was the place the Celestial Deer sect once thrived before it moved to his home universe. Using it as a stepping stone to form a comet-grade empire had endless depths to its significance. Such seemingly useless symbolism was quite potent when it came to accumulating faith. Still, this truth might have been ignored by Dian previously if he hadn't experienced it himself. After officially becoming an Emperor God clan, he realized that these milestones began to really count once one became an Emperor God clan. For his 25th universe, Dian chose Pakal Universe just as an experiment. Upon completion, he smiled when he realized the significance, thanking himself for his foresight. Now, those born within the Sacharo clan would be born with bodies about 1% stronger on average. In addition, there would be a marginal increased body cultivation talent. Though these matters seemed small, when applied on a scale of countless individuals, the benefits would stack up. 1% was marginal at the Foundation realm, but what about the Tao realm? Could it be ignored then? After conquering 50 universes, this percentage increased to 2%. After 75, it increased to 3%. Dian realized then just what milestone universes represented. He couldn't just nonchalantly choose as he pleased. These matters would dictate the future of his empire. Finally, there was Dian's home universe. Not much needed to be said about this at all. How could Dian conquer a universe spirit that no longer existed? His hands were completely tied. Dian sighed. It seemed his only path toward becoming a comet-grade empire would be to either attack the 99 universes or take the Mortal Plane Federation more seriously. Why don't you use the 30 universes, big brother? Zaire asked, munching away at a beast leg 3 times the size of his head. Dian hadn't eaten in so long he practically lost himself in a sea of dishes. Watching him eat everything from whale to wyvern meat and eyeing his toned physique, many couldn't help but wonder just where all the food went. The worst part was that his actions were having a direct effect on the little princess, who seemed to have a void in her stomach the same size as her father's. Sitting on Dian's lap, little Aluna alternated between eating spoonfuls of cherry ice cream and chicken wings. Her little belly hardly even bulged. The 30 universes haven't gone through any catastrophic events, but remember that they were fused into one. Currently, researcher Tun is working on a formula for them, but it might take a few years to complete. Still, a couple years is better than several millennia, so we can only be patient. Oh! Zaire finally understood. He thought his elder brother was making a foolish mistake before. He remembered Dian complaining about how he couldn't gain Emperor-grade faith before battling the Pakals and Ragnars. Back then, he had wondered if Dian had just forgotten about the 30 universes he already had under his control from Water Mist Quadrant, but it seemed he had already thought of it. I was a bit too eager in trying to conquer both Celestial Quadrant and the 99 universes in just 100 years, honestly. I was trying to overcompensate with what I thought would be a lack of culture with numbers, but that ended up working itself out. For now, let's focus on the 131 universes under our control. The 30 universes always provided us with more resources than we could ever use, but now we finally have a true population to filter those resources to. We should be able to grow rapidly as long as everything goes to plan. Because of Dian's performance against Ashire, a large majority of the Mortal Alliance revered him. In addition, thanks to his public execution of the Ragnar and Pakal nobles, not to mention Project Goddess, a plan where he shamelessly used the beauty of his wives to have them confused with goddesses, public support for his rule was at a high among them as well. The Weta presented a bit of a unique problem, but with a bit of finesse, Dian was able to handle it as well. First, he used Kyera and Aladar to set the record straight on those matters of 50 years ago, exposing the rotting underbelly of the Weta elite. Then, he used the Weta sons and daughters under his control to ease the acceptance of his rule. Following this, it went quite well. The only resistor was Nora, the former first celestial daughter. It seemed she wasn't taking things very well at all. But Dian had his own plans for these matters. Still, Dian wasn't content. Looking around at the large dinner table, filled with family and friends, he couldn't help but feel comfortable. "It's good that you all have come." Dian spoke with a light smile. Currently, he was within the world hidden below Soul Palace. It was the very same gray-filled expanse he met the researchers for the first time in. Except this time he wasn't meeting researchers, he was meeting the young geniuses of the 5 Beast, Ragnar, Pakal, and Weta clans. Not only were they here, but the Mortal clan geniuses had come as well. For almost a year now, Dian's clone had been guiding them diligently through battle, helping them to grasp more confidence. Today, Dian decided to bring them here for a first true test. To now, he had been coddling them, but he couldn't do so forever. Though he felt bad about neglecting them originally, now was the time for them to grasp their own path. There was a mixture of reactions amidst the geniuses. Some showed reverence, others showed haughtiness, and yet others still showed hatred and rage. This latter emotion made sense to Dian. After all, he had uprooted all of their lives and destroyed the homes they grew up in. For many of them, he was the reason their parents died, whether that was in battle or by execution after the war was already over. If they didn't feel this way, it would only disappoint Dian. After taking special note of those among the several 10,000 that felt this way, Dian began to speak once more. "Though it wasn't exactly your choice to be here, you all represent the peak talent your clans once had to offer. But I should tell you an infallible truth." Dian's smile disappeared, his gaze unwittingly placing an immovable mountain on the chests of the young ones before him. "In as little as 10 years, you'll be forgotten. You've lived long enough to become the geniuses of your clans, but that's not a good thing. This truth only means you've spent more time without my guidance, and as such, your paths have already mostly been set. With my guidance, my resources, and my mortal alliance, those budding talents who are younger than you all will become the true geniuses in as little as a decade." Hearing these words, the number of those who felt rage multiplied several times over. The sound of gripping fists and grinding teeth couldn't be ignored. But, I'll give you all an opportunity. If you're willing to die to grow stronger, step forward. If you're willing to live a life of mediocrity, feel free to leave to now. Diane's eyes deeply scanned the crowd of young geniuses. The choice is yours. And we're just supposed to believe that? A Ragnar genius with blonde hair and blue eyes, as typical for his clan, lashed out, unable to rein in his emotions any longer. Not only had his father been sentenced with third-grade severity, his mother had been as well. On top of all of this, he only barely squeaked by with first-grade severity, meaning he had fallen from the status of young noble with the world in his palm, to mere mule. It could be said that the only thing he had remaining in life was the battle prowess he had accumulated to now. He believed that he would climb back up from his dreadful circumstances in a matter of time and find a place for himself in this society. Some nobles, no matter how clear the spoon-feeding had been throughout their lives, still somehow believed that they were simply a cut above everyone else, not realizing that much of their achievements had been handed to them on a silver platter. This young man was no different. He really believed that with or without the backing of his noble status, he would become a great man. Yet, Diane was now telling him the exact opposite. Not only that, but he was directly saying that they would be useless without him. How could he take such a thing lying down? Well, you can believe what you want. Diane without care. 10 years isn't very long for cultivators, so you'd see how right I am in the blink of an eye. Plus, I'm not here to convince you. Like I said, I'll have talents easily capable of more than replacing you within a decade. I'm only here to give you a chance that many of you don't deserve. Feel free to leave if you don't want that opportunity, but I personally think it's quite high-headed of you as a mere mule to turn down an easy opportunity to earn merits. You! A presence descended from the skies, forcing the young man to kneel so quickly that the sickening sound of his kneecaps shattering reverberated through the underground space. An agonizing roar escaped his lips, or rather, tried to. In the end, not only could he not move a single muscle, his voice refused to work. It seems you've forgotten that you're speaking to a ruler of over 100 universes. Diane's nonchalant tone became cold. Since you seem to have forgotten, how about I remind you of a little something? Brady Ragnar, first son of 5th branch head of the Ragnar clan and his first wife. Your father was responsible for the death of over 13,000 innocent female commoners for his sick lustful pleasure, and over 3,000 male commoners for little more than looking at him incorrectly. Lest you forget the meaning behind my words, how about I explain them in further depth to you? Took Rei June because he liked the look of her plump ass, got bored of her in 46 days, and burnt her to ash due to unwillingness to pay for another mouth to eat. Stole Lena Karim from her husband and 4 children because her breasts were to his liking. Got bored of her in 4 days because he didn't like the look of her stretch marks. He handed her to his servants, but when she inevitably became pregnant just a few months later, he killed her by stamping his foot through her impregnated stomach, enticed Minnie Mio with dreams of riches and prosperity, knowing that her aging grandfather was soon to be gone. After stringing her along for 4 years without ever raising a finger to help her grandfather, he finally passed away. Because Minnie dared to cry about this news, your father accidentally killed her because he slapped her across the room. Hazel Gent, Avena Enger, Kendall Verma. The more Diane spoke, the paler Brady grew. Diane didn't stop. He forced them to listen for days as he listened over almost 20,000 names and how each and every one met their gruesome death. Then, as if it wasn't enough, once he was finished with his father, he began to list the crimes of his mother. Those who had been called by Diane, but had lesser degrees of severity attached to their names couldn't help but toward him with disgust. Even those who had comparable degrees of freedom bowed their heads in shame. On the day-to-day basis, they nonchalantly killed as they pleased, but never had they heard their deeds read back to them in this way. Of course, there were still individuals who believed that their lives were simply worth more than these vermin. As for those individuals, Diane took mental note of them all. Their paths would end here, they would never rise in his mortal alliance. Your parents have done all of these horrible things, yet you dare to feel enraged about their deaths? You yourself have done such horrible things, yet you dare to stick your chest out and pretend to be important before me? Let me make one thing very clear. I did not call you here because I value you. In fact, in my thoughts, you're all quite useless. Each of you has already entered the celestial realm. It's far too difficult to mold you into anything better. Here I am the noble and you are the commoners. The only difference is that while I also look down on you, I'm willing to give you a chance. The shock of Diane's display was fully ingrained into the memories of the geniuses gathered there. Though cultivators had great memories, it wasn't to the point of being infallible. On top of that, which Dao expert would take the time to learn the names of long-dead commoners? And to remember how they died on top of that? By Brady's lack of a rebuttal, it became clear to all there that he had at least witnessed some of these cruel murders personally. Even the most thick-skinned individual would find it shameless to still speak with your chest puffed out after such an ordeal was exposed. This wasn't the most shocking part either. They had all been there at the trials. If Diane spent his time going through each and every victim, it would take years to finish going through everyone. But they all knew that each trial only lasts a couple days at most. So not only did he manage to remember such a large amount of information, he was capable of processing it all at ungodly speeds. If it wasn't for the fact he deliberately spoke out every syllable this time around, would he really have needed days to finish? Of course not. Seeing through all of this, the more astute geniuses couldn't help but raise Diane's position in their heart by several notches. At the same time, they grew more cautious. Your role here today is simple. You will fight. Those who meet my standards will be brought into a special program of mine, while those unworthy will be left to their own devices, free to prove me wrong with your effort. Diane's eyes scanned the room. This program will give you the opportunity to seek a path toward becoming demon generals, though the truth of the matter is that this is a fleeting dream. There are 3 requirements for becoming a demon general. First, you must cultivate my chosen cultivation technique. This means abolishing your cultivation. Second, you must completely enter the celestial realm with the standard of a 7th-order celestial at a minimum. And thirdly, your loyalty cannot be questioned. The leash of a demon general is even shorter than that of a common citizen. Even a misdemeanor is grounds for expulsion from our forces, and there will be no appeal, nor will there be any second chances. You will be chosen based on my eye test. If you do not like this method, you can leave. You will each have a chance to fight a battle. Do you best, and maybe you can change your fate. Will we have to fight you? A timid petite girl of the Pakel clan managed to squeeze out her question. But, despite her appearance, Diane wasn't fooled. This timid girl was given the very same first grade of severity Brady had been given. In a lot of ways, she was only a step away from reaching the 2nd grade and losing the right to stand here. She would often challenge warriors to battles and spars, only to accidentally kill them by using too much force. The only reason Diane didn't give her a higher grade of severity was because whether he liked it or not, her murders occurred within legitimate circumstances, and in many cases, she challenged those that should have been stronger than her. With this information, it would seem that she would deserve the 0th grade of severity, but Diane felt that there was something sinister about her spirit. She most definitely entered battle looking to kill. She satiated that desire by challenging warriors to spar. Thea Pakel. Yet another Diane would need to keep an eye on. Unexpected, Diane smiled coldly at her words. Is there a problem with me battling? It's just that. Leader I is very strong. How could you gauge our talent? Diane's gaze seemed to be amused, causing Thea's innocent expression to freeze. I think there's a bit of a misunderstanding. I'm younger than you all by quite a large margin. If I'm not able to gauge your talent, then who is? What a joke. In Celestial Quadrant, one could be a genius by reaching the celestial realm within 1,000 years. Many Diane had gathered here were already over 1,000 years old. Some were over 2,000. In another parallel existence, Diane would call them elders. Thea's appearance became flustered. How could she ever expect such a thing? Tell me, who has an age stone, lest some believe I'm speaking nonsense. Unsurprisingly, it was the innocent and timid Thea who reacted first, taking an aged stone from her spatial ring and throwing it to Diane. But the result was anything but unsurprising. A wave of despair washed over the geniuses here as they realized Diane wasn't speaking nonsense at all. Not even 70 years old yet. These were the thoughts that whipped across all of their minds. It was only then that Diane said something that made them sigh a breath of relief. But no, today you won't be fighting me. You'll be fighting my juniors. At this moment, the silent mortal clan geniuses clenched their fists. They understood well what Diane was doing. Gathering the geniuses here was just a pretext. The true purpose was to gather those first grade of severity murderers here to push them to their limits. The way he had been purposely angering them from the very start made all of this clear. Those like Brady and Thea were only the tip of iceberg. Just this alone would have been enough to make the mortal clan geniuses nervous, but that was when Diane dropped another bomb. To me, they are the true geniuses. None of you can compare to them. During your fighting matches, feel free to unleash. I won't blame you if you kill them. That would only mean that they were useless. But they won't be allowed to land any fatal strikes on you. After all, it's not very fair to allow giants to step on ants as they please, right? The mortal clan geniuses silently grit their teeth. Despite knowing what Diane's purpose was, they couldn't help but feel unresigned. Oh, and should any one of you manage to kill these guys here, then I'll personally support your growth until the time of your death. In addition, this obviously means that any mule status you have attached to your name will also be expunged, and you'll be allowed to return to your clans and reclaim your noble status. The eyes of the youths lit up, a fiery intent in their eyes. Great. At least you still have some ambition left. Who wants to go first? Me. The words had hardly left Diane's lips before Brady, still kneeling on the floor with shattered kneecaps, spoke up, not allowing anyone else to take the opportunity. Good, good. Diane nodded with satisfaction. His presence dissipated over his body, and a wisp of holy-type chi entered his body. In an instant, the mind-numbing pain Brady had been experiencing vanished. Brady quickly stood up. At first, he was stunned that he had actually been healed so quickly, but he recollected himself a moment later, his eyes unable to hide the killing intent hidden within them. Diane looked back toward the mortal clan geniuses, his eyes blinking innocently. And who among you want to go first? Diane smiled lightly. Seeing that he received no response, Diane spoke again. Oh, I forgot to tell you this, but until every single one of them is defeated, none of you will be allowed to leave. A cold shiver took hold of the mortal clan geniuses. How could Diane do this to them? There were only 36 of them, but almost 50,000 opponents to face. How was this fair? Don't give me that look. I didn't say you had to fight them all at once, right? You get the privilege of guiding these lesser commoners in one-on-one combat. Shouldn't you be happy doing such a public service? The bitter light in their eyes only grew fiercer. Realizing that none of them wanted to step forward, Diane smiled a devious smile. You! The other 35 geniuses practically dove out of the way of Diane's pointed finger, leaving only Kedar in his path. Kedar smiled bitterly, remembering his wish to gain Clara's love. Is this the price for his wishful thinking? No doubt about it. No doubt at all. Leader Sacharo He didn't have the chance to finish his sentence. Before he could react, a wind he couldn't fight against swept him off his feet. He didn't even get the chance to beg for forgiveness. The cold sweat matting the skin of the 35 remaining geniuses didn't lessen in the slightest. They made a mental note to never even meet the gazes of Diane's wives and his daughter, let alone dreaming of having them. Or else one day they too would be like Kedar. Kedar gulped a gasp of air down as he faced Brady. His body involuntarily shook. All of the confidence he had that day when Clara took them away from the mortal world vanished into a puff of smoke. Ah! It seems I'm very forgetful today. Diane lightly tapped his own forehead. Feel free to choose your weapon, Brady. Kedar will fight barehanded. Also, over the next few years, I'll be choosing 3 disciples. You know what they say, first impressions are lasting. Just when the youths believed the atmosphere couldn't become more chaotic, it took another spike toward the worst. They wanted to sew Diane's lips shut. But who here would even dare to attempt such a thing? Diane lightly lifted himself into the air, forming an array to lazily recline upon, and endless amounts of food began to pour out from his spatial ring. "I choose the spear," Brady called out, his blue eyes reddening. With a wave of his hand, Diane formed a bland gray spear for Brady. Yet, despite his nonchalance, it was a weapon created to a grandmaster quality. "You can start now." Diane waved his hand again, creating a defensive barrier around the two of them, spanning 100 meters in each direction. Though this might seem like a lot, such an area to a celestial is akin to a phone booth to a mortal. Kedar tried to control his nerves. Though he had become a pseudo-celestial, his opponent was already a lower celestial. The truth was that Kedar could have attempted his tribulation long ago, but he was too scared after he almost died under his saint tribulation. Failure wasn't something Diane witnessed often, but the reality was that only 1 in 100 survived their saint tribulation, only 1 in 10,000 survived their celestial tribulation, and it was hard to find 1 in a million who survived their Tao tribulation. This was the world non-geniuses faced. Unfortunately, Kedar didn't get a chance to take hold of his nerves before Brady's spear was already inches from his face. Kedar stumbled backward, barely dodging the spear, only to trip over his own feet. Brady was stunned by Kedar's level of incompetency and sent a quick glance over to Diane. Seeing that he didn't care, he only grew bolder, sending forward another piercing strike. Lightning crackled along in his gray spear, following a swift boom of thunder. Brady couldn't help but relish the feeling of the weapon in his hand. He could have never imagined that weapons so good existed. After Diane confiscated all of their weapons before, he thought that it was because he wanted to use them for his own army. But who would have known that a casual wave of Diane's palm could create a weapon far better than he had ever laid eyes upon? His chi surged through its body with ease, and its balance couldn't have been more perfect. The ideal weapon for murder. Kedar's was cut a sorry figure as he stumbled around the underground gray space. At one point he directly began to run, avoiding Brady in every way he could. At this sight, the geniuses of the 8 conquered clans felt their lips twitch, their gazes falling upon Diane's lazy appearance. Geniuses, you say? If they're geniuses, then isn't everyone in existence a genius? Soon, Kedar's stamina began to falter. At the end of the day, how could someone who was effectively still a saint match a celestial in chi density? The saddest part was that, by Diane's senses, Kedar's chi actually was the denser of the two. Though Brady was a celestial, Kedar was a 9th-order saint, while Brady was a 2nd-grade celestial. There should have been a massive gap between them. But Kedar foolishly overused his chi, putting his full effort into dodging. Instead of using just as much chi as he needed, he always overdrew himself, not having the calm state of mind a warrior should. Injuries began to accumulate along his body, none of them shallow. "I forfeit," Kedar cried out. Diane casually munched on a grape. "Sorry, no such thing in this competition of mine." Also, suddenly the arena shrunk by half. Every time you speak such nonsense, the arena will shrink by a fold. Brady's spear pierced forward, aiming directly for Kedar's heart. At the last moment, Kedar only just barely managed to dodge to the side. But it wasn't for enough. A heart-rending scream escaped his lips as his shoulder was skewered. The momentum of Brady's strike was so heavy that 2 men and a spear cut through the air, slamming into the protective barrier and causing nothing more than a small ripple. "I'm sorry. I'll never look at your wife again." The arena shrunk by another half. "Please, please save me." The arena was halved once more. Diane yawned before munching away at a meat-filled leg. Wyvern meat is really too delicious. What once was a 100 cubic meter arena became barely 10 cubic meters. If before their fighting space was akin to being in a phone booth, not it was practically as though they were tied down together, sharing the same faith. Unfortunately, there was nothing further from the truth. Brady yanked his spear from Kedar's shoulder, causing a rain of blood to pour downward. All of Kedar's boisterousness had disappeared. He had entered the martial world with such confidence, but it had all suddenly vanished. No, it was deeper than that. Just about a year ago, after watching Diane Man handle the patriarch of the Raven clan, he had felt a great shame in his heart. Then, when Diane found them to apologize, taking responsibility for their failures, the shame in his heart only grew fiercer. Yet what had changed? Wasn't he the same coward he had always been? The 35 geniuses looked away, unable to watch as the spear approaching Kedar's heart once more. This time, there was nowhere else to run. Kedar suddenly felt that time had slowly. He knew well that he didn't have time to react. His chi was running on empty, and even if it wasn't, there simply wasn't enough space left. There was nowhere for him to go. His gaze fleetingly turned back toward Diane, who was lazily reclined. He inwardly begged to be saved, for Diane to move at the final moment, to pull him from this inevitable fate. But in his current state, he could somehow see that Diane had no intention whatsoever to move to a single inch. In the final moments he could have acted, Diane instead reached for another pile of fruit. It was as though he didn't see that Kedar was about to lose his life. Seeing that Diane really had no intention to help him, despair took over his entire being. I won't blame you if you kill them. That would only mean that they were useless. I guess I'm useless. Kedar's eyes dulled. He hardly noticed that an experience that should have taken nothing more than a split second lasted several minutes for him. In fact, he had finally stopped trembling, as though he had finally accepted something. The only part of him that still moved was his quaking clenched jaw. It wasn't due to fear nor unwillingness. It was due to rage. Once again, everything was going to be taken from him at the whims of someone far more powerful. His chest burned, fueled by a hidden anger. He met Brady's eyes, one filled with cruelty and disdain. The very same eyes Kedar saw when he closed his eyes at night. He always wondered just who devastated his people to such a degree. His father died before his birth, and his mother succumbed to her injuries after bringing him into this world because the underground bunkers couldn't spare enough medical supplies. He had never seen the person who destroyed the mortal world, but whenever he saw their face in his dreams, these were the eyes he saw every single time. Even if I'm useless, before you, I'm still many times better, you scum. How many families did you tear apart? How many lives did you reap? Did you even regret your actions? Fuck off. Kedar's sudden roar sent a ring of chi blasting outward. Before anyone could react, Brady was slowly sliding down the opposite wall of the arena, completely unconscious.